Hello and welcome back to Tristão, where we built the big basilica, the big church cathedral in the center of this glorious city. And yeah, also people celebrated already. As we can see, there is an arts festival right now in the streets of Tristão. Really cool. Nice coincidence, by the way, that we have that just beside the cathedral there, the arts festival. This is giving me more attractiveness for Tristão. It also gives me the peaceful celebrations bonus and maintenance cost minus 50% for all public buildings. Well, isn't that nice? A nice little touch that we have there. This would really make sense. Attractiveness as well groomed and presented as a price cow Tristão has right now, because of course Tristão also has attraction bonuses and Tristão can also have tourists. And I think tourists is the keyword for this episode, as we're now pushing into the tourist sector beside Africa, of course, that we are going to finish soon. But tourists it is that I would like to unlock, because it's also taking quite some time to really establish, right? Let's build the tourist mooring for Tristão. There we have it now, the public mooring. And since we do have a nice attraction level right now, we should be seeing some tourists now coming in here. Perhaps even the people from Crown Falls. I mean, who really knows about that? And yeah, they have a nice entrance there to the city. Of course, every tourist that comes now into Tristão, well, they see that beautiful airship there, and in the distance you can already see the post office and the cathedral that we have, and we're also being greeted. There's no people here yet, as we can see, as there's also no ship that arrived for Tristão, right? So we just need to make a bit of advertisement, marketing this city into something, right? And you have beautiful beaches here, long avenues with palm trees, lots of friendly people, and beautiful, colorful houses. Now we already have tourists in Crown Falls, around 1,500 at the moment, that pay me 5,500 credits there. The tendency is slightly growing there depending on how many new monuments we add to the area. And yes, we can now open up this one to a tourist mooring. So this was a public mooring, and the tourist mooring basically opens up the tourists DLC that we can have for these people. And let's build it. There you go. It's looking a bit nicer. Tourists flock to city in droves. The recent unveiling of the spanking new tourist mooring has seen hordes of hungry holidaymakers stream into the city. And with that, we also open up the tourist quest.
Demanding lot, but
And the first tourist, we need to build a hotel, and we need to build bus stops for these jolly good people there that like to join my city. There we have it now. With that, the hotel we have now officially in the game, and I really do like to start with the hotels rather sooner than later, because otherwise we would have to, move around a lot of big buildings then again down the road. And we should probably build the first hotels rather here in the town center, rather where there's something to see for everyone. So these hotels, well, just as it happens, they fit right into these blocks that I've already prepared there, and we might just go ahead and get us the first hotels then into these. Let's go ahead and destroy one of these blocks that we have there. We don't really need it. But of course, by the way, I could upgrade all of these jolly good engineers here to investors. I probably should also do this while we're at it. We do have the resources, and basically I do get more influence out of that. We need to be careful though, as my engineer workforce is rather low. So I will need to upgrade already some artisans there again. And these guys here, they would like to have a university before I can upgrade them. I think that's also the case for these guys down here. Yes, it is. Those here do need a university though. First, we do have a pub and a marketplace here. Let's get rid of that. We do no longer need that. I just love how we can gradually really remove these buildings and get us something new. What is happening there? Another smaller attack. Nothing that we should be worried too much about. If I lose a clipper, it's fine. Oh, the first tourists have arrived in Tristão now too, on this steamship. There we have them, a few of them, a couple of them, I guess. It's 1,000 tourists already. That's quite a lot, really. And that's 3,700 in addition that we get out of that. And with that, the first tourists are here. We don't have hotels yet for these tourists in Tristão, so I could also add this if I have the time and if my opponents have to actually leave me alone. Let's go ahead and build this hotel here first now. There we have it. It's looking great, and right here in the center, of course, of it all, right? It does get its proper entrance right here. A nice plaza, and we could, of course, add here some more city lights as well, or city ornaments that we have. For example, the clock houses, a telephone box. Why not? This actually fits right to a hotel that you should have right in front of it, and then perhaps a statue or something like that. Now, that wouldn't fit. I have an idea. We could have, let's get rid of these houses there again, and instead I would like to have my cherry trees, because you know what, we have now unlocked these cherry trees here with the public mooring, with the tourist mooring finally to the area, and just fitting in really nicely there. This of course, well, is not really happy yet. We do need a bus stop in order to provide, so let's go ahead. We do have a post office here, but I think we do have, yep, this big central post office already, so I can get rid of this one, right? It should not hurt us anyway, right? Yes, we can see the range is huge. It really goes all the way up here even. That's beautiful, this central one. So we have a bit of space now for, yep, a bus station. So let's go ahead and get us this bus station right here as well. There you go. It is taking the theater into account. It also has the hotel, of course. Not that much else though. We might, oh yes, very good. We could have a bus station here by the central, by the Great Exhibition then, right? So we do have a bit of space here. Let's do this. There we get the next one. Perfect. And now what we need though still is we need to build the other bus stations in the area of this one, right? So there we have one, for example. There's still a bit of free area that we can use. And then we go all the way down here. There is a park, but I would rather build it along the main roads, right? So it just makes more sense to me. So just here beside the bank, we could also get rid of some of that area and instead have then this bus station there that we can squeeze in nicely. And then we need one more bus station here by the tourist mooring itself. And I think we could have it for now right next to it. And with that, as we can see, the bus network has been established. We now have one bus network that goes all the way up here to the hotel. And what we can also see is now that some of the fulfillments are coming in. Oh, this hotel meanwhile actually crumbled. How dare you? Now it's getting its public mooring or tourist mooring there though in, right? So the first tourists are now moving in. They didn't take it last time, it seems. So we could still save this island most likely. That I could try in the Arctic, because it was already attacking it once. Alrighty, so the hotel now has its demand. As we can see, the first tourists moving in, and as we also can see, the next things unlocked then. For example, the bread pretty soon, and then also the theater or the boxing arena. The theater is right next to it, very good. Then we have the restaurant, right, with 250 tourists. We don't have that yet. There's the bread unlocked now, perfect, as more and more demands are being met. Also for happiness sakes, we got the fur coats, that's easy. The jewelry should be easy then too. We don't have a zoo yet, and the docklands, that's easy as well, as we have the docklands rather central there as well. Perfect. So as we can see, this is now unlocking more and more, and people should be happy that are moving into this hotel here. And what a nice location, really.
Who knew you had such a flair for the audacious?
For this majestic building. And as we can see, lots of people already there, and the bus that is also just passing by and popping off again. But once again, I'm also getting ahead of myself. We do still have this area here where I would like to squeeze in the university. Now, the artisans also require the school, unfortunately. However, as we can see, we could move the school a bit further into this area and it would still be totally fine, opening up more here. We have the police station. I would like to have the police station a bit closer there to the fire station that we have. It just makes more sense this way, righto, like that. We probably should have another smaller entrance than to that one here. And then we can have now the university here. And this is just fitting a bit better, I think, overall. Over for these whole people there. You know what, since it's a bit too close to the Anno University, I'm actually moving around here a lot of things right now. We are actually going to have the fire station over here together with the police station along the main road there. I think this just fits a bit more. We can now have, instead of that, then have another block of houses there, right? And I would probably like to have the university then here, because that should still be able to reach all of these people there. These guys here do have university coverage anyway. And that is still very close, so the university should be then probably here somewhere. There you go, and there is another university now over here. We do have a bit more space now that we could use for some smaller parks or perhaps for some service buildings. As with the tourists, we've also unlocked now the restaurant then pretty soon, right? So we do need another hotel, and then we can unlock the restaurant, and I might just have one of these here, or I'm actually moving. Oh, thank you, Hugo, there for the gift. How very generous of you. We could actually move some of these buildings over there and build then the restaurant here. Now, speaking about the hotel, I would like to have a second one in order to unlock us more things. And I have the perfect idea where we should have it. I call it the Hotel Belle Vista. And why is that the case? Basically because we're going to have a beautiful view over Crown Falls with this hotel. Let's just get rid of this road there as we don't need it. And I think now there's of course the tricky thing. How should we build it, right? Because this is theoretically the main entrance, but it's also looking like it's looking towards the city. This one is looking like it's looking away, but of course it's the back entrance. Let's make it a compromise and build it like so, right? So people actually have a beautiful view over the city from everywhere, from this wing here, from a central wing, from this whole wing there, and of course this wing, perhaps not the most beautiful view yet, but there's of course still something missing up there that is coming at some point. So let's go ahead and do it like so. There is also the connection now. Of course this one still needs a bus connection, so let's once again have a look where we do have our buses. We already have the bus here. So there we can have our next bus station here, right in this corner center there, right? So, yep, there is the connection with it. And then we need one more bus station up here. And that could actually be right in front of the hotel. Yeah, I cannot combine whatever is coming up here with the bus station yet, right? So we could have it like this one right in front of the hotel. There's the bus station for it. And as we can see, there's already the bus with it. These guys have it now, right? And they're also, as we can see, are getting the fulfillment. However, I will need more theaters if I want to keep them happy. So I do need to look out where we could have more bus stations for the theaters, or where we have more theaters at all. I don't think we have that many. There is one that I could use. And there is another one that I could use. And the cool thing here is we do actually have a bit of space. So I could move the fountain up into this area. And then I could have another bus station here. And this is actually affecting the theater there. And we also have a marketplace and a pub that I actually don't need in this area anymore. So boom, there we have more space for something. Probably then once again a restaurant or something like that. And down here we have the docklands. Now they are going to be an attraction as well. So I might just have the bus station there right away. These guys don't have a connection yet though with the massive, the central line. As we can see, there's still something here, a gap, and there's a gap here. So I need to kind of like connect them as well. And there's probably a nice location just here. If I move this one like so, we could move the... it's close. It's close. I could get rid of this road there and have these houses up here. This actually looks okay. Yep, this actually looks perfectly fine. And then we have the bus station just here. And with that, we should have it now connected. There you go. Perfect. They now have the theater in their vicinity or in their area. Also, the docklands have been activated now. That we really have everything together with that. Of course, there is some area around it now where we do have some space. And here, for example, we could have these maps available for the tourists, of course. So tourists like maps. Right? We could have something here. A little stand, and then around it a nice pavilion. Does that pavilion there? A kiosk. A kiosk makes sense. Right here in the center. Perfect. Look at point. Perhaps not the most useful thing. Then we have luggage. A tree. Oh, trees I think fit in nicely here. There you go. Of course, a souvenir shop might be very, very interesting here as well. Let's actually move this one over there. And then I will just pave the rest with normal pavings on the ground. This one. Fantastic. There we have a nice little plaza right in front of everything. Actually, wait a second. This one I'm moving over there. That's looking much better. Perfect. And also these people can enjoy now their day waiting for the bus right here in Crown Falls Center. Now, this hotel still isn't really decorated. There's also, it's not really the most beautiful area, of course, right? As we have workers surrounding it, worker houses. But for now, it should do the trick. Let's just decorate this one to our liking there. So a few more trees right in front of it. Over here, we actually do have a bit of room for perhaps a lookout point. I think this is really cool. As with that, people can overlook the city. Right? That fits in there nicely. We could also have a kiosk. A kiosk right in front of the hotel. I'm not so sure about that. But a souvenir shop, nah, let's not do that. Let's not go over the top here with that. I could have some more trees in order to decorate it, but that's probably the end of it. And then we have some empty ground here, where I could just have... Oh, Leary has some fire. Has a fire right here with the commute pier, so I do need to go ahead. And let's just spam us in there, right? A fire station. There we can have one. And there we can have one. I need to quickly get rid of that. Oh, we have some riots here too. That's probably one of the reasons why we have these fires. People can be so sensitive sometimes. Let's build us two police stations. One here and one over here. Very good. And some trees around the hotel there as well. Kind of like block it off then from its surrounding area. And there we have Hotel Bella Vista. Now, a single riot actually has huge impact on our workforce, and of course the commute pair not being active is also adding to that, but I will still need to increase the size of Leary there by all means, because of course we need to upgrade more people in Crown Falls, and with every upgrade in Crown Falls I do lose my workforce more and more. So let's go ahead and also expand this city area there with more houses. Now, as we can see, 2 hotels is still not enough to get us the needed population of tourists that we need to unlock the restaurant. So I would need to have a third one. Now, for the third one, I would like to have the harbor area this time. So we already have one for the center. We have one Bella Vista that is overlooking the city. And then we might have one now for this area here. Of course, I could just spam these hotels right next to each other and it would work just as fine. But who really likes that? Now, let's go ahead and get us the next hotel. And here in the area, and as we can see, there's already a bit of space here that I could use. Unfortunately, with the bus station, it is a bit tricky. I will need to have another bus station then for this one, but well, you can't help it, really. There we, by the way, also don't have paved roads yet. This is something I should definitely avoid, that my tourists see dirt roads in the city area. Holy cow, that would be... I would be very, very ashamed of myself if that is really the case. So let's go ahead and have these guys here also be upgraded. Very good. And with that, I could now get rid of this block here. However, I'm of course not going to be that cruel. Let's get rid of that fire station though. We don't need that. Then I can have a few more blocks here. Oh, wait a second. Even better. This one was already bothering me for quite some time there. And now, problem solved. Just like that. And then we have just a few more houses here. This is also going to look a bit more organic than I think than before. These guys here, let's get rid of them. Who cares? And there we have another hotel in all its beautiful colors. Well, let's make it deep blue. We didn't have that yet. Just right here. I like that the hotels already have some nice decoration in front of it. Right, so we can really just build it there and it's looking finished right on that. There is a bit of space now. Here we could squeeze in the bus station right behind it. Could make sense, really, right? So let's go ahead and do this. We have the bus station right behind it. There's the people coming out the bus station going right to... this is actually not looking so great then. Let's not do it like that. Let's have another entrance then here. And then we can just finish the rest here with some more decorations on either side. And I think we have unlocked, yep, the next tiers of tourists there. Perhaps also a kiosk right over there. And a signpost showing those people there's the hotel you want to go. And over here, there's so many nice decorations everywhere. Silk, it's just that ship passing by again. It's nothing to worry about. There you go. Perhaps this would actually be, once again, a very nice location for a restaurant. Let's have a souvenir shop instead. And some tables to sit on as well. As we can see, there's also some tables here by the restaurant, so it kind of like all fits to the restaurant. that we have over there. This one gets now everything there as well. And as we can see, the restaurant finally has been unlocked together with Jam. Now for my first restaurant, this one is a nice location that I've already cleared because there's also a bus stop right next to it. So we can combine that, also a theater. There we have it. The restaurant uses recipes to satisfy the customers right here in the, well, actually it's a very good location there. Not so far away from Central Station, from Central Park, and not so far away from the Docklands there if people want to visit that. Yep, let's actually go ahead. I think this would be the perfect location there for it, like so. And then we have perhaps a nice smaller park around it or something like that, right? If we have it like so, this is better. This just fits more into the general theme of this place there. And then I could also, for example, since this is a tourist area, of course, I could have another souvenir shop then right here for my people, and then some trees to separate this one from them. And then in the back we could have, yeah, something that looks a bit more beautiful, like for example a fountain. Fountain. This one.
Workforce transfer disrupted.
Once again my workforce transfer is disrupted. We need to look out for that as well.
Workforce shortage.
And then another smaller park, so people that actually can sit here can just also enjoy some trees. And what we now need to do is, well, we need to select a dish for the restaurant. We only have one at the moment available, the Archduke's Schnitzel. Let's have a look at that. And this one here is popular with locals. This homely dish may underwhelm with the casualness of its presentation, yet for tourists it may well be the first choice on the menu. Now let's just see what it does. It requires pigs, potatoes and tallow. Now pigs and tallows we have plenty of. Unfortunately, potatoes we don't have that much anymore. But I think we should still have the... No, we don't. Alright, we don't have potatoes yet. And it also has an effect on all the residents in the area, not only tourists, and that is some more happiness. And also it reduces the consumption of bread, fish and chocolate for people in the surrounding area. So let's choose this recipe. Now, what we really do need is potatoes. There is no potatoes here. I also don't have any schnapps distilleries on Crown Falls anymore. Getting potatoes here with the Docklands is possible because we have a lot of trade contracts available again. I might actually do this one, even though of course it's not ideal. I could have potato fields somewhere else, but let's just do it like that, and I think this will be plenty of potatoes that are coming in with that, right? So we will not need more than that just for that one restaurant. Let's just check this one. As we can see, it has a huge range, so all of these guys have reduced consumption and increased happiness then as well. How very nice. And another thing that I just realized is we also will need, of course, a warehouse. So I'm going to move now some of these houses there a bit further up. I'm going to move my school a bit further up because I think that school here... We need that school there. This one... Do we actually need the school there? I don't think so. Unfortunately, also the Docklands don't count as a warehouse. It would have just been perfect. So I do need to have a warehouse here in the back of this restaurant. It's fine though, as once upgraded they actually look pretty fine too, right here in the town center. And of course we should still have some separation there between the warehouse and the investor houses there, just to fill in the void. Perfect, there we have it now. All the resources should be coming in, then the raw materials, and our first restaurant is ready for serving schnitzel. Another very interesting thing is happening in Distant Forest. Now, of course, we do need Distant Forest for the jam then in just a second, the new product. But what I want to show here is that my champagne production is 0 at the moment. Reason for that is the plantations we have, right? But they don't work at all if they have no tractor barn right next to them. So there's the fuel coming in, and we don't have fuel, well, basically because the oil harbor burned down. And just because of that, the whole production is suffering. Oh, yes, also the workforce problem still persists for way too long now. Now we have the riots, and now the riots also affected the commute pier. What is going on in Leary? People should be happy. They are happy. +8 happiness. Perhaps they don't like their working conditions too much. Let's just check it. Do we have any problem here? Not really. It's only the sand. Let's get rid of the sand then. So people should be a bit happier. We have enough sand production anyway. Way too much than what we can actually need, or actually do need. right? So with the mobility boost here for both of my police stations, I hope that we can solve this crisis. Not having enough workforce is a huge problem for the whole world, really, and Leary is a very vital point of that. Now, while we wait for the workers to come in again, I would like to go ahead. As we know, we have the champagne production here, and this is actually, with the tractor barns, already enough for the whole city of Crown Falls, which is amazing to me. So if we boost this one over here as well, let's just do this one in blueprint mode. This will be enough for 2 Crown Falls, right? This will be enough forever. I will never need more than that. So here in the back, we can have our jam production now in Distant Forest. And we do have quite a lot of space here as well, so I could have a huge jam production in Distant Forest. We, by the way, also have, of course, Leary that has a lot of space that I could use then as well for that. But let's start here in Distant Forest. And there we have the orchard. It really just needs some farmers. There is no special fertility attached to it. It produces every 30 seconds, right? We do need, at the moment, jam-wise, 1 per minute. So really not that much. So already 1 orchard would be enough. However, I'm going to build a few more of them, just so that we are on the safe spot. And they can build like a lumberjack hut, basically, right? And with that, we do have a couple of them here, together with a warehouse then. Let's actually use paved roads here, so transportation times are minimal. And that's basically it. Let's build the warehouse, upgrade it right away, and then we can build... Well, let's build 3 for now. There you go. And they starting now to plant, and then they will produce us the jam. We can then once again also choose the jam here. So they are part of the new type that we have with the tourist, and then also with the skyscrapers. That is the multi-factory. So this is a factory that could produce several goods with just 1 building. And here we can now choose the jam. Later on, jerry wood or resin would be possible then as well. But it is jam for now. And then we only need a trade route that is going to deliver that. And perhaps we even have a ship that has still some space available. I think the champagne would be possible. So this one, it's not going to be that much champagne ever. Razor clam. So you're also now delivering then the jam from Distant Forest to Crown Falls. And this will be plenty for the few tourists that we already have in town. So far so good. A new production chain is coming up. More tourists will move in with that. And we see each other again in the next episode. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back to the beautiful fields of Orchard Town. Well, of course, in our city, Distant Forest, our island, where we have our beautiful orchards now, and they're all fully producing finally. And the tourist is pleased with their visit. Alright, the first tourists also are pretty happy. We also get some nice things there for red pepper, potato farm, cherry and hops farms. Productivity minus 10%, but attractiveness plus 10. Oh, very interesting. Now the jam is coming in. The jam will then be delivered over to Crown Falls, to our greedy tourists. But of course they pay for it, so they should be... Yeah, well, they should actually be wanting that. Let's stop the jam for now, because I would like to once again, as always, save some up of that. We do have a bit of work to do in this district here right now. There is the restaurant that is working now. We have lots of investors here, and at a closer look, they're not too happy with their situation right now. They do like a members club, and that I would provide. Now, how can we do that? First of all, we do have a marketplace here that doesn't really serve a purpose anymore, except that I think these guys here still want that, but we should be able to upgrade them. So let's go ahead and have a few more upgrades in this area. And these guys here, they don't have the marketplace anymore anyway, so let's get rid of that. However, I'm not going to place the member club in here. That would not be central enough. I think this is a better location over there. What I can, however, do is I can move these investors then over right into this area, and then we have a full block available where we can then have our member club. So right here beside the university, this actually fits. I mean, why not? Let's build it in a nice color there, perhaps. So black, why not? This time it is black, and this should make those investors way more happy. They were at +6, and as we can see, it's going up now. Double digits there, I hope, at least. Not quite right, unfortunately, but at least it's a bit, right? They should be happy there too. Now with my tourists, we can continue actually. We do have some more options here, like inventing some new recipes. We also need to build a zoo now. That is our big quest here, and I was waiting for that to build the zoo. We also have haven't unlocked anything else here. All right, nothing I can really do about that. And the tourists up here, as we can see, we get 250 at the moment. And they should be golden, and at least until they have their jam there as well. And then there's the zoo. Next up would be the cafe already. Alright, so once the jam comes in, I think we can boost them a bit. We do need to build a second restaurant though to fulfill their demand completely. And the second restaurant should be once again closer to, well, a bus station. We have a school over there that I don't really want anymore in this area. We could move the school to some other location. Over here for now perhaps, but we have lots of schools together there. Then we might actually push it up there. I think those people don't have a school yet. They don't. And they do need one though. So I think in this area a school should do just fine. Let's move the school up there. There you go. And then we have more space here once again for another restaurant. So those people should be happy. Oh yes, and once again, do we have a warehouse close by? I hate it. I hate that we need a warehouse for the restaurants, really. Because it really, you need to plaster a lot of warehouses in your town then with that. Alright, let's go ahead and do it like that for now. It already has a fountain close by, and it has this bus station here close by too. So it should be satisfied with the transportation. Of course, it's going with the Archduke's Schnitzel once more. I think though this time it can reach something, because there is a cart going out. So I don't see really where it's going. Nah, the cart is still waiting once again. This warehouse there is reachable. It's close to the industrial zone, so it makes sense to have a warehouse here. And yeah, it's getting the resources from. Another one has been fulfilled, and I hope this will then push up the restaurant need that is actually pretty low at the moment. Now, another thing is the jam coming in now? Very good. The first 22 tons of jam are in, so let's also unlock the jam for the tourists. These guys here don't have a restaurant yet, but that's going to, solve itself pretty soon. And I think over here we also have a theater that would probably like to have a bus station. It's looking a bit desperate there. Let's go ahead and add a bus station to that. I hope that we can kind of like use it somewhere. What a puzzle. Right here by the entrance we can have the next bus station then. And just for decoration, let's have some cherry tree behind it. So it's not symmetrical then anymore, the two fountains in the back of the theater, but that is fine because who needs symmetry everywhere? And at least the theater is fulfilled now, and this should push it up there once more. Perfect. Also, the restaurant is being pushed up, and also the jam is now full there. We do have almost 500 tourists now, so the cafe would be the next unlock. And once again, Bente wants this island really desperately, but we have battleships close by, so no big deal. Oh my goodness, more riots again in Larsen this time, but it is looking rather fine. Oh, an engineer workforce is low. That is actually fitting because the workforce is being shared again. So what we can do, first of all, upgrade a few more farmers in Leary to get us more workers in. Let's go ahead and do this. It's all connected. We need to do this here at the very basic foundation. That is the workers. And that allows us to upgrade more workers now to artisans. Otherwise, we don't have enough artisans anymore, even though artisan workforce is still fine as is. But I would like to have artisans here now, right next to the hotel, right? Otherwise, I don't want to have workers close by here. Those buildings look fine, but they don't look fine close to a hotel. I think artisan residences make a bit more sense in this area. There you go. I've upgraded a bit too much. So once again, I will need to upgrade more farmers. There you go. Perfect. And then I have 6,000 artisans ready for the upgrade. And look at that. This whole district here we could upgrade at once if we want to. I think down here we still had a few artisans like this one there. There we have a couple of workers that I should upgrade. There we have still one artisan. Perfect. And then I think it is this one here. Yep.
Is it wrong to want?
There you go. We have lots of artisans. Let's go ahead and have all of them here upgraded. So once again, step by step. This was 2,000 artisans that we lost now.
This isn't who I am.
Bente. It's exactly who you are because you're doing it all the time. Down here, really, right at the end of the world. GE is sending a ship to attack us. I don't believe that. What I can believe though is that we can build a few more battleships. Let's go ahead and have 2 more, costing me the rest of my influence that we have. But I can now with this get us at least 1 battleship ship down here that is going to scare her away. I hope so, at least. That snake. And we can go ahead and upgrade us a few more artisans here. There you go. Looking much better overall as the city is growing. Another thing, of course, is, well, ornaments. We do have quite a lot of ornaments here available. Empty space. For these spots there, I would like to use the white one, though. The white cherry trees. There we have them. I think that just looks fantastic. Right in here. Very friendly and bright. And we also have some more fountains that we need to place in these areas. And I could then also have some more. Where's my elm trees there? These corners there. Perfect. Now, of course, 3 hotels will not do it for the next tiers that we have here, like the cafe, like the bar that we need, the shampoo. I do need another one. And of course, we're not doing this just out of pure fun, these tourists here. I mean, they're needy people, right? They want a lot of stuff. We're doing it, of course, for the monument, the Iron Tower that is awaiting us at the end of it, that I want to have in the center of my city. So for that, I do need more tourists. Where should I place them? I think it's now time for the first double hotel placement. I know I've said I don't want to place them too much or too close together, too many of them, but 2 of them together is actually looking fine. The only question is, where should we have them? Now, we still lack a museum beside the zoo, of course, in the botanical gardens, and this is a good location for it, I think, because it's a busy area. It's rather, well, close to the center and stuff like that. And at the moment, we have space here. Well, not really. We have lots of these buildings here, but yeah, that's what we have Leary for, where, by the way, also the siege is over once more. So my battleship was successful here, my heavy warship, and I can continue in Leary, though I need to continue in Leary with building us a few more blocks of houses here once more. So we also have another marketplace for that, and then we can squeeze in those houses once more, lots of them. Oh, by the way, here I should also have, of course, a pub in this area, and it's just fine how many building resources we really have for Leary. That makes it really easy of just building more and more houses. By the way, it doesn't mean that we only need to build in Leary. We still have some room up here as well. This is not going to be a farmer area or something like that, of course. But what we can do here is we can have some more houses as it leads up to this whole area where we're probably going to have a zoo or a, well, not botanical garden, but the amusement park or something like that. Something cool looking, definitely. Let's go ahead and have some more houses here then. But not so high density anymore, because we still might want to add then something here. The trains are definitely ending then in this area. So I will now have the power plant here, right? So we can really squeeze it into this area, kind of like, if I could build it, of course. Look at that. It's not working. What is going on? Very strange indeed. This should be working now. So that's where the road is ending, right? This main road that we have there. Going then right into that power station later on, and that also means that we can have more houses then in this area still. Another thing that I would like to change here is the layout of the tracks. We don't need double tracks all the way up there into this whole area there, right? One track would be fine, and we could then have a nice big avenue that is this one here that is already going from over there, right? Going then into this area and then over to the zoo. That makes a bit more sense to me, and for that we, however, still need one more track, and that's this one, right? So it's kind of like merging here together with the other one anyway. I mean, actually, even that is not necessary, because they can change here if they want to. That is totally fine already as is. Let's move this one over, and then we have this single track going along the street here all the way to there, right? And here we have the power station, and everything else would be totally a total waste, really. There we have the power station for this whole district, and then we can actually get rid of the power station up there and just have a big avenue there. Let's do this. There we have it. Perfect. And then this street here goes now into that area. And then we continue just with this huge one. of course, with the occasional crossings that we need to have as well. And of course, perhaps a one separation here between the tracks and the street, and that would be another free street that goes all the way up there. And here, well, here we just really need to connect now those street parts here to finish this one. That's that. And here we can still have some more trees. That is much better now, because that track is going to the power station then. That is, by the way, going to have some trees around it then too. So we have then power for this whole district, and then we continue all the way up here, where it then culminates kind of like into the zoo that we're going to have here then. It's probably going to be the zoo, I guess, right? So there's the main entrance then. Much better looking already. With all the additional farmers and workers, we can now get rid of this whole block there of farmers. So let's just do this one. Unfortunately, so there's not really a big progress there right now. I would also like to get rid of all of these workers here, as we no longer need them, and those workers here as well. These guys I will upgrade as well as we can. I hope we can. Not all of them, unfortunately. There's still a school missing, and we should actually be doing this one now. There's actually the school, but it's not really reaching them in a very good manner there, in a very efficient manner. Perhaps with some paving we could change that. I have my doubts. That will probably need to build us another church, another school than here. Let's get rid of these roads there. This whole system we don't need anymore. So this is basically the museum. Actually, we can move, of course, the school down there because it's no longer needed with the investors. Let's also get rid of that. And then we have the marketplace and the pub here basically at the very end of this whole thing. And then we have the space. We could also have the scholars here, I guess. It would work. That's a lot of space, and we do need space for the scholars as well, right? Plus, this very busy area just fits to scholars overall. Which brings me now to my hotel project once more. I actually want to have a double hotel one, and right also somewhere in the center. And I think this is a very good location over here, just where the riverlands begin, also where there's going to be the palace, and right close to the town center and central station. Then later, there is a nice location for it. We do already have space for another hotel here if we want to, and I think this is a good location. So this is going to be a whole cluster of hotels. For that, we'll also need to remove now these houses here, right, as they are a bit in the way for what I have in mind. So let's just go ahead and have some more blocks then of houses there. There's still a worker, really. Let's get rid of him. No one needs that worker there. After all, the poor worker. And those guys here I will unfortunately also need to move. But that's going to be fine for now. There you go. Space we have. There's a fire station here that we also don't really need. Let's just move our investors over to that location. Very good. This is just fitting in very nicely here. We can then have some more roads here once again that goes through the hotels. We might also have something else then once they stand. The only thing we now need is a bus stop. I will have the bus stop here somewhere. It's actually fitting in nicely because here I would like to have then the cafe and the bar and stuff like that is going to be unlocked with those guys. So they have now their bus station right here. Also really cool, close to the sanatorium that we have, which is already a pretty impressive building, I think. And it's just a beautiful location really of having something like that in addition. There's a fire station here. They don't really fit in anymore, so I will need to move this one. But let's build the hotels first. There you go, another double project really, or another two hotels there close together. Having the hospital also very good, and this should really bump us now above 550 and even hopefully 800. That's going to be difficult. Look at how many tourists we are really going to need after a while. Very good. The fur coats have been unlocked now at least, so that's making them a bit happier there once more. And the cafe has been unlocked finally. It's another very cool looking, or well, a building with charm, let's say it like that. We could have all of that together here in a nice area, right, where it's just fitting together. There's the cafe, then right beside the river. I think that's a nice touch that we have over there. And behind it then we have also a restaurant for the people, of course, also of the sanatorium that can take their meals and stuff like that just over here. And then we can actually leave the rest green and decorate it a bit with some smaller kiosks, perhaps with some trees that we want to have in the area. There we could have a cherry tree. There we could have a cherry tree just to really mix it up there a bit. And here perhaps for those people some street maps. So they know where they are.
An explosion in one of your factories.
Perfect. Let's build all of that. The restaurant, once again, is going to take the Archduke Schnitzel. For now, well, later on we can take more of that. And the cafe, well, the cafe is probably also going to be one only. And then as we can see, lots of options really. The donut foray we have, let's just have a look at that, is a sum of several scarcely distinguishable solid donut strains. Rarely does the absence of nothing cause such controversy as with a donut without a hole. Yet, when that center is richly jammy, what fool could possibly contain? Oh, that is a nice description. We have everything for this. We have the tallow, we have the flour, and we have the jam already coming in. The effect is +3 happiness for my people, and also -10% consumption for coffee, chocolate, and schnapps. Alright, schnapps is not. But coffee, that's a pretty cool thing. And once again, chocolate, together with the restaurant that is already reducing the need for chocolate, that is a nice addition to the whole thing. Now, of course, once more, we do need to have a warehouse. We could have this one a bit hidden than over there, perhaps. So those two can reach it. We could probably also have it hidden somewhere here. Can they reach that? They could theoretically reach this location there. Well, no, they can for some reasons. As the green dot shows, it can't reach the warehouse. It's not the red circle that counts here. The red circle is actually for the people that are affected by the bonuses then. The green area, the green display is where they can go. Now, the cool thing is we have a marketplace in the pub here that we no longer need, right? So once again, something to clean up. And with that, we can have then the warehouse there. And this is something they can reach, so off they go now on their adventure. I've moved the buildings to over here in the meantime, so we do have just a bit more space now that we can then use as well. So this one, a nice little location for these. I'm going to keep the trees here that look natural, close to the river, and it's just a nice location really to enjoy the day there. Meanwhile, I can upgrade these farmers that we have up there. I'm going to upgrade all of them, even though it's going to make my farmers a bit red there. That was to be expected. We can still, however, get us a few more farmers right in Crown Falls. So up here, where I left this area untouched for quite some time, I can continue with a few more houses if I want. Right, we should have the marketplace. Hold on a second, we don't have a marketplace anywhere here close by. There's a pub. There's the marketplace. We do need another one here in this area for sure. There you go. And then we can have some more farmers living right here. Of course, later on, they're going to be much more than that. Oh, and we've also unlocked now with the right amount of tourists coming in the monumental project, the Iron Tower. That is unlockable now, that is buildable now, the foundation of it. Of course, we cannot finish it so far as we still need to do a lot of these demands that those guys have. The shampoo at least has been unlocked. This is going to be a bit tricky in production. Otherwise, as we can see, yep, cafe is also now ready for the taking. So this one is now finally working. All of those guys. And docklands have also been unlocked now, increasing the happiness of my tourists there just a tiny bit. And we do have... How many tourists do we really have? 1040 we have at the moment, so that is something at least. As we can see for the bar, it's 1500, so that's still a bit further away. And in order to finish the Iron Tower, we do need 4000 in total. That's still a long way off. I'm not focusing on the tourists anymore too much now, as we really should dig for Africa. But side by side, we're building a hotel here, a hotel there, and well, gradually we finish the requirements then for that as well. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to Crown Falls, to the center of our city here, where we have the cute little Christmas market. Boy, Christmas time it is snowy outside, it is Jingle Bell time, and well, we are not really focusing here on this point here on Christmas at the moment. We just enjoy the Christmas market in the center. We actually have quite different things to do, and one of them is very important. That is for my tourists that are greedy and needy as ever, and they want a shampoo now as well on top of everything else, right? A shampoo would be the next basic need, and we do need to fulfill that if we want to unlock the bar, and later on then also the big monuments, the Iron Tower that we have unlocked but not the final stage yet. So shampoo it is, and shampoo will also introduce us to the next multi-factory that we are going to have. There it is, the chemical plant that is producing the shampoo, also the lemonade souvenir and lacquer that we need later on as well. So the next one, we're probably going to need a few of them, so we should also already assign an area where we are going to have the multi-factories. Now, the multi-factor district should be somewhere here, because we already have the multi-factories here, the assembly line, right, that is producing us the elevators, but also biscuits and typewriters along the way. The next step would be then the chemical plant, and this we are going to need also for lots of products. So let's go ahead. It's also improved by electricity, and we already have electricity in this area. All the way, well, actually, right, all the way up to this point there. This is all definitely also electrified now. Perfect. So this whole area we can use for it. We do, however, still have the fur dealers here, right? And lots of them are still in blueprint mode. I'm not going to need that many. First of all, we are completely capped on fur code, and we should be having a pretty big production. Look at that, only 20 are working right now out of the 46 that we have, and we have, or the production, the potential, and we are still positive on that. So we really don't need that many of them, and we can also move them away. And I think rather more remote location is the better choice. Over here, it's also electrified, by the way, but I don't want to have my multi-factories here at the moment. In fact, I'm going to do something radical. We are going to completely get rid of the fur dealers on Crown Falls. I'm not moving them simply, but I'm moving them over to Leary, another island that we have. Why? Basically because I don't want to plaster Crown Falls with too many factories, and I think the diversity is better than having everything concentrated on Crown Falls. And here we do have some nice locations for that already. We have the lumber production here. We have our schnapps production here with lots of potential still. That is locked, and we can have another smaller industry sector in Leary than just in this tiny corner, right? We have lots of building materials, really. We could also have it here, so we already have some basic layouts here that we have, right? So these blocks that we can use then, and I don't need that space for too much else. Plus we have the fur abundance in Leary, which is going to help us out a lot in this case here. So let's go ahead and have the fur dealers in Leary. I think we actually make it here because it makes a bit more sense to me to have that production over there. It's closer to Leary, and from a realism point of view, it just makes sense to have them closer to the city than further away, right? I don't want to plaster Leary though too much with fur dealers. Let's go ahead and have, we're going to need quite a lot of them, I think. So I'm going with 12 for now, and we could actually squeeze in some more here. Let's do this. Right, we have the warehouses. We can have another warehouse here and another here, since it's actually quite a lot of factories. We do need to do two things though. We have the cotton fabric that is getting from Tristão to Crown Falls at the moment, and we are just going to change Crown Falls here with Leary, right, where we unload all the cotton, and boom, that's it really for the cotton. They can already work on that. So another, or actually a trade route rerouted, and then we have the other trade route that is delivering the fur, right? And this one will also now, instead of Crown Falls, go directly to Leary from Western Frontier, where it's unloading all the fur. So this is the raw materials getting over here, so nothing else really changed. We could use the additional fur abundance that we have here, of course, for these productions there, of course. Now I can actually really go ahead and do this right away, right? So we do have, how many do we have in Crown Falls? 14. That's quite a lot, and plus also don't forget they are boosted by electricity, right? So if I have these 14 here now, it's not going to be the same amount of production, but it's at least, it's definitely going to be sufficient, I think. We can build all of them at once. Let's go ahead and do this. Holy cow, and we're not even having any workforce problem with that. Let's upgrade our warehouses for that as well. And they should be having now everything they need rather soon, right, once the cotton comes in. And I can now also at the same time get rid of these guys here. Feeling good a bit there. Lots of space coming up again. Wait a second, this one here, And this one we make paved road now. As always. There you go. And then we just have the warehouses then somewhere here. And lots of space now for some juicy multi-factories. And look at that. The space and the electrification that we have in this area. There we have shampoo. And we have the chemical plant. Of course, they are quite big, right? I think we could even squeeze in one more here. Let's try this one. In fact, I can squeeze in 8 of these multi-factories, these chemical plants. That's quite amazing because we are needing them really for a lot of products. Perfect. There we have them. And most of them should be getting electricity, right? Those guys here at least. This one, this one. This one unfortunately doesn't. Alright, there is the problem here. So I might need to cut it off here. And have another road going up so that perfect. These are now also having electricity. The only one that doesn't have it is this factory there. But well, what can you do about it? They don't need it. They are only improved by it, right? So it's fine. It's going to be absolutely fine in this case here. Let's go ahead. We already have a warehouse. I'm going to need to upgrade this one. Let's build us the first 2. Actually, not to build them yet. We actually missed some resources at first. They produce 1 every 30 seconds, so 2 and 4 if they are improved by electricity. That's a lot of shampoo, really. 4 we could potentially have with 1, and we only need 1 per minute at the moment. So 1 multi-factory is totally fine. It requires coconut oil and cinnamon. And this is something we only get in the New World, and I, well, do have an island available. That is Vega over here. That has lots of space, really. We have the coffee over there, we have the cocoa and for the chocolate, and then we have lots of space in between that we don't really need at the moment. So my next production chain is already coming together. A lot of space here. This would work out. I would like to use this peninsula there that we have for now. Let's get us another bridge, right? Oh, these bridges, so expensive. And some more roads in between. And let's just have a look at that. There we have the cinnamon. So this is one of the orchards once again. And then we have the coconut oil. Both of them can actually produce other things as well, right? Not only cinnamon and coconut, but citrus and camphor wax. Stuff that we're going to need down the road as well. They produce every 30 seconds. So one of them is already enough for 1 multi-factory. So we're going ahead with 2 of them for each type for now. But of course, we should plan ahead for the future. So I'm going with a potential 4 that we should be able to squeeze in into these areas. This one should work here as well. Wait a second. Let's actually move this one a bit further up here. And this one a bit further down here. And then we should be able to have another one. Perfect. And another one here. It's tricky. 97% is really fine. It's fine. And we are going to take it like that. All of them have the road connection. And that's basically it. And then we got the first one for the 4. And then I will definitely need another one up here now as well. Where I can use the cinnamon then. So we have the 100% here. That's easy. And then probably further outside. And 1 here in the center more or less. Working out fine. All of them get their 100%. Even though this one here is a bit far away perhaps from the warehouse. It should still be fine though. Hugo, yes, you're still trying to take that over. He's never going to stop. And speaking about that, diplomacy-wise, we already have another war declaration again with Princess Jing. Let's go ahead and make this one a peace again. For now, actually, she accepts every time since we are now stronger than her. For now, right? Benta, of course, nowhere in sight that she would like to be on happy terms with us. I mean, we are at reputation 5 now. That's the highest it's ever been, I think. Perhaps we actually have a chance there still. Now, I do have one problem, and that is I'm out of influence and I don't have any available cargo ships anymore. I've invested so much into my battleship fleet that for now I cannot build any more cargo ships until I well, upgrade a few more investors. That's not going to happen for now though. So what I'm going to use is, yep, we can finally use one of our airships on that. So Skipjack is on the way now up here to Vega. It has 4 cargo slots. That should be fine. And it is a very fast transportation, right? So it should be fine and getting back and forth here faster than a cargo ship. Let's go ahead. We have the timber, we have the workforce. I would like to go ahead with all 4 of them for each one of these. I think, oh, that's the coconut oil, and then we have the cinnamon, so it should actually take this one right from start. And those guys here as well. 4 of them. Coconut, 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 and then we have the cinnamons over there, right? And then I only need a new trade route. And this one is getting from Vega to Crown Falls right away, and it's transporting cinnamon as much as possible, and then also the coconut oil. I really hope that this is going to be enough. And the airship that is already waiting, Skipjack, there it is going to transport that now back and forth. We probably should make this one so it's waiting in Vega, right? And I don't think that it is. Yep, that's a pretty cool thing. It's not consuming it's not blocking a loading ramp that we have in the harbor area. It's rather just docking here on top of the warehouse, and it's just waiting here now basically for quite some time, really, to get the resources in. We are producing them rather quickly though once it's finished. And yes, there's no trees yet, so as we can see, it needs to start and grow first before we can use it. Now back in Crown Falls, I would like to start with my next monument in the meantime, and I have another location, and that's this one here. And you might be asking, what kind of monument do we want to squeeze in here? Well, let me just show you that in a second. First of all, we're going to move some of these engineer buildings to other locations. We can actually squeeze them in over there, I think, as good as possible, and perhaps also here. Yeah, even though that's not looking so great. Let's just squeeze them in here beside the school. The school we theoretically don't really need. We can also upgrade those guys here. Perfect. And those guys. And those guys. And these guys. Perfect. Just for that, so that we don't need that school here anymore. Right, let's get rid of that. We can actually get rid of this artisan house. And let's just get us those artisans. Those engineers. We need to get rid of all of the ornaments here and the marketplace that we also don't need in this area once again. And now I would like to place the embassy in here. So this is a building that we haven't had yet, not in this playthrough, and it is actually unlocking also the AI shipyard then that we could use to implement new AI opponents into the game if we want to. And I think it's a nice location because it's a very small monument and a very unintrusive one. So the embassy usually is a quiet building, and it should stay like that. Plus, having it below the hotel is also a nice touch. Those tourists can see a nice building right in front of the doorsteps. Let's go ahead and build us the embassy right here, or for ornaments and stuff like that. We're going to work on it once it's finished. We do need a warehouse close by for now, for the construction only. Let's go ahead and get cracking on this. I think for the foundation we do need 500 farmers, and we don't have that. We need reinforced concrete bricks and 10 minutes of our time. Let's start this one. And as we can see, farmer workforce is really suffering because of that. So I will need to work on my farmer population there once more. And that is where Leary comes into play once again as well. We still want to expand that city just a tiny bit, right? Over here we could have something that is, well, close to the river. So I would like to continue with the city expansion on the other side of the city. Somewhere over here then we could have a marketplace, right? And then we just continue with some more houses. And there we already have a new district coming out of nowhere, it seems. Also lots of ornaments, of course, that we should finish there as well. And some fountains over here as well. Just beside the river, really. And I gotta say, I'm going to like Leary, I think, with all those rivers and bridges that we can also have then over the rivers. Let's do this one here as well. And yeah, well, hopefully my workforce, or my farmer workforce, is recovering as it should be. We can, of course, still add us a few more people here if I want to. So let's go ahead and do this like that, and then also another single row only here. And I think this road here is actually absolutely not needed, so let's get rid of that as well. Now, while the farmer workforce is recovering and the cinnamon and coconut oil coming in soon, we can actually now finish our African expedition if we want to. And of course, we want to go to Africa finally. Let's just go through the last events that we have of this expedition here. So there's a fire on board, more or less, and there's also a pirate that is attacking us, and we should hopefully be able to bribe him. Let's just try this one. I definitely don't want to use. Alright, there's no chance, really, so we need to refuse the bribe. We don't have any special items there or something like that. But we have lots of crafting materials that we can use. And we also found Biniam now in these expeditions here that should help us, hopefully. And with that, we are finally coming to Africa.
Yanihoi, Kitema. May I introduce my benefactor, a renowned city planner from the distant north.
Such noble hearts are ever welcome in Enbesa. So, you heard I was seeking for talent such as yours to expand our new capital.
Our meeting was serendipity alone, my emperor.
Then the Lord truly smiles on you. There is opportunity here to be part of a tale greater than all of us. So far, I have neglected this arid province of the Empire, seat of the kings of old. But from the dust, a garden will bloom anew. Many lives of kings has it been since last Enbesa was so united, frail as that legacy may hold. Some would see us divided, each to their own purpose. They are blind to the greater threat. Hungry eyes turning south towards us. In unison and with pride, we will return their stares.
So must all stand to defend their share.
And so to you, I would entrust the raising of Taborim, our new capital, on these lands. May it grow to unite all Enbesa under one covenant. Young Binyam will help you settle, share his plan for the canals. Taborim may soon shine like a jewel of peace on the girdle of this great nation.
Alrighty, and there we are now, finally, with our ship. We still have some building materials, even though I know some of them we don't actually need. Wants to accompany me, so for those of you who haven't been to Enbesa yet, there is this Emperor Kedima, and he basically wants to unite all the tribes of Enbesa. There's 3 of them, and then we have the whole problem with our queen that also wants to take part of it and wants to get it into the royal empire, of course, of the queen. This is going to be tricky. We're not following the storyline too closely anymore this time. We still have to do some quests here and there, of course, but focus is on building and surviving as we can see. There's already some opponents in Enbesa, and hello Bente, oh my goodness, you snake. She is here once more. She's already here before us, so this is also different than to the Arctic. The Arctic, the AI only settles once you finish the main story, and this time around they settle already right from the beginning. Oh, we are under attack as well. She already knows that we're here and she's sending ships over. I do need to get to Katima, who is over here, and I think my ship will probably nope. Nope, will not get there on time. Okay, I'm glad that I didn't put too many valuable items on board. It seems like Africa... Oh, holy cow! What is happening? She's got her whole fleet over here, it seems like that. My ship, of course, has no chance, really. It's getting slower and slower. And we're not even going to reach Katima, unfortunately. We also found Kidusi over there, one of the tribes. And that's the end of my cargo ship. Alright, we do need to prepare a bit more for that. And yeah, I'm happy that we built, or we finished quite a lot of battleships, right? So we have 5 battleships in the region here. I'm going to send those 2 now to Enbesa. But we're going to need some building materials, and this is where I'm going to take a cargo ship with us. We could, of course, also take an airship, right? It's immune. That's actually a pretty good idea. Let's send the airship over there. And to do the quests, right? Let's get this one over to... Actually, I'm going to take some bricks with me because I know we're going to need timber. We don't need timber, but we do need bricks for Enbesa then. And some steel beams there. And probably some weapons too, just to fortify that island then. Now let's get over. And this one is immune to any airship, to any ship damage. I'm still going to send over my battleships because normal ships need to traverse over there as well. This one is really just to open up the main quest. Meanwhile, the embassy has finished its first foundation. Perfect. Let's finish the face. There it is. And as I can see, it's actually looking into the wrong direction, so we need to move it around like so. I think this is the proper one. It might actually be the same on both sides. Let's start the next one. We need 500 workers this time. Reinforced concrete once more. 300 of that. That's a lot. Bricks and steel beams. Let's start the phase. 300 reinforced concrete. I only have 900 tons, and we're going to need them for the skyscrapers too. Where is my reinforced concrete production? I think it was down here by the harbor area, right? There it is. It is fully working though, right? Yes, it is. And it should be getting electricity, is it not? No, we don't have any power plant down here yet. But we do have gas, right? We have lots of gas. It is stable for now. I can't build any more gas power plants though. To the drums of my cannons, the airship Skipjack finally departs in vigor, fully staffed now with coconut oil and with cinnamon. How very good. And at the same time, the other airship already arrived in Enbesa. So that is how quick it is, right? Over here it is now. And let's get over to Katima. That we should be having somewhere here, right? And it should be safe. But look at how fast it was, right? Just between the zones, there wasn't really more than 2 or 3 minutes. I did not cut away too much there. I love my airships there. We're probably going to need a few more down the road. Let's get to Kentiva and then finally start building a Tabarim in Enbesa. And with that, unlocking the scholars for Crown Falls. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, welcome back to Enbesa where we left off in the last episode. Look at that, she actually has more than just a few battlecruisers and monitors. She has battleships in Enbesa waiting for us, and she settled on a lot of islands, what I can see right now. I think most of the islands in Enbesa are now taken. We have, yeah, both of these are Bente. My airship though is completely ignoring all of these ships, of course, and is just continuing on its journey to Kitima. But, and that is the huge but, we will need to stop my battleships from advancing to Enbesa, so they're going to wait here, because those two are not going to be enough, right? We're going to need more than just that. We do have Minerva that is already waiting here, but I'm going to send like 4 battleships over to Enbesa. So those 4 here, let's group them together and get together to Enbesa over there. It's still going to be tricky, right? We have only 1 more battleship than Poseidon in Crown Falls. I will definitely need a few more of them if I want to be safe. But 4 of them should be fine for now. Oh god, we are going to see some battles over there, I think. Now, my airship actually arrived at Kitima, and he offers me now a free trading post on the far side of his island. So over there it is, and here we can start now our African colony, our Enbesan colony, as I should say it. Call it. We also get the first Wansa timber coming in. So Wansa timber is the most important thing that we have here. It's basically our building resource. And yeah, we can now follow along the quest line here, the main quest line that we need to follow along in order to reach these scholars and in order to reach the monuments that we're going to need as well later on, and the new products, of course. And at the very end, of course, also an artifact for our museum. Once again, let's have us a main road. No trains are needed though, so one of these 3-tile main roads will be completely fine, right? Which is going all the way up here. And then probably we're going to have something in this area, but I have no idea yet what I would like to have then here. And then we have the main road continuing over here, so we're going to have a crossing or crossroad then just here in the center of Tabarim, as this one is called, and we're going to keep that name. Let's get rid of these there again. I do have some steel beams there, also some weapons. I don't think we can build weapons yet. No, we cannot build that yet. So Tabarim is rather undefended, as it seems. Holy cow, I'm a bit scared of Bente's fleet there. She's got... Oh! She has even more ships now coming in. Heavy warships are entering. What is going on in Enbesa? I have no idea. I'm a bit scared there of her, well, sneakiness. Now, what I will need is, I need to start also my first production, the Wansa woodcutter that we have. I just love that name, by the way, Wansa. And we're going to have these woodcutters on the far end of this whole island over here. So there is our first warehouse then as well in this region. And we don't need a sawmill or anything like that, right? We just need the woodcutters really, and they produce the timber already. So let's go ahead and have us a few here. There we can squeeze in another 100%, and here we can also have one. 3 of them should be fine for now. And then I can actually start also with my city, and that's something we're going to do here. Let's make it a double road. After all, we do need a road here. And this one. I don't think we need a harbor area, really. We have some beach over there. and some beach over there, right, for future productions then. That's looking a bit better. Bent is already circling around Tabarim there. I don't think that she's going to attack the island itself because it's part of the main quest, right? So I don't think she can take this one over, but she's definitely going to be a beast here. Oh, okay. I'm not going to send over 4 battleships because that is not going to be enough. Are you actually serious? What is going on? Africa is lost for us already. I'm going to use only airships for now because they're safe at least for Tabarim and for our first trade routes that we're going to need here. I'm not going to send in over any ships, right? These ships here are going to wait now in the area for now. Let's send them over here to the harbor of Distant Forest to repair them a bit. And that's the end of it for now, really. We are also negative on influence. That's because we got Tabarim Island. So I'm going to upgrade a few more people now. There we have our next engineers that we can upgrade right away. So at least a bit of positivity there. The problem is, though, I do need to keep some engineers for the engineer skyscrapers, right? I can't just upgrade every single engineer to investors. So I do need to keep a few of them available here. So those guys there, for example. And then also perhaps some more here. That we're going to need, or here in this area that we still have some engineers as well, because we do need them as well for the monument then later on. Now the blueprint mode is already out. We have now our first building here, the marketplace right in the center, and of course the marketplace needs some houses around it, so that also people go there and purchase things. Those are the shepherds now, our first tier of people that we have, the content shepherds at the moment. Age of cultivation is starting in Tabarim. The marketplace it is, the goat milk, finery and dried meat would be our products that we're going to need them pretty soon. Let's go ahead. I'm probably going to build us a few more here. By the way, here I think we're going to have then we're going to need a service building there as well. Once a woodcutter it is, and also the shepherd offers some guidance now for building it. But once a timber, of course, that we know of already. So let's go ahead and have some 3 woodcutters here in this area. They, of course, need to plant trees first. And then also the next goal right away would be the 80% goat milk that we need as well. Once the timber is also being sold at Katima's harbor. And Tabarim is actually under attack. Alright, I think she actually is taking it over. Oh my goodness. How should I battle such a fleet? And what is happening with Tabarim now? She actually has taken it over. I don't believe it. Look at that fleet. And we're totally down. Alright, this is going to be more difficult than I thought it would be. Why is she able to take it over? Very, very, very interesting. I need more ships. I need way more ships. Let's go ahead. I did not expect her to be that strong again. Alright, we can build another battleship. I will now need to gather my whole battle fleet, I think. We have 5 battleships here. We have... How many do we have in the New World? Only 1 though. Not great. In the Arctic we have quite a few, I think. Yep, 3. So I probably will take 1 from the Arctic that we have over there. And I'm going to send this one over as well, so that we go with 6 to 7 battleships into Enbesa. Now this is the first time that this happens, and I hope we didn't break any of the main quests now in Tabarim, because we just basically lost the whole island. Look at that size of the ships here. I think she didn't really take it lightly that we took over every island in the Arctic, and that is her revenge or some kind. She's definitely going to rush to our ships once they arrive in the region. So only with a full force of ships I can try this one. And the problem is, some of these battleships are veterans and are very, very strong. That's going to be a serious problem here. I could, of course, continue purchasing on my Wanza timber. Let's go ahead and do this one. 100 tons. I hope I don't need any steel beams. With my airship, though, I can start scouting the area, right? Because it's pretty safe here. So I'm just going to send it around Enbesa now for a bit of time. Perhaps we find a better location, but I think we are going to need this island here for the main quest. Otherwise, I cannot progress, and we need that one. I need to conquer it back. She's hopefully not building up a big defense here now. Alright, there's some more ships here, but we should be safe. And in New World, I have to keep my battleship. We need more influence. It's the only way of increasing my size, my ship size. And for that, well, we need to upgrade more engineers. Let's go ahead. These guys here, 27. I think with that, we can afford the next battleship. Yep. So 2 more battleships are coming out now. Meanwhile, we have finished the steel structure construction of the embassy. Let's finish this phase as well. And where are we going now to the last one? Look at that beautiful building here. Embassy is coming along, another major landmark that we have then. Now we need 500 artisans, copper, timber, and windows. We have all of that. Perfect. 20 minutes of our time as well. The workforce we get back in again, and my bricks hopefully recover now because we consumed a lot of bricks for the embassy now. Also, what's happening is coconut oil and cinnamon is finally in. So in Crown Falls, we can now start with our chemical plant. The first one, let's build it here. There you go. For the shampoo, it's going to need soap, cinnamon, and coconut oil, and it produces shampoo with that. It is being boosted, so it should be totally fine. It will produce 4 shampoo per minute. And with that, we only need this one here. Prince Caleb is outraged by my deceitful attack. What are you talking about? I'm not attacking you at all. I think I'm just floating by, and look at that. Alright, we see a bit more now in Enbesa what's happening. Every island has been taken. Every island. Princess Jing has something down here. I guess we could take it over with share purchasing once more, but I'd rather take it by force this time. And she's of course cut harbor defenses everywhere. I have no idea how she gets the influence for that. Fatima encourages me to be peaceful. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be that. We can't afford to be peaceful here. Alright, and down here we also have another nomad. Alright, we can now see really the full extent of Africa. Every island has been taken, and yeah, basically we will need to conquer our way into that. And it's really important because only the scholars we can unlock here. And I do need my scholars. She's already building up the first defenses. I don't believe that. No way she can get all that influence. At least production of my shampoo has started. And we should be seeing it now. There should be a surplus of 3, I think. Yes, it is. Perfect. Just at the right number. This will make my tourists happy, of course. There we can see it. So more tourists are flooding in now. And with that, we have unlocked the bar already. The next service building for the tourists. There it is. With that, we can produce quite a few alcoholic beverages. And we're going to need it, of course, close to a bus stop once more. By moving a few of my investors, we actually make a bit of room here for the bar that I should be able to squeeze in. Let's get rid of these trees there. And there we have it, a new building, looking rather towards the investors. We could, by the way... Actually, wait a second. Nah. Why do I have a bus stop there anyway? Now that I think about it, it doesn't make sense. It's a connection between those, of course, otherwise the bus system would not be working. Yep. So we can have our bar here, really. Or do I have a marketplace, a warehouse close by? There is the... There it is. It's not reaching it. Now over here we actually have a small area where there's a school that we no longer need, right? Let's get rid of the school. There would be a warehouse, but I think we're just going to build us another warehouse then here as we go. Now we cannot reach this one, unfortunately, even though it's very close. What we can actually reach is the warehouse in the industrial district, right? By getting us a bit of a gap in here, so an entrance into the industrial zone. Of course, I will need to have a proper entrance for that. There you go. And this is where the bar can get its resources. This I actually like because, you know, it has to get into this other district there for its materials, and we don't need to destroy anything in the city itself. There is a bus station here, but unfortunately this is not going to do it, right? We might need to move the bus station a bit further away from the theater if I want that. Yeah, then once again we would need to get rid of one of these buildings here. I could move them there though. It could work, yes. By having one of them here. There is a little gap now. And then we could move it probably over there. Perfect, to get both of them into that. Not looking ideal. It's fine actually. Have some trees on the back behind that. And that's actually looking then okay. And here we do have then the space now for our bars. Let's go ahead and have the bar. And this one, just see how we can place it in there in a nice orderly fashion. Probably like that. There you go. We have the bar. Let's make us a road here. And we could then actually have some smaller ornaments around the bar if we want to. Something that shines, right? Something that makes it out. Or we just have a smaller plaza there in front of it. I mean, of course, we do have these flower beds here that we can use that just fit in nicely like so around the bar, for example, because we already have a path there as well, right? I don't need to have another path at all. And then we probably could have some more trees along that flower bed somewhere over there. And then some lampposts and more trees that we can have. So I think this is looking quite fine right beside the bar. Now the bar still needs its recipe. The daiquiri tropic would be our first one. Oh goodness, what do I need this time? We do for that need plantains and sugarcane on top of everything else. And it has a nice bonus effect that it reduces the rum consumption by minus 25%, which is actually quite a lot. And since we have lots of engineers in the area, this is rather useful because all of these engineers are still consuming rum, right? And with that, we can reduce that consumption by a tiny bit. So the bar it is in all its glory now. It is also having its connection with the bus stop, so the bar finally has been fulfilled. This should make my tourists once again a bit more happy. So we should be seeing it now then popping up here soon once the recipes start to work. What I don't need is for the bar, yep, sugarcane and plantain. And for that, I do need a new trade route, which in turn, well, does require me to have ships. I don't have any ships available anymore, really. I do have one more cargo ship down here that we could use for that. But it also is kind of a waste. Perhaps I do have a trade route that is not fully utilized yet. Well, in the new world we do have some clippers still available, so this makes me happy. We do have sugarcane and plantain a lot in Tristão. We're getting the sugarcane in from the docklands, even though of course I can't consume that many now of them. But a few of them, that's fine. The bar will not consume that much. So let's get us in a trade route, Tristão to Cape Trelawney once more. I do probably will need some new loading wharfs and landing piers there soon. Let's go ahead with sugarcane and plantain. I think only those two, so 50 tons each, should be fine. I'm probably not going to do more than that. And let's get the one of my clippers that we had. There it is, the Wild Swan on this new trade route. And we'll just see if that is enough. And if it isn't, well, then we need to ramp it up a bit more. I also would like to get a few more hotels into Crown Falls for the tourists that we need still. So still lots of tourists we need. Let's get rid of these houses there in this corner right beside the river. We do have a bus station close by, which is a blessing because the hotel really does get it right away. We might need to make us a small cut here and then a crossing, right, so that it reaches it perfectly fine. And then just one more hotel in this area. So let's go ahead and have this one. Oh, this is a beautiful one with the red roof. Loving that. How should we place it? I guess like that, looking towards the rail tracks. Why not? The back is wide though. There you go. A small entrance then here. And around it we might then have just our flower beds, for example. I guess there we have the entrances already. So the main entrance is fine. And then the flower beds should be perfect for that. There you go. Looking much better already. It also fits the roof. And actually, no, that's going to be fine. They get all the resources right away, except for the bar, of course. More tourists are coming in. Where is the Iron Tower? Look at that. 4,000. That would be the sites for the Iron Tower. And the souvenirs is also another unlock. So that is one more. And I probably will want to have one more hotel in total. Now, these hotels are really taking a lot of space, so I was looking for a better location as well. Let's actually have two more hotels just over here. We don't need that school anymore in this area. And then we still have those engineers and investors, and I can, well, I'm just going to be so blunt and move them. There's also a fire station, no longer needed, plus it's also looking ugly anyway, so we can just move these guys over. And of course, this is also only temporary until I know my final layout for this block there. There There we have it. And this one, it should really be fine when it comes to their needs, right? The theater, as I can see, is down a bit, but that's it. And then we have a whole new area here once again with 2 more beautiful big hotels that we can have like that in this area. So let's build the first one here and let's build the second one here. We could also make it like they look towards each other. Probably another roof though. I really do like the red roof. Let's go with the red one. Right, so as we can see, they're looking towards each other. This is better. Right here in the center. And this is, of course, city hotels, right? So it can be dense. And the only thing that I still need here would be then a bus station. Very important. We could mix it together with a bar that is close by if we want to. But we don't have to necessarily. Let's just see there. Let's get rid of this block there. So this we move once more. And then we have another bus station here. That is for those 2 hotels there. And of course, once more, also some trees. And then those 2 hotels here. Perfect. Let's actually fix this one to have a red roof. There you go. So they look... Oh, this one actually is not red.
Ship under attack.
There you go. Both of them. Perfect. That's 2 more hotels. Lots and lots of new additional tourists. I hope that my consumption, especially for my shampoo, is not going down too much. But we can check this one, of course, right away. There we have it. Nah, it's still perfectly fine for the shampoo. The jam is at -4, but that should still be fine as well. And nothing else is really affected by them. It's, by the way, also looking really cool there when you go through them or between them, right? That we have this plaza area there with both of these hotels. Lots of people on the balcony, oversized people on the balcony. Then the bus station, and I think also from above, it makes out just fine. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, how good of you to join. Welcome back to, well, my huge collier that we have right now that is in the old world, completely, well, undefended, but that is absolutely not necessary because, well, we absolutely don't need to defend it because it's got the white flag on board. And boy, was I surprised when I sent this guy here over to Archie, so Archie Blake, right? We haven't been there in quite some time now, and Archie is selling a lot of very interesting items that we need in order to conquer Enbesa, in order to conquer Africa. Let's just have a look at what he's got, what new stuff he has. First of all, he's got the heat exchanger and the plate exchangers. There we have 2 more items that I haven't seen yet, and these are affecting steamships with 30% hit point increase and damage slowdown -100%. So battleships no longer will be getting slower when they get damaged. Also, their hit points, which is already really huge, is getting boosted by another 30%. Lovely. Also, the reinforced bulkhead equips for all ships another 40% hit points, and also damage from cannons and big berthas is reduced by 25%. Another very cool item that I have never used before, and I'm totally baffled how I could oversee that. And then we got 2 more interesting items here. Both are the same actually, but just different rarities. This one here is the re-rendering. It's not the same item, sorry. It's for the trade unions, and it's affecting our chemical plants, all of them, for shampoos and for the souvenirs. And this one is increasing productivity, plus it's also producing extra saltpeter's hello and dynamite on top of that. Lovely, absolutely fantastic, really, for all of these things. So these items, I can already see, are going to be very helpful. And helpful for what? For this one here. Basically, we have now gathered 8 battleships together. There they are in all their glory. They're going to wait now for some items to come in. Some of them already have items, right? So like this one here has already items that are boosting them, that we got loot outside. But I'm going to send my huge collier over here now, and I'm going to boost these bad boys. And then, well, then we will have to have a lot of fighting ahead of us in Enbesa, where basically the main forces of Bente are somewhere here in the fog. I can't see them right now, but as we know from the last episode, yes, they're here, and we need to take back Tabarim. And look at that, she's already building up some defenses there. That Snake, I don't believe it, really, taking Tabarim. That was a huge shock for me. Now, while we wait for the big boom that is eventually going to happen, yes, let's continue with Crown Falls itself. And yes, I know I have been neglecting the skyscrapers. I was actually waiting until we have scholars in the city. And I know some of you are very impatient for those skyscrapers. And it absolutely makes sense because it's a very long DLC, the skyscrapers that we should implement. With them, we have lots of new systems that are going to be implemented in the background that need some time to develop anyway. So it just makes sense to also get the skyscrapers now into Crown Falls. That I would like to do. There we have them. We could basically upgrade all of them. Well, actually quite a few of them, right? We could do that. And we need to decide very carefully where we should have the first skyscrapers. So let's get cracking on our very first skyscrapers. Now, a couple of other decisions have actually happened that we need to bear in mind when we build the skyscrapers. Where should we want to have the monuments? And where do I want to have my palace? Because the palace needs a lot of space. Now, I've actually installed a new mod that came out not too long ago that significantly increases the range of the palace. So I do now have a new location for the palace. We are making it in the Crown Falls, of course, the Crown Falls Palace. And with all the modules upgraded, it should reach the whole island then, but that is another project. So we now know where the palace is. I now know where also the Iron Tower is going to reside. So the Iron Tower is going to be in this location here most likely. So we could already go ahead here and get rid of these houses there. But I'm just getting ahead of myself here. Let's start with the skyscrapers. We have our introductory mission for that. So with enough elevators in stock, nothing is standing in the way of building your first skyscraper. Upgrades them. We need to have engineer and investor skyscrapers. That's really important. And then we actually face a little problem because down here we get lots of engineers. Most of them don't have electricity, right? So that is one thing that these guys here need if I want to upgrade them. How can we give them electricity? Well, we do have a power station here. We do have a power station here. And unfortunately, just in this tiny corner, we don't. We do, however, have some tracks here. So another power station is possible in this area, though of course not very good looking. So what I will need to do is I will need to move this power plant there a bit over to this area here. We are still able to reach most of the people here. I can have another power plant then down here if I want to for this whole district there. Unfortunately, the range of these guys is not very big, and we still reach also with that location these people here that we do need to reach eventually then as well. So that should be working out. The only thing that I will need to do now is I'm going to move these poor investors just for a tiny second to that area so we can move the power station over to this area. I'm going to make this one like so. Right, there we have it. Then we need to get rid, of course, of these roads here, and we should be able we should not need to destroy too many houses there, I think. Actually, I don't think any house at all. Let's just move the tracks now. I'm going to move the tracks here, and then in here. A bit messy there, to be honest. And then basically just into that one. Actually, let's make this one here. Right. So we can still now reach this house there. And actually, this is looking pretty cool there with this plaza there, just where we have the tracks then. Here we can make a connection as well. Right? And this one, unfortunately, is not possible. But I think, yep, all the houses still have their connection. And we can also now squeeze in 2 more investor houses into this location there once more. Right? So there I can have one. Just here. And then here. So this is actually looking a bit historical, to be honest, because it's so mixed together, right? And this is something that I like in particular from these details. When something is looking that messy, it's just fine. It's really fine. There we have a bit of space. We can still add a fountain if we want to. I would like to go with the long one, right, that we have then just here. And there we have another road that goes into this corner there of this house there, because this also just makes sense. We could have some trees there, but we don't need trees everywhere. I could, however, have some trees here, right, around the power plant then. This one already received its electricity, so it is working already. Let's make the connection there as well. It has the connection all around it. Right up. And it should now reach all of these guys here. Perfect. And with that, we can now upgrade, well, at least some engineers. Let's go ahead. We have lots of building materials. Let's go ahead with the first skyscrapers finally after that bit of planning there. As we can see, ooh, that would be a lot. Let's go ahead with this block here as our first one. There you go. first skyscrapers in Crown Falls and also the first engineers. Those guys here. Yeah, we have them. I especially do love the engineer skyscrapers. And this is tier 1 out of tier 5. So 5 tiers, they go really high, of course, with all of their different needs and modules that we can add to them now. Their first good would be a department store, the service that we need. Also, Donnie is telling us about the shopping arcades that we can build now, finally. And I would like to go ahead, instead of doing that, I'm going to build us a few more skyscrapers. So we got a few more here for the engineers, right, that I can add. And then we can also go ahead with more investor skyscrapers. So here, there is a block, there is a block, and there is a block. As these guys are coming out. They're not that much taller than the previous version, but it's only tier 1, of course. As this one is now coming into play. I think we could also, yep, with the university upgrade, we can also upgrade those artisans here to engineers and those artisans here to engineers. Let's also do that. That's looking fine. It's looking so much more dynamic. We do have, by the way, here this church that I might want to move because it really dwarfs in comparison to the skyscrapers around it, and at some point it just doesn't fit in anymore. And what we can really add here instead of the church, well, is the need that we need for it, and that is the department store, so the shopping arcade. This one offers toasters, vacuum cleaners, crockery, refrigerators, and briefcases to all the and skyscrapers that we have around. It's also looking really cool, I think. It just fits in so nicely. And the cool thing here about this one is that we also have the bus station next to it, because it's also a requirement for the bus station and thus increasing the happiness of the tourists. Very nice. In the back here we have another smaller entrance, and then we could actually add some of these cherry trees. Just close enough, right? So there we have a department store right next to the variety theater. Let's go ahead and upgrade us a few more skyscrapers. So there we can have them in the back. I like these blocks there especially. I'm not going to upgrade here because that's probably where we're going to have the Skyline tower that I'm going to add then at some point. Let's go ahead and have these guys here upgraded. There's another block. Perfect. I don't even know how many resources we have. I don't think I need to show timber. Instead of timber, we're going to call in now the elevators that we have them, because they are pretty vital in order to know how many more I can upgrade. Because every single one of these here costs me. We could also go ahead and upgrade this whole bunch there. And these blocks there. And then probably this block. This, and then some more engineers. And bear in mind, this is only tier 1. We are of course not having all of them the same height. So eventually over time they all get different heights according to their tier system. Let's have these guys there still upgraded. Then we have some more engineers. We will need engineers as well. All the things. Righto. And look at that. How it really changes the skyline of that city. There we can still have another block. And they're really expensive, by the way. We just saved up a lot of elevators and we can afford us to speed it up there a bit. Some more engineers and some more investors here. Very nice. This one I really like to keep. I have no idea how right now how big the Skyline Tower is anymore. I think we can upgrade. We can safely upgrade these here. That should be fine. There you go. That's really it for now. What we now need for the department store is the first product that we offer, and it is the toasters, of course. Let's just have a look into the toasters, what they do. This fully automated breakfast machine is apparently calibrated perfectly for the toast that's just right. Simply pop in a slice and wait. We do need quite a lot of things here. We do need zinc, we do need filaments, and we do need steel. The cool thing is we actually do have them available already, and they have some nice bonus effects. First of all, negative consumption for light bulbs and jewelry, also plus 5% tax income for all the houses, plus 2 happiness on top of that. Let's go ahead and select the toaster as the first product. And what we have right now here is the warehouse over there already, right? This one is needed for the restaurant, and it's getting its resources from over there now. So that we have that. We're just waiting now a short amount of time, and look at the range of this department store. It can really take in the whole district down here, and those investors and those skyscrapers, they will need that. There we have that. Need department store, right? And only when all their needs are fulfilled, we are able to upgrade them to tier 2, right? And then new demands pop up. So it's basically a whole new population that we're building up here now. And the toaster is in, ladies and gents. It also has its electricity, so those people should be now fully pumped for department store. How very perfect. How is it looking with the quest? There we have it. We need now to wait 45 seconds with this sustain of the department store for all of these guys here. And while we wait on that, well, we could also have a quick walk through the skyscrapers and look at how the city changes. It is incredible, especially on these big avenues. This is where they come really to shine now. And then there's also on the left the department store coming up. Absolutely epic looking, really fantastic. Meanwhile, some more attacks are coming down here onto these ships. My collier also arrived, so we can now add these plate exchanges, for example, to those ships. Let's just see, we got 12,000 HP points on it now. And now I'm going to add one of these here to that ship, for example. And then we have it 15,500. So really a nice boost to their HP. Let's just add it to all of these here. And I think this one we can too. Perfect. And then perhaps also some of these plates there. What are you guys doing? So that it can also sustain a bit more, and plus another 40% hit points. I wonder, does it take the 40% now off the 15k or off the base 12k that we have? Let's add this one. There you go, 15.5. And we've also reached the next level, by the way, because of course the skyscrapers can hold more people in it. 20,000, another 5k on top of that. Really mega. Let's go ahead. Shopping catalog we need to expand as well, so we have finished the next quest there. First of all, we do have now the next introductory quest. You've built your first level skyscrapers, but why stop there? Donald wants you to go even higher. Upgrade to level 2. Also, once again, for engineers and for investors. And the engineers actually want something else, I think. Obsessed with the shopping arcade's promise of profit, Donald Bader tasks you with commandeering office space amidst the existing engineer apartments for a so-called market research lab. He wants to develop new patents there. Alright, that is another one. So upgrade an engineer residence. Oh, any engineer residence, right? Where he wants to establish that. Let's just have a look around. Please let me have another one. There we have something. Perfect. And with that we have built it. And now we need to build a gazebo plaza next to an engineer skyscraper in Crown Falls.
People like gardens, right?
And we should also be able to get to tier 2 there pretty soon, because people are moving in, as we can see. So I think there's around 25 more people, yes, 25 more investors per building that comes on top of tier 1 skyscrapers. Meanwhile, we can also finally finish the embassy, so the last phase has been finished. Let's go ahead and finish it, and boom, in all its glory, a new monument has been finished, and by far it's not the last one. Holy cow, I do have some new monuments ready there as well that we will have a look at then shortly. So let's have this one, and I think we can just have it right beside the street. The embassy is finished. The queen seemed confused while holding opening speech. Diplomatic negotiations started with multiple factions, and more on page 3. Right, so this embassy now in all its glory. Next to it, we might just be adding more houses then, to be honest, right? So we could have them like that. The embassy has already a fence and a garden around it, so there's no real need to just add more to it. We can have the road then around it, and then I will still need to think about new ornaments here then. Or, well, actually, yeah, we could also just have some houses there. I will probably need to move some engineers and investors up there anyway soon. There's still some empty spots here as well that we can now fill in. So with some elm trees here perhaps. Also here in the gaps between, we also have some more here. I think this one there. Oh no, actually there is something already. Perfect. Then it's really just fountains that are missing in here. I think only one though. That should be fine. There's also some workers here still that need to be upgraded now. Now bear in mind, we actually lost some money there right now. Those skyscrapers on tier 1 are not really profitable from what I can see. Their maintenance cost is higher than their income. So I think only with tier 2 and tier 3 they will become really profitable. So at the moment they're an investment, but the cool thing is we can already go for the next stage, and we should be doing that. Of course, none of them have the panoramic effect right now. That is also adding it then on top of that. So the level value that we have, and the panoramic effect basically says that if a tier 2 skyscraper is surrounded by tier 1 skyscrapers, it gets a panorama effect. And if a tier 3 is surrounded by tier 2 or tier 1, it also gets it, right? So that these towers can watch above each other. For now, I'm just going to flat out upgrade the next ones to level 2. So we can do this right away, and look at how bigger they get already.
Found this note on my way back from brunch. Really bizarre.
We also received a warning letter. We don't really care about that. Oh my goodness. Perhaps we care about that. There is the Vader. I apologize for dramatic imagery and citation, but I really feel compelled to caution you on your present disregard for the health and safety of employees at your construction sites. In addition, I have reason to believe you are bending important building regulations. Alright, he doesn't seem to be too concerned about that. Our Donnie. Alright, we do want to have now 2 intense panoramic effects that should be working for us. So I do, after all, need to have them. There we have one, there we have another one, and there we have one. They should receive it now. Perfect, and there it is, intense. And look at how it boosts it to 4,600 on the income, so each one of them now makes me 2,000 in addition, right? The basic one doesn't, but the tier 2, they do that. If they don't have that panorama effect, they are not producing any money for us. They actually cost me money. So this is pretty important to know about that. It's really, really impactful on the income. So I'm only going to do it for a couple of buildings now that we have on level 2 then to profit from this panorama effect. And of course, you know, we can then upgrade these buildings eventually over time to tier 3, tier 5, and the other ones to tier 3 and 4 and stuff like that. So there we have now lots of new panorama effects coming in. And this should boost my money there once again. Perfect. I don't want to be idle with other developments of the city, so we are also completely upgrading all of these farmers here now to workers. We can afford that when it comes to the workforce. Reason for that is this area here should also be pretty high quality, because after all we are going to have the palace in this area. Of course, the tracks are not going to go all the way up here, so we might stop here then and have a power plant in this area that also might affect then the production buildings up there. Something like that, or we just get rid of the production buildings at all, and then we have one huge giant avenue that goes then to the palace, right? And it ends then here with a beautiful big garden around it. This is then the track system. Probably will even let it finish here already. The palace, as far as I know, doesn't need electricity really, so we can just really have this one being finished as one big one, and here it probably ends, or it actually goes a whole track then into this production district that we're going to keep, of course, because we need all these products. Now let's have a quick look at my investors and my skyscrapers in general. We have now tier 2. Tier 2 needs the chewing gums and the biscuits, 2 new products, and both of them, well, can be crafted or constructed or whatever, cooked. The biscuits can be made in the chemical plant and in the assembly line, right? So we already have the buildings for that. The only thing is, well, we don't have the resources for that. But let's just have a quick look at them, what they need. So the biscuits, we actually have most of it. We have the tallow, we have the flour, but we don't have citrus, and that is the new vault. And the chewing gums, they need caoutchouc, we have that, sugar, we have that, but cinnamon, oh, we actually also have cinnamon, and it's coming in, but I don't think it's going to be enough. So let's just quickly go to Viga. Over here we have our coconut production. Oh, we are full actually, and there's the cinnamon. I think I will need to add a second airship to this route, because one airship is not going to be enough. It's full, the storage is almost full. And then we can have, yep, basically we could have a whole lot more orchards here. I would still like to place as many orchards on one as possible. And citrus should be possible here as well. there it is, citrus. We do, by the way, need 1 biscuit per minute right now with all these skyscrapers, so I think a maximum of 4 to 8 will be the long-term goal, right, that we can have here if I upgrade more and more skyscrapers. We're only in this block here so far. 1 assembly line produces 4 per minute. That's a lot, so we'll need as a maximum 2 assembly lines for the biscuits, so those here. That also in return means one of them can support, 2 citrus plantations can support 4 actually do need for 1 assembly line, so need a maximum of 8 citrus farms, though that is really a lot, so I don't think we're ever going to need that much. 8 of them. I'm still going with 8 though, because it's just a safe spot, right? We have plenty of space here. I could also use this area, and we're probably going to use this area for the citrus, especially since those here for the chocolate will not to be expanded that much anymore. So 8 it is. Let's just try to get them in here as many as possible, and I hope the beach kind of like counts for it as well. There we have that. There we have another one, and I think, and there we have the 8. It's already here. Perfect. So 8 citrus we have now, and that leads me to the next one. Camphor wax is actually something, but I will also of course need more cinnamon. We have 4 cinnamon on this island right now, so I will need to double this with another 4. That's probably something I'm going to do up here. That's going to be tricky though. Not the best area really to build orchards. I can have one here. I can squeeze in another one here by the gold. 99% is fine, and then we have another 100% up there as well. It's going to take us a lot of timber as well with all of these bridges that I'm going to add. This one and this one. Perfect. And there we have also the cinnamons that we need. Perfect. There we have them now. So there's the cinnamon coming up, and then of course all 8 of them. Can we build all 8 of them? That's 70 timber, 70 tons of bricks. Let's make it 4 for now, because I don't think we're going to need more than that. Righto. So that's of course another trade route. Fortunately, we already have a trade route that goes with the cinnamon and the coconut oil, and I'm going to reduce the amount of coconut oil that we are transporting here. Cinnamon will stay the same, so coconut 1, and then we're going to take the citrus here in it as well right away, and I'm going to add a second airship now to this area, and that's golden behind. That is already waiting in Crown Folds there too. Unfortunately, I cannot afford any other ships at the moment, so airships will do the trick. Once we have a bit more influence again, I will then use, of course, big cargo ships, especially once the volume goes up for these orchards. It's going to take a while now for them here to grow their, well, their trees, I guess. And in Crown Falls, we should now be seeing an airship leaving. There it is. Perfect. On its way now, getting us more resources, and then we can also finish the next plants here actually, and that's the assembly line and the chemical plant. Perfect. How's my ships looking? They're looking fine. They're ready for action actually. I think my white flag ship has arrived also here with the boosting that we can then do to the chemical plant. 50% productivity increase, and also on top of that saltpeter, tallow and dynamite production, and then we got some additional productivity boosters as well. I'm going to send Electra back to RG to purchase us a few more items, and with that, well, we just prepare our next steps for the skyscrapers. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Anno 800, to, well, another battleship of Bent. It's been quite some time since those entered my terrain, and yeah, lucky us, we do have the big battleship fleet that was actually going to Africa, but for some reasons is not there yet. Well, basically because this bad boy showed up, and it has a star on it. It's very powerful, as we can see. It's not doing that much damage on our ships, but still it is having its effect. It's trying to flee, of course. We're going to destroy it, and then I can finally send my ships to Africa. We actually lost a battleship there. I'm building this one again though, so yep, there it is. 12 more minutes, and once this is ready, we can go. This one's going down. There's also another huge collier coming in with lots of items to boost the battleships there once more. And also, let's just have a look what the loot is that is awaiting us here. Oh, this plantain I can get rid of. Let's just take everything here that is loading around here from this battleship, usually some nice items on board. While this is happening, we need to go to Tristão real quick, because in Tristão we have another production that I need to do, and I totally forgot that we actually needed sugar. Yes, totally right. For the chewing gum, we have the caoutchouc, we have the cinnamon, we actually have lots of sugarcane in Crown Falls because of my bars that do need it for this special kind of drink and beverages, but sugar refineries we can only build in the new world, so unfortunately I need to get these guys here into the new world. Lucky us, we do have some space just here. I can actually squeeze them in, and I would like to squeeze in some 4 into this whole area. We can get rid of that. Very good. And let's just go ahead. Let's actually make it 6 as total that we can have. They produce every 30 seconds, so they have a 1-to-1 ratio with the sugar cane. And the chemical plant also produces every 30 seconds. I'm not going to have more than 2 chemical plants for now, because that's already 2 chewing gum per factory. We are going to boost them, of course, which leads to 4 chewing gums per minute, which lead to a potential of 8 that we can have with 2 of them. That should be fine. Let's build 2 of them. There you go. And I guess that's lots of sugar that is already here in this area. Oh, juicy, juicy sugar. Hopefully I'm never going to fall into this. It's not going to be very good for my body ratio, I guess. Now, the sugar, of course, is being produced. It's not being delivered yet to Crown Falls, and that's a whole different business. We do have already quite a lot of trade routes. Usually I really don't like to add more, because it's just going to cluster everything. It's going to juggle it up there. We have these here, Buttercup, Conqueror, and Dauntless. They're not completely full, at least the cargo ship's not. So I'm going to add now here the sugar to that. And that should be golden, right? The Clipper cannot take that. So that's where we have the exclamation mark here, but the cargo ships will be able to do that, so we can do that. It's 2 of them. I might actually, add a 3rd one. Minerva would be our very last cargo ship. Nothing else available, so let's just keep it like that for now. I don't think we're going to need that much more. We have 10 influence, by the way. Hooray! So we could, yes, let's go ahead and build us some cargo ships. We can build like 3 cargo ships with that. I would like to do this. We do need more of them. Now, the items we found were good for ships, as we can see, so some damage to ships, damage from ships reduction, also here damage to sailing ships, and damage from ships, once again another reduction on this one, and Bentis Rarefield Seedling. Well, let's throw it overboard, no idea what that is, it does sound kind of poisonous. Let's get the ships over here once again to, actually, nope, let's keep them here in the center for now. You never know when there is another battleship coming in, and I still want to wait for the items, of course, and the last battleship to finish. Now hold your horses before we attack Africa. We have so much stuff to do in the picturesque metropolis that we are right now. First of all, I would like to get rid of these houses here. Why do we need to do this? Well, basically because I want to have my iron tower in this area. So I'm going to move all of these investors. Of course, I'm not going to delete them. That would be catastrophic for my influence. We're going to move them. We're going to move them into this area. Originally, I had planned my scholars here, but I think, as most of you have also wished it, I'm going to have my scholars on the riverlands. So here I'm going to scatter them through the islands here. I think this is going to look very cool then at some point, and we're going to have the museum here, and there is another monument coming up then that I haven't revealed yet. Also in this area, there is now the investors, so more of them I'm going to move over. For those guys, however, yes, they are needy. They want something. First of all, we have the artisans here. The artisans don't need the marketplace. They don't need a pop. The school we need to keep. So let's just move the school over here for now. Just for now. And also what I will need to implement into this whole district here is, of course, the ability to have power. That should be then somewhere in this area so that it affects the whole district more or less. Alright, but let me just move them here over real quick, which is a rather tedious business. Oh, hey there. No, I'm not finished yet. It's taking so much time. Nope, still not there. Finally, this is looking a bit better. Now we have the space over here in the center of Crown Falls. Boy, the real estate value of this area should be astronomical. Lucky we don't have to purchase this tile of land here just for us. There's, by the way, a police station that also doesn't really fit in. And then we have a power station that is also not looking so great close to it, but we should be moving them then around a bit. She's really going in here with lots of warships now. My battle fleet is coming once again here a bit more into this area, since she's trying to sink my cargo ships and whatnot. So this one here, for example, once again, it's Bente at her best. Nothing I can do about that. In the meantime, my battleship, it's still not that much more finished. Now, in this area, finally, let's go ahead with our next monument that we want to start, and that's the Iron Tower. It's this beauty here. Now, it has several entrances and several exits. I have no idea yet at which one we want to go for. We have the market or the warehouse close by down there, beside the World Fair, right? So it gets its materials, and we can now go ahead and place it. There you go. Phase 1 has started, a trifling matter. Long has the queen heard your city praised as the crown jewel of the empire, but the tourist's latest ravings to her friends have convinced her majesty to entrust her latest magnum opus to you, raising a colossal steel tower, a marvel of engineering that will stand testament to the empire's industrial and cultural importance. That definitely sounds dramatic enough to me. And we got a whole list of things that we need to do if we want to start that. The first one is actually quite easy. Alright, that is just another invitation. Oh, and we do need to have a royal accommodation, have a hotel in front of the Iron Tower. Oh, that as well? Now I know what I have to do instead of the police station there. That's going to be great. And please start the phase, right? It's actually not expensive here at all. I think the last phase will be more expensive than, I mean, building it was already pretty expensive. Let's have this one here finished, and then we have another road going this way so that it is a bit symmetrical, and then we have those guys here. Now the police station, let's get rid of that here. We no longer need that. The power station, I would probably like to have a bit further over here, right? So that it's not too close to the Iron Tower. It's just not looking good. So I'm going to move it here. We now need, of course, to get rid of the tracks there. And I'm just going to have then the tracks going this way. And here we can just close it off. Right, it should not have damaged too many things there when it comes to the influence area and stuff like that. And then we can move them. But I think only here. Because I want to have a hotel in this area too, of course. Let's actually have them here.
I will die for my family.
Right, so there's those guys. Come on, Bente. Princess Ching actually declares war on us. No idea why she would do such a mean thing there to us. And then there's the hotel that we'll have in this area. So like so, for example. Just beside the Iron Tower here. We don't have a bus station though. Alright. Someone is going all out here right now on us. What is going on?
Ship under attack.
Yes, war declaration. Let me just build my city, please. Thank you, Princess Ching. And why are you not doing anything with me?
Your harbor is under attack.
Alright, a bit better again. We are destroying now the last of her ships down here. Another one going down. Very good, very good. So all of them are gone again. No more problem. And we can now really prepare them. I think there it is. My huge collier also arrived with lots of items. So I'm bringing them over here to these battleships there. And yes, I know we have some raids also in the Western Frontier. And perfect. The next battleship has been finished. Let's also get this one down here. That we're going to need. And here I would like to repair a few things. There's also a raid, but we have a police station. Should do the trick. When all I wanted to do is build my next hotel. So there we have it in all its glory, right next to the Iron Tower with the royal room, of course, which is going to be here. Now we still need a bus station for this one. The problem is we already have a bus station, I think, overlapping. So there's the Iron Tower. There we have the pillar. There is the bus station for the World Fair. I cannot. Can I use one bus station for all of them? Unfortunately, that is not possible. Right, so this bus station is going to be for the Iron Tower and for the World Fair. So this is kind of like a really important central station that we have there. And this one here is getting its own bus station somewhere here. right? That should work out so that it does get everything. Then we still have the power plant here now, and as always, I do need definitely to have something between them. Oh well, a bakery over here, and here we just have some trees and of course the bus station right next to it, so that should be fine. People here should be happy. It's a quite nice area here, of course, beside the occasional train and the power station. It's still going to be fine. I mean, it just belongs to a city. Unfortunately, I don't have any other skins available for the oil power plant than this one, and we just need to have them, right? We do need electricity after all. I could, of course, still try to move it still a bit further over here so that it's even further away from the center, but it's fine for now. This one is building now. The queen has her royal chamber in this area. That's going to be just dandy. Now, meanwhile, of course, we can continue building us a few more skyscrapers. I would like to have more of them. We can afford it after all. So here we do have more blocks, and there we have another block. There we have another block coming up. Resources, we still have 600 tons of elevators available, which is just fine, really. Beside that, also the first citrus is in Crown Falls, so we can go ahead now finally and get us the next production chain on its way. So we do have, was it the citrus, was it the biscuits? It was the biscuits, so that's the assembly line. It's really strange, we make the biscuits where we also can make elevators, but I guess it's just going to work out that way. This one here is for the elevators. By the way, we're consuming a lot of elevators, so I'm going to put it online again. It was offline up to this point here. That's number one. And the other one, let's build it here. Assembly lines. And we need to change the catalog here for the biscuits now. And I'm going to select now biscuits for it. Perfect, there it is. Tallow, flour, and citrus. And we really should be having everything for that. Tallow is also full. And flour is also full. Perfect. There, I was a bit worried for a second. Very good. Biscuits coming in. We probably should close it for my people there. So tier 2 needs it. Let's close it off for now. So this is one that we produce now, 2 per minute. And the demand should be quite there. Very good. So this one actually would produce enough for everyone. And it's not even producing really. Now it's starting its production. Look at that. All these juicy biscuits coming out. Going then right to my skyscrapers. Meanwhile, the fleet is on the move. And this time it's going to Enbesa. And hopefully it will survive the attack.
I better watch what I say.
We can also continue with upgrading more skyscrapers. At least towards this area, where I haven't done that much yet really. All of them there. Also there's some more engineers. Let's go ahead with them. They're going to have the best view ever onto these factories there. And I guess also here we have a few more engineers. Go ahead with those guys. And of course I should not stop upgrading more of them to level 2. So I think we can kind of like upgrade both of them. Yes, and they still get the intense panorama effect, right? So smaller neighboring skyscrapers is 4. And that's what it needs. So that's these 2 and these 2 here. And this is 4 adding up to the intense effect. So this one is profitable. It's making us some cash there. And that's gold. And look at that. We are really going down there with the maintenance costs. Skyscraper upkeep costs us 360,000 credits at the moment. That is crazy. I mean, we're still printing money more or less. But we are down like 300,000 on the balance there, just because of the skyscrapers. They're that expensive. True endgame mechanic that we have there. So I definitely should be going now for some of them upgrading, right? They do need to make us some cash there. This one and this one, level 2, is going to be important now in a lot of these areas. These 3 here, they still get the intense effect, right? Because they all... Oh, this is strong. Strong is still good. Strong is still good. And the one in the center gets the intense though. The same here, right? This one. And then I might just upgrade another one here. And we should do the same thing for the engineers. Of course, this mechanic ensures that you don't have the same type of skyscrapers everywhere, but you rather have a diverse looking skyline in your city, because it encourages you to, well, basically upgrade them in different fashions, in different tiers, which is very important. Even for an endgame city like us, we need to actually follow this mechanic, otherwise we would go bankrupt with that. And I just like that we have an engineer building in here. It's totally fine, right? Surrounded by investors, still going to be fine for us. Let's go ahead and upgrade tier 2. And I think, I mean, we have upgraded a lot of them. There we definitely should be going for a few more. And as we can see it on the balance that it's going up again a bit. Still not a lot though. We have a lot of quests in the background working there as well. First of all, we do need to deliver this holiday reading to the Imperial Quartermaster's vessel. That is still very important for the Iron Tower here. So those quests we need to follow there as well. And what is also really important is this one here, Nouvelle Cuisine Entrée. Invent a recipe. This is because she's giving us a book that we can then use on the royal reading for the queen. So let's make a decision on this Nouvelle Cuisine. So basically a new recipe. A rich main course is essential, intricate gastro. So we are basically planning now, by the way, the opening of the Iron Tower. And with that we have unlocked a new recipe, the Stroganoff goulash, that we can now use as well. We got a follow-up question on this one. Nope, I don't think so. We do, however, have another quest that is easy. Photograph a World's Fair. Archie has somewhat lost the sketchbook of esteemed naval architect Rohit Bhargava, who had been ready to present plans for a colossal ship to the Queen. This is about the... I think I know what this is about. We should also be using now the new recipe in the restaurant there. Boy, so many quests. There is now the World Fair. Let's take the photo of it. This should be fine. Not really fine, but it's going to be fine for the quest. So, and it has been given up already. And equip the goulash now in your restaurant. We get 30,000 for that. Thank you very much, Archie. Let's find us a suitable restaurant. There it is. That's a cafe. Where's my restaurant? There it is. There's still the schnitzel on board. And there's the goulash. Let's just see what we need for the goulash. We need the beef, the red pepper. We have that. Unfortunately, we don't have any corn on this one. It would... the bonus is really crappy. Perhaps I don't even need to do it. Unfortunately I need to. So I do need to have the corn. Perhaps we can get it in there from... the Great Eastern ship. That's what Arch is about. Corn. Perhaps we can actually import that already into our city. Please say yes. Otherwise I will... There it is. Otherwise I would have needed some plantations. Let's use that and let's go with the sewing machines, of course. Right, and... oh... it's actually pretty valuable corn. Let's say 100 and we should be fine with that. Right, because I want to finish this quest here. The goulash. That leads them into the holiday reading. Oh, and my battleships have arrived in Enbesa. And I think they're going to be under attack then pretty soon. We need to maneuver around the island. Right, so there is now a very weakly defended island. Let's take it. I want to hurt Bente. We need to do this. Priorities. It's all about them, right? We have lots of stuff to do in Crown Falls, but this is also important. Attack. Let's go in there. She's already close by. Those ships would have no chance, really. Let's take them out. Can we do this? Can we catch them up and take them down before the others come? Because I know she's going to merge them. And let's push in. That's but a small skirmish that we do here now. We are fully equipped with so many items. My ships should have the upper hand in almost every battle. I hope so, at least. So the final fleet, no idea about their strength. There's more battleships. She still has so many battleships in the area. That battle cruiser is going down quickly. That sounds perfect. And then it's only this battleship here. And of course, it's a veteran ship once again. She has a lot of them. Look at the damage that's coming in there. And it's still almost not going down. Like, it's taking forever. incredible. There was also a really cool drop, Sinks Steel Double Hull, a legendary reinforcement for that ship. Let's actually change it with one of these weaker items there, and there the veteran ship is down. Let's loot it. There's also some special items here once more that we could use for our ships. This one, that wasn't so good, and that one also not so good. Very good. That's it for now though. Let's attack the island. There's also still no ships of Bente coming close. Now I think they're coming. Yep. It's looking like they're now on the move. I would like to take the island first though, before they enter. And it is here that we continue the next episode. And then it's getting really, really tough. Back to some battles, I guess. Stay tuned.
Ship under attack.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Anno 1800 to, well, our Conqueror episode. At least I hope it is going to be some conquering there. My battle fleet has arrived and yes, we are already on the way. I think Bente already seen us, so she's on the way now too. We might actually go for this fleet there right away. So let's go into and use our highly tech powered up boosted battleships that we have available there with all of those items. Crush Bente's fleet. At least that is the intention. There you go. The first battle already. I think this one is trying to flee. Let's just take it down. If I combine all my forces to one ship, look at how quickly a heavy warship is going down. And that's the drums of war that we hear there as well. Beautiful sound, really. As we're taking down the next smaller two steamships there. Another one and another one. So those guys, of course, have no chance, right? The only one that would have a chance is the battleship. Really, and it's only one here. So we can take them down step by step. If she doesn't combine her fleet, then she's going to be in deep trouble. There she's got two battleships. They're the only ones that are really a problem to us. There's a battle cruiser perhaps, and there's another bigger fleet down there. So if she combines them, then we might be having a problem. But if she keeps them separated like that for now, we should be fine. There's some plantain here. We can move my ships there to the loot while they continue firing. So what did we get out of here? Oh! Altar of Oopsie Daisy. Attractiveness is a legendary item for the museum. How very good. That is a nice surprise after all. Perfect. And look at that, how long it's taking to get down. It's a veteran one, right? So it's an upgraded version of it. And it's even stronger. It's so strong, it's incredible, really. As it's almost not going down. But there it is. And boom. Let's just have a look what we find here as well. Perhaps another legendary item for Sue or something like that. That would be amazing. Some pigs, plantain that we don't absolutely need, and some items here for our ships so we can boost them. We can continue boost our battleships with that. Alright. Damage to buildings. That's actually pretty good. I might be changing these guys here. This one I can actually throw off anyway. Why can I not activate this? Oh, we already have him activated. Fine, 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 fine. Let's go for the first island. This one here of a Bente, I'm not going to keep it, I guess. We're just going to crush it, right? She's on the way again.
Ship under attack.
And there we are going now into the next harbor area. For the first one, so now she finally sees us there as well. Oh, this might be a bit of a problem here now. Let's try to take down these cannons there quickly. Alright, at least those are down. We need to move a bit closer there. Oh, there's more behind there, I think. But I guess they're fleeing now. Perfect. This island is done for. Let's conquer it. That belongs to us for now. I don't think we're going to keep it. Lots of items here for the trade unions especially. Nothing really extraordinary. I was hoping for something perhaps. Oh, lots of tapestry though. So higher tier items that we find here as well. And some weapons. I take the weapons though. This is a nice surprise. And some glasses. Alright. That's it. This island is now white peace for 28 minutes anyway, right? So we can continue with our conquering. And of course, conquering we need to do. That is Tabarim. There's some more ships coming in. Of course, these are trade routes usually. It's a really cool sound there that's coming off these shippies. Perfect. So let's just have a look what else we might find here. Some sails, we don't need that. And some timber, we also don't need that. Perfect. Let's continue on to Tabarim. There is another fleet of furs coming in. I'm feeling really confident with my battleships there right now. And she didn't build up that much defense yet. My airship, meanwhile, that is waiting here, already has some Wansa timber on board. Is he selling anything else here? He's only selling the Wansa timber there. I hope we don't need steel beams to found a new island. He's got some more items then for museums and stuff like that. But let's move on. Alright, more ships coming our way now, so they're going directly at us. Some of my battleships already took lots of damage there, as we can see. Oh, there's more being unfogged over there. I love how extremely efficient those ships are. And of course those battle cruisers, they're just there for the fun, really. And they're down already. Oh, there is a bigger fleet of Benta. I think she might be coming our way. Let's try and take Tabarim first. And there we are moving in. To finally reclaim what's ours. Actually, we don't need the resources to found it, of course. We're getting the trading post there again, right? That was a bit of my thought process. Let's go ahead, crush them. Oh, there's also a cargo ship. Oh, and from behind there's more. I hate those fogs, really. It's a bit tricky sometimes. And there we should get it back. Perfect. Let's conquer the island. And there's also now a battleship here. It's a battle cruiser as well. What is it, Benta, with you and the pigs? There's so many pigs all the time. Ah, and some weapons. Those I like to deck. Oh, we're getting attacked now from the back as well. We should still be fine. This battleship is going down now. It was not a veteran ship. And yes, she's trying to defend what's hers, but it's not going to be hers. Something for the museum there as well. Some plunder that we found. Perfect. Oh, there's more ships now coming from over there. And another battleship is also joining. Haven't lost a battleship yet. I'm really surprised at that. She's not focusing on one ship there, so that's helping us out a bit. And more ships are going down. Perfect. This battle cruiser is going down, and I'm also going to lose a battleship of my own there. I could probably have moved it out, but it's fine. This one's the last one, and we can build more battleships again. It's no problem at all. And for the whole of Africa, we've lost one. That's fine. Oh, look at that! Museum attractiveness, and another legendary item for the museum. This is like Christmas. It's an early Christmas gift that we're finding here. Perfect. Beautiful items. And with nice sets, Northern Saga set, we already have quite a few items of that now. Fantastic. And this one, of course, is once again a very, very strong battleship there. And it's doing it. And it should be going down now. There you go. Perfect. Very nice. Lots of loot there as well. Let's use my battleship to take the loot here. The empty ones yet. And the other ones are going to take back or going to take back the resources. We can also unload now the ones at timber. This, of course, is Tabarim and nothing else. Now, with my battleships, we are going to go up here now because there's still another island of Bente, and I'm really in the mood of crushing her a bit more there. So let's go ahead and do this while we have the chance. This one is a Princess King one, this is a Bente one, so this is going down anyway, as it's just passing by, really. Meanwhile, we can finally start constructing Tabarim once more, and this time for real. We do have around 112 tons of weapons in store now. How very nice. Oh, and what is that? It's part of the tourist quest. Getting around the city, I guess, making a tour.
And tell us all his culinary secrets. Imagine how his buttery pastries could enrich your cafes.
And while we take out more ships over there and then claiming the island, I found another 2 battleships down here, and both of them are normal versions, so we can take them down, and we definitely should be doing that because they will hunt us otherwise. Let's go over there now, conquer this one, and these guys here are staying in the safety of Hugo's harbor. That's not going to help you that much. with the cargo ship, I think these are protecting this tiny ship there. It's fine. They're easier to find this way.
Moving to coordinates.
There you go, and the siege of Fluffy Strup has started. Gosh, these names. We seriously need to rename Bente's Islands then once more. And the battleships really take barely any damage from these cannons, from the normal ones, of course. The Bente doing, the big baddies are doing a lot more damage. But these normal ones, I guess she couldn't afford any other ones. Influence-wise, of course, it's tricky. This one's going down now too. Perfect.
This will be the end of your tyranny.
There you go. Some more conquering to be done. Perhaps some interesting items. Oh, something for the botanical gardens. I love the loot that we can find here. And perhaps there's also something useful waiting in the harbor. Clay pipes. Oh, we can at least unload it for now. More clay pipes. And ceramics. Alright, let's take this one too. Now, my battleships are moving now. Taking down the remaining ones. And so far, it's looking fantastic. I'm also going to use my airship to safely maneuver around, and we're going to take the loot from these islands and bring it back to Tabarim. And from here, I'm going to take it back then to Crown Falls. We might actually also be sending the second airship to Africa, to Enbesa. What I will need to do here, though, is I will get us some more resources, some building resources primarily. We already have the weapons over there, and I would really like to build me some towers as well. There you go. Off this one goes, and they're really safe from any kind of attack. I love my airships. And there's another battleship of Bente going down. Cleaning up Africa is very important for us to make trading possible, and also, of course, to protect our islands here. I'm going to keep that fleet in the area for now. I think we should be fine in the other regions, right? In a new world, we have our fleet that is protecting us. In Crown Falls, I don't think we have that many ships right now. Nope, it's only 2 really that are protecting some harbor area, but that's it. I'm trusting that there is nothing else happening at the moment. We do have some influence, so I might actually go ahead and build me another one. There you go. And of course, we should not neglect building Tabarim. So there you go. We have some basic layout once more for the city. Over here, the warehouse for the ones that timber foresters. Let's go ahead and build them. There you go. We do have still the quest, right? Yep, sell to his lighthouse and sustain the 80% goat milk demand that we need. So let's go ahead, build this. The first ones, we do have a bit of ones of timber, so I can definitely build some of these blocks there. There you go. And once more, welcome back to Tabarim, people. This time I'm going to protect you. At least I think I am.
Ship under attack.
Meanwhile, my airship has also arrived with the additional building materials. So that's the steel beams and the bricks. Let's take the beautiful items here really that we have, especially the legendary ones, back to Crown Falls. And of course with an airship, because I just trust these airships more than my own ships, at least in times like these. Then we have something for the trade unions. So the all iron works and foundries have productivity increased by 55%. That is really powerful, especially since we do have a bit of a production there that we could use with that. Also, soap factory, not that much. Let's take the Arctic Wolf for now, right? We might be coming back then anyway. And let's also get the second airship back to Crown Falls. I know, Hugo is also once again taking my shares. And what I can see is that there's more Benta ships now in the region again. This one here, for example, taking down my... Is it really trying to take down my cargo ship here? This might be very bad for you, Benta. Another battleship that I'm going to send over here then. And I probably will need to send some of my battleships back to Crown Falls. I think we are a bit undefended there right now. Let's take... I think one of them should be fine, especially if it's boosted. Let's take this one here and get it to Crown Falls. The other one's staying in the region.
To get sick.
Now, let's have a look at my shepherds. The goat milk has been unlocked, as we can see. Some fineries and dried meat is also available now. And at Katimer, who is of course on the island as well, he might be selling us a ship there for 1 influence. And how very lucky, we do have 1 more influence. And with that, I'm going to purchase some more wands of timber. Right, that we can take over here to boost the speed. Oh, there is another battleship. Perfect. And we can also continue with the quest now. Oh, wait a second. I think there is a quest now where we need to get some items on board. That was probably a bit of a mistake there on my part. So let's just sell the timber there once more, if we ever get close to the harbor area. Sorry, pal. I'm going to purchase it back then in a second and take the loot here. Oh boy, it's a strong one. It's a really strong one. But he will not be able to take down one of ours. Alright, this one, the mud bricks and timber. Alright, was that part of a quest? Nope. It seems like there wasn't a quest after all. But mud bricks I can definitely use then for something later. So let's get this one to Tabarim. Okay, the ship is down. Perfect. Let's get my battleships back into my own harbor. And I've also started building up my goat farms up here. So they could be improved by fertility. By the way, if you're new to Enbesa, of course, we have very dry land. And we do need to irrigate the soil based on these river slots here, right? And we can then irrigate the areas to greener stuff. But not every production building needs it. So goat milk, for example, does not require it. It's only improved by fertile soil. Other farms really require fertile soil or moisturized soil. Also, I'm planning to have Tabarim going over here as well, so it's going to be a really big city. So I'm only going to use this part up there and this part here for some productions, and the rest we're going to import them. Let's go ahead and build us the next warehouse there, and let's go ahead and build us, let's make it some 3 goat farms here. Oh, he's talking about the goat farm now. Fatima. There you go. Of course, we're lacking some shepherds once again, so let's continue building us some more of them. These blocks here we can finish easily. They barely cost me any timber, really. Those guys. And then here in the back as well. And with that, Tabarim also reaches the city status of a district. At least that's something. And we're unlocking now the finery here. And there is already something now that requires soil. And then we have the musician's court as well. This one, this bad boy here, I would really like to place right in the center of it all here. Or we could also have it here in the back for this district. And then I'm having a second one. And this is what I would like. So let's have the musician's court right here, right? So on either side we can then have more streets, and then I'm also going to have some ornaments here. Of course, for Tabarim we can also have some ornaments that I can't build yet. We do need more shepherds to build or to plant us some trees. Let's also just have a quick look at our young city over here. And we can also see the battleships there in the distance. Beautiful. So we can check how much goat milk we consume right now. So as we can see, the surplus is +1 with the 3 farms that we have right now. We can still push it. Let's have another 4th one over there, right? So they are really cheap. And we can, with that, expand our city as we should. So I would like to use these higher density blocks there as well. Up here, close to the main streets that we already have there. Let's just build those guys there as well. Also, we can build now the musician's court. Let's go ahead and do this one. This is going to be very important, otherwise those people are really unhappy. So we once again have a content population there, or we also have a happiness indicator once more, like in a new world. We don't have that in every region, of course. Now this one is working finally. They are getting now their goat milk and their musician's court. Also, we have another quest here: build a water pump and canal tiles, and all linseed farm fields we need to build with that. So this is the important thing here then for the embroiderer that we have. And for that, I would probably like to use my other islands now. So there we have a pretty beautiful one, by the way, here with a huge lake in the center. And what I will need to do here is, though, I need to get some building resources over there. My airships have not yet returned. One should be on the way. And the other one, Oyster Catcher, is going to be a trade ship then in Tabarim, as long as we don't have a certain piece yet. Let's get us some more resources over to Tabarim as well, while we're at it, to further secure the island then over there. And my huge collie with lots of resources has come in, lots of items as we can see. So lots of stuff for the zoo and for the museum here that I would like to use. And another very important thing is the Iron Tower has finished its very first phase. The foundations are completed, and also the superstructure now. Let's finish it. There you go, looking much better already. We can already see that it's going, yeah, well, high. And she also likes that. Finish the next phase. Oh, look at that. We got lots of people there on the streets right in front of it. And by the way, I can also see that this block here doesn't have any trees. There should always be some trees at least. And we might also be putting a fountain in it. There you go. And let's go for the next phase there. Hopefully we can do this. Nope, we do have the requirement. Now we need to finish the quest here. Trifling matter. A trifling matter. So we need to get the royal reading over to the queen. Now we need to find the royal reading first. Now I need also to prepare for my next production chain. So the embroidery here with the linseed farm, we're going to get this one from this island. Unfortunately, I don't have any hibiscus fertility on my other islands, and Bentis islands are too small. I don't want to conquer them, so I will have to have my hibiscus on Tabarim, and I'm going to use this area for that. We just need to moisturize it, and how very lucky we do have that quest there anyway. So let's go ahead, build us some bridges there. Once again, bridges are expensive, especially when it comes to building materials. Let's have this road going all the way to the other side. There is already a position for our irrigation that we can use here. So I'm going ahead now, and there we have it. The water pump, right here we can place it. Let's have a street connection, even though it does not require a street connection. I'm just doing this for the heck of it. And then we need those water canals. And as we can see, we can then place them here, and they will make everything around them greener. We can also place them around roads. So in this case here, that is working out. Let's actually build this one. There you go. And as we can see, the water is flowing, making the area around it green.
It can be exalted for the good of all.
And I'm going now ahead and I'm doing this here for the whole region. So everything here should be getting green. We can only use, though, a certain amount of it. So 250, right? We're at 55 for the moment. So I need to be a bit careful how I place them, because every tile really matters. And there you go, we are now capped. I will need to get rid of these here, I think, in order to make this one work, and those there. Perfect, there we are. So the whole area basically is green now, and the only thing we now need to do is place those roads. We can do it in another way. If I want to have my fields on that side, for example, I can just go ahead and wait a second. There we have it. I can place them right here, for example. Right, and the road goes over it to the other side where there is a warehouse, so I'm not wasting too much space here. So there we have a bit of dry land. I would like to use this dry land here for my warehouse that we can then have in this area. And then we could have now more of them here as well, and their fields are going all the way, of course, up. And they need 144 fields. So this would be one of them, and then we have the other one just here. And I think this is going to look really cool then, especially with all those fields then around them. Get rid of that. And the road we're going to make here at the end of it, right? So here, where it doesn't use that much space, going into the dirt road there again, or dirt field. And this one we can also make long again. So this wall up there, and then just here we can now get over there, perfect, to the other side, so we can also use this area for later. And I guess we can still squeeze something in here. We also need to get us some of the ones of timber that we have, and perhaps some steel beams over to one of the other islands now, so where we have the linseed farm available then. So this island here, of course, we would need a workforce. We do have a commute here, but it's only unlocking later. For now, let's finish the embroiderers. So we have now the farms over there, and oh, actually the hibiscus tea, of course, and then I just need the tea spicers, and those guys I'm actually going to get to the other side where we have the dry land. So here we could have then, or we will actually have our industrial zone for Tabarim. We're going to need a lot of industrial buildings down the road, so I'm just going to have my first ones now here. There's, by the way, no real resources mining wise, right? So on the mountains, nothing really, so we can just go ahead with that. Okay, we have a lot of ships under attack right now. I need to check this one. There's a battleship. It has taken this small island there once more, that we can take back again, and it's now wreaking havoc here. We do have a battleship here, though it's already heavily damaged and it's being repaired at the moment, but it's really taking its time. I've also been sending now 2 more battleships from Africa over, so those guys here, they're now going back to Crown Falls as well. We have then 4 more battleships available in Tabarim or in Enbesa. This will be fine, I think. But those 2 I will definitely need, making it 3 in Cape Trelawney. After all, Bente is having battleships here once more. So she needs to focus her destructive power somewhere. And of course, she's trying it here. But help is on the way. So far, so good. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, how good of you to join. Ship under attack, yes, that is the very first message that comes up every single second. I'm still going to keep them alive though, these messages, because sometimes they do actually matter quite a lot. Now in Tabarim, we stopped in the last episode, and we do have lots of work to do in Tabarim. The first thing is, we have now, well, the goat milk is in, the musician's court is in. The hibiscus tea would be my next goal. We already prepared our hibiscus farms over there, so now I just need to build the tea spices, and for that I was in the process of starting our little industrial district over here. We're going to need a lot of these spicers, so let's just go ahead and place a few of them right here in this corner, so we save maximum amount of space there really. I guess we can still have a couple more here. Bear in mind, they produce only every 1.5 minutes, so they're really slow. Basically, we do need a lot of them. Let's go ahead with the warehouse. Let's go ahead with the first farms. I'm starting with 4 because I know we're going to need a lot of them anyway. There you go. Beautiful fields, by the way, and those people, hopefully, it doesn't matter how hot it is, they will need to harvest my, well, basically my crops, my tea. And over here I can now go ahead and let's get us cracking with, I say, also 4 of them just here. Now those 4 are going to be quite, they're going to produce more than we actually can craft here, right? So that's fine. So we're building up some hibiscus because I think we're going to need it for some other productions and other quests then as well. The other thing that we have is that we also can do here in Tabarim right away is the dry house. For that we do need the Sanga farm and we do need the salt works. Both of them are rather good here because first of all we don't need to have any more fertile ground, so these farms we can use here in the dry area up there, and the second one is the salt works that we can use along the coastline. So let's go ahead and have the next production chain here, and that's probably going to be one of the last production chains that we're going to have in Tabarim itself, right? And they have huge fields, as we can see, right? So it's not going to be so easy having a lot of them here. Let's have another one up there. I think we can make this one work just fine. That's probably not very good looking. This one's a bit better. Very good. And another one up here, going a bit into the ones at the woodcutter by, yeah, it's destroying it by 2%, but that's going to be absolutely fine. That's 2 of them. They produce every minute. Oh, okay, 2 of them is for 1 dry house. So we do need quite a lot of these bad boys. Because they really consume a lot of space. And I guess we just have to work with that. That's also nasty looking. Oh, very important. The book has arrived for the queen. let's turn it in. I've just taken any book that we can find at Madame Kahina. So a very important one, where is it? There it is. Now we need to build a royal toilet. Choose someone to be the queen's maidservant. We need to do this because otherwise we cannot continue with the Iron Tower. And I would really like to finish the Iron Tower before we start with our next monuments, because it's just a very, very big project overall. Now, we do need to choose something here.
Your ship has returned from its
Let's just
voyage.
have a look at that. Her Majesty has extended a list of requests to ensure the inauguration proceeds in the best possible circumstances. Particulars include securing a hotel suite next to the Iron Tower and providing light reading for Her Majesty, as well as a maidservant. Talk to the potential maidservants. We do need to find one, a suitable one. We have 3 available. We have a sharply tongued maid, we have a sharply dressed maid, and we do have a destitute maid. What is a destitute one saying? Of course, it would be an honor, but I expect she would rather word not get out. A maid's chief virtue is silence. Alright, what is this one saying? I'll have the queen looking proper and sensible with none of that frilly nonsense. A true monarch should be austere. And then we have the sharply tongued one. And oh, my friends will be jealous when I show them all the jewelry, the dresses. Besides, how hard can it be? Oh my goodness. Ah well, let's take the fun one. The sharply tongued. We've better sense than to take on a maid driven by selfishness and whimsy. We shall be forced now to make our own arrangements. Oh, that wasn't good. That was actually a wrong choice here. At least we got the meal right, the dinner. And we got her the book to read. Now we need to finish it. I guess now we can start it? No, we can still not start the Iron Tower. We still need to prepare a meal. So in that case here, we can of course go wrong again. After picking the meal, we also need to have a conspiracy here. With inauguration day drawing ever nearer, Sir Archibald has started to worry that security is not up to snuff. He insists there need to be more police patrols near the monument. We need to have a police station near the Iron Tower. So we need to finish all of these quests, of course, in order to continue. Problem is, a police station does require space. I don't have that much space, really. I do need to have it close to it. Like really close. Let's just have a look at that. We have some police stations. We do have some smaller ones as well, like this one, the mobile task force. Perhaps this one is counting as a police station for the quest. Because the cool thing is we have some space in here. So let's just get rid of these ornaments there and place us a police task force in there. Is that working out? I don't think so.
Not nearly as...
Okay, so the normal ugly one is the only thing that's working, and we need to place it really right beside it. I'm not a big fan of these forced buildings that we have to place. It's just not looking good. I'm going to get rid of that once we are done with it. So there is now this conspiracy here, and we do need to select the residents to interrogate them. We got the exalted artisans, the gang of workers, and the busy farmers. I guess I already know who's probably going to be it. The queen, now I've got nothing against her. And what about the queen? I'm not saying anything. Be gone and stop your troubling. Oh, this is going to be difficult. And the artisans. Why would anyone want to disturb a day of such importance? Of course, it's the workers. They're already the troublemaker with Hugo Mercier there as well, and the anarchist. And most likely it's going to be the workers then. I'm definitely going to choose them. Let's make the workers talk. I'm not telling you anything. We could bribe them.
Perhaps this will bring their ring
Or certainly increase taxation. Let's do this. Alright, let's actually... Alright, with a bit of money, they actually want to talk.
Under attack.
Now something very unfair is happening. I do have my defenses in the harbor, yet this battleship will probably take over this island here once more. I've already taken the resources that we had here. Steel beams is still missing. There you go. And we're probably going to lose this one because I don't have a proper defense here. It is still fully upgraded, right? So it should actually have the maximum amount. But this one is just relentlessly firing on it. And I think we might be losing it. If it's not fleeing or anything like that. Unfortunately, the battleships that I have in the region are not really adding a lot to the morale of it. It's actually stopping now, attacking the harbor, and is going for my ships. And with that, very, very close, but we actually secured the island for now. Look at how fast it is, even though it's damaged a lot. Perhaps we can catch up to it. Alright, we can catch up to it, and we can destroy it in the process. Very important that we take down this one as well. I hate Bente. Now we also found the conspirators. There they are.
Help us
With
out, will
the
you, boss?
crates right next to them, and they're begging us not to take them to Sir Archibald.
Spare a
And
thought for us?
yeah, let's collect them at my harbor. And I guess we need to get them to Archibald Blake's lighthouse. The good thing is we have a white flag ship here, and we can just get this one now to High Clarence Hall without any problems. On board they are, and with that hopefully we finish this conspiracy too, and we can then hopefully continue building the Iron Tower. Now what I could do in the meantime is we can get us a few more skyscrapers, as I should be doing. So let's go ahead and get us those guys here up. Right, so this is all going to be skyscraper terrain at some point, and why not just use it now? There we have a few more. We could also go ahead and upgrading us a few more of the skyscrapers directly that we have in this area to also boost us a bit of the income. Look at that, how much money I lose every time I'm upgrading buildings to skyscrapers. It's truly incredible how effective or how impactful the intensive panorama effect is. We really need it, unfortunately. There is another one. Those blocks here we can also finish. And this one here I'm going to leave open for now. And then I might just add those guys. There you go. Perfect. I'm not going to upgrade more for now. We're going to need a lot of these for the monument though. So actually, you know what? Let's just go ahead and continue with the upgrading. We might also have some smaller islands of skyscrapers somewhere, right? I don't want to have a full skyscraper wall, you might say, like that. But we could have them a bit closer and a bit more separated as well, like this block there. Oh, and we're down to elevators now. Am I still producing elevators? We're still doing that. We need to wait again a bit more for elevators. Okay, there's also something very, very annoying happening. Bente that conquered this island not a few minutes ago actually built it up with a lot of cannons and is now attacking all my cargo ships. Of course, it was kind of like to be expected, but not so quickly, and I thought I had more time. Now, we do have the battleships though in the region. They're all moving already to the island, because I'm going to conquer it back, of course, very important. And then I'm probably going to move against her other islands here, because she really needs to go. Gosh, and there was a time when I thought Miss Hunt was the most annoying enemy in this game. Of course, it's not Miss Hunt. It is Bente Jorgensen. Let's take her down. She's got a few cannons here in the region. I should be fine with 3 battleships though. There my battleships move in. Let's take down the more important big baddies here first. Those are the ones that are really crushing my cargo ships. So they need to go. And then there's also an harbor artillery. And look at that, how much damage one of my battleships takes. These big baddies are insane, especially if there are 2 of them in the area. Holy cow. Holy cow, that's a lot of damage. Alright, we can actually... she's also going right into my harbor area now. Are you serious? Let's continue building some more battleships. We need that. And yes, I might actually lose one of my battleships here. Moving it out. I don't think that we can be quick enough. They have a huge range, really. Yeah, I'm going to lose that. I did not expect that. So much damage. It's insane. Considering how much health one of these battleships has. It's this harbor artillery now that's doing most of the damage. If we take it down, we have won this one, but it's not down yet. There, it's down now. Gee, really, that was really hard. And it also took a lot of damage on our trade routes, of course. So we lost the copper trader. I need to replace it with one of my cargo ships. We lost a weapon trader. I need to replace it there again. Really took down some ships here. And there we've taken it back. There's some small items here. Nothing really important. Let's get those ships back to my repair crane. And since we really do need more influence, let's continue upgrading my engineers. We can do quite a few of them over here. That's a lot of more influence coming in there. Perfect. And now we are out of bricks anyway. That's 44 more influence that we have. Bear in mind, we are constructing 2 battleships at the moment now. That's going to take a while, but those are going to help out as well, as we've lost a few here. 44, that's good. We are really down on balance there too, so I think something is missing when it comes to my skyscrapers. Might that be right? Those guys here, we do need to upgrade a few of them in order to get the panorama effect. It's really, really expensive.
is utterly grotesque.
But everything else is fine. Every one of these has everything they need. Right, there's nothing really that would affect it. It's really just the panorama effect that it's dragging us down like that. Now we really need to focus on our production chains as well. We have now 4 of these farms here. That would lead to 2 dry houses that we can at least, let's say, power it with them. Let's have those 4 here. Here I'm going to have a fire station most likely. We have also gotten the workers over to RG. We can continue now here with our main quest for the Iron Tower. And here I can then have my salt works. They produce every 30 seconds too. That means 2 of them should be fine for now. Probably can have more down the road then. Let's have the road connection. And let's build us some 4 of these farms. Let's build 2 of my salt works. And with that I can get us at least 2 dry houses working over here. So that's another production chain that is working for us now. And the saltworks are probably, I mean, this is looking really cool. I like the saltworks a lot. Look at that. Lots of details there as well. And they're all on rocks. Getting the salt done. And this one brings in the dry meat, the next product that we need. So this is only that. And then only really the embroidery or the finery is waiting for us. And that's over here. Now I do need to get my battleships back up here. Of course, Ketima wants to talk with us now too. Let's get the Wands of Timber to this island. And here we can then start with our next productions. Meanwhile, we can finally start the superstructure of the Iron Tower. Phase 3 of 3 has started. It does cost me quite a lot of steel beams, reinforced concrete, and artisan workforce. 500 for that for now. And by the way, my worker workforce is really low. Oh, we're down on work cloth? How is that possible? Aren't we getting work cloth in with Captain Tobias? Doesn't seem like it. I thought we were. Now what I can do is I can get rid of the schnapps import that we have over there, and instead I'm going to use, my sewing machines for the work cloth directly. Actually, aren't we getting wool in as well? No, we are not. We are getting actually the work cloth from Leary, right? That we have the production, but it seems like it's not enough right now. And let's do some sewing machines here on the potatoes, and then I can use some of that on my schnapps distilleries that we're going to have a bit further away, just to make it safe, right? And there we have then a couple of them here. That should be enough for the limited population that we have. Build the warehouse over here. And we do need 20 schnapps per minute, but we're already getting a lot of schnapps in as well from Leary, right? So I'm not going to have more than that. This should solve the problem here, especially for the workforce. As we can see, it's already going down, or it's going up again, the workforce, because the work cloth is coming in once more. Now the last phase for the Iron Tower. How very nice. So this one here is now in its final steps, and we can finish this one then all and good. This police station here, I should be able to get rid of now. And let's do this, and let's get my investor buildings back again that I've actually moved. Right, because it's absolutely insane having a police station next to the Iron Tower. There you go. And I might just then have some nice fountain here or something like that. Or actually, since it's very close in the center, let's just have us another investor right next to it. There you go. And then a fountain plaza right there in the center. We also have another quest. We have, by the way, dozens of quests at the moment. The market research lab here for the skyscrapers. We need to continue with that as well in order to advance to the skyscraper monument. And this one here wants me to place a gazebo plaza next to an engineer skyscraper. We should be able to do this. Here we have some engineer skyscrapers with those fountains in the center. Let's get rid of that and have a gazebo plaza in the center here instead of the fountain plaza. There you go.
Should be a breeze now for Miss Jenny, my house help here, to get to work.
So I guess he likes that a lot, and we finished that quest as well. Let's continue with this one here in Sparrow. Hello there. Thank you for the support. And there you have it, your own little island. Hopefully we can protect it as we go. Let's have the marketplace here and the first shepherds for the workforce, really. It's only really for that. And the cool thing is, well, they don't really need anything else other than a market, right? We don't need to have like fish, for example, where without fish they would just get devastated again. Nope, they are just going to be totally fine with the marketplace. We do have some timber still left. We have the shepherd workforce. Let's go ahead, and we do need now, how many of them do we actually need? They are producing every minute, so they're not really fast. The mill is then producing every 30 seconds once more. So let's have 4 of these farms for now. They cost me 5 shepherds, so we can afford us 4 of them right that. Let's have the marketplace there, and let's have the water pump. That is almost at capacity once again, going in both directions there. Ah, princess, why are you doing this? You know exactly that you cannot afford that. And we're just going to make some ceasefire there again. Actually totally useless doing anything else with the diplomacy there, as they really don't want to do that. Bent is still at a 4-digit military score. Nothing I can really do there. Now there we go. Let's have the linseed farm number 1, linseed farm number 2. So this one is going to be right here. They do need 96 fields, so actually not that much. Yeah, we have another one just along the river here. And then I can have another one here to fill in this whole area there.
Is under siege.
Anger up, enter the anger up? What? That is a neutral NPC here, and that is kind of like under attack. What is happening if this one goes down? Very interesting actually, but I think it was just a ship passing by. Would have been a lot of fun, really. There we have it, and there we have more fields then for this area. Perfect. So that's the 4 farms that we really need. Let's build all of them, and let's build the warehouse there as well. That was, by the way, also a quest, of course, that we needed to finish here.
Water, the key to bringing Enbesa together.
Beautiful, really. I love the aesthetics in Enbesa.
Traditionally, shepherds weave their own garments, but they need linseed.
Good. The only thing we now need is a trade route. Now we do have that schooner here, the Sea Scorpion. Let's have this one working for now between Sparrow and Tabarim, and it's going to take us the linseed that we need, right? And really only can take those 2 anyway. And Sea Scorpion it is. Is there any other ship for sale here? Or do I need to get something over? There's another schooner coming up, but that's really not something that we can use long-term wise. Let's actually use... we also don't have any more cargo ships available, I think. After the 2 battleships are done, let's build 2 cargo ships. It's going to take a while still for these battleships, really. Look at that. Only halfway through. Now that is coming in. We only need now the linen mill. I do need 2 for the farms that I have so far. And then of course a bit more. So let's have them here. Oh, they're actually pretty big here. Let's have 4. Those 4. And that would lead to a maximum of 8 embroiderers. Holy cow, they also do require a lot of space. 4 here that I could have. And then probably another 4 here. I don't think that I'm ever going to need that much, but just for safety reasons, let's do this. And we can also, of course, continue with the expansion of Tabarim itself.
Ship under attack.
Anything new you have to tell us? Nope. Ship under attack. That's it. Let's have a few more here, and of course the main road continues into this area there as well. And there, I would like to use this area for nice little parks then later, right here in the center of Tabarim. I can go ahead and get us another marketplace for this district. We should be doing that, but first I would like to have some more blocks. I do, by the way, like these blocks here that I'm copying quite often. I don't know what it is about them, but their high density is just something that I really do enjoy. Yet they can also still have some green ornaments with them as well. There we have it. I probably will have to have a block here. Then we have the next marketplace just there. That should reach everything basically. There you go. Let's build the marketplace and let's build all of these people there as well, as Tabarim is growing. Meanwhile, Sea Scorpion is on its way with its first 6 tons of seaweed or linseed actually. Let's just see how long it will survive in these dangerous waters. So far so good. We are making some progress even though it's pretty hard for now. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, and how good of you to join once again to Anno 1800. Now in our picturesque Metropolis Crown Falls, there is another battleship of Bente coming in right now that we have to take down. Speaking about battleships, this is not going to be a battle episode, but I need to point something out that because some of the mods are extremely outdated, like the military mod, I do have trouble from time to time getting my ships back online after reloading a save. So we basically lost around 6 battleships with the latest save. I can't get them back. They are always being destroyed once loading into the game. And well, we have 134 influence once again. I need to rebuild my battleships. That's a bit of a problem there. At least the military mod still is kind of like working, but it's still not really bug free anymore. In the Africa area, we only have 1 battleship left. This guy here, the winged monkey. This one is now responsible for protecting our, well, properties, I should say. We could probably in Enbesa go ahead and build us some, mounted guns. That's not going to work out. These are extremely crappy. We're just going to continue now boosting our economy. We do have that schooner here that is delivering the linseed. The linseed that we need for our embroideries, for our fineries, for our, well, clothes, I guess. Basically, another thing is the mud bricks. We cannot build them yet as far as I can see, but that would be the next goal. The only battleship that is surviving the ages is the Buckthorn 2 in the New World. I have no idea why some of them are being destroyed all the time and why some of them just survive. It's kind of like deep in the system there, I guess. Now, in Tristão, it's looking fine for now. The only thing that I would like to check here is if we are capped on any consumer goods. Rum is looking rather full. So we do have, of course, our juicy rum trade routes that we might need to rethink. We haven't lost a ship there yet. There is some oil here. I think, we lost an oil one, but this one is waiting already for it that we can reassign. We have lost 1 ship here for the sewing machines, where I do need to get another cargo ship on board once again for this one. So this is something that I need to check all the time. That we lost a clipper. I'm not going to replace the clipper though. That's completely fine. And something very important in Crown Falls that we can do now is the biscuits. We can open up the biscuits finally for my people. So let's just check this one out real quick. We got 500 tons. I did not do that yet because we were quite busy with other things in the last episode. Let's unlock it for them. All right, happiness-wise, they're still totally fine. And then it's only the chewing gum. And for that, we basically should have everything as well. Now, biscuits are coming in. One thing that I really need to do here is I need to upgrade my skyscrapers. We have 580,000 skyscraper upkeep. Some of you have been pointing out that I might be running out of consumer goods. I'm not. We are having every consumer good necessary. It's really the skyscrapers. It's absolutely insane. $580,000 upkeep. That is because most of them are on par with each other. So we do need to give them a better or higher layout than the other skyscrapers in their area, because only then will they pay me some money again. And holy cow. Oh, and we've leveled up to 59. That is another major milestone there. Coming close to 60. It's really hard now to level up, basically. So let's just go ahead and do this one. As we can see, we really got a lot of level 1 skyscrapers, and we really need to push them to the next level there. We do need a lot of tier 5 skyscrapers for the monument, so let's better get ahead upgrading it now before we get into any problems later on. Plus, also, I can't afford to just keep them at level 1 anyway. They're insanely expensive. I think over here we also got a lot of them ready. This is already a tier 2, is it? Nope, it's not. They just need the... Oh yeah, sorry. We actually only have 1 department store right now. For this whole area, I do need a 2nd department store. And I think we could move the university right here in the center. I don't need to delete any other buildings. The university a bit further up north, because the investors, they don't need the university anymore. And we can still have it here, and we should still reach most of these guys here. There's, by the way, also the lack of electricity visible now in this area, but we are going to keep them as engineers anyway. Perhaps we have a few people here that are going to be still investors, but not that many, because we still really need a lot of engineers as well. We are pretty down on the workforce stores there. Let's go ahead and remove the marketplace and the pop-up there in this area. We don't need them anymore. And plus, by the way, we do have still some dirt roads lying around there. And then we can just move basically the university into this block there, fitting in nicely, perfectly, as it is made for it. And then we have, well, some juicy area here that we can use for a new department store. And there it is, the big boy. The only thing we do need to have close by is a warehouse. It's actually pretty hard to get the warehouses into its area of influence. So there we have a warehouse up there that is already working for the restaurant that we have. So let's just place it here, because then it can reach those areas, right? And we're just going to have some paved roads in the front and in the back, because that's just how it fits best in, right? There is an entrance, and then here we have the front major entrance, more or less, just behind the hotel and just beside the Iron Tower. That's going to work out. We do need a lot of bricks though, and to my surprise, we are really not having that many bricks at the moment. For the bricks, I think we should be full on clay though. That we should have. No, we don't. Are we not importing enough clay anymore these days? Because that would be an explanation. Okay, down here we have the clay. We have a lot of trading coming in there at the moment, so that should be fine. I can also see that we are a bit congested here with goods that we shouldn't be really importing with the docklands anymore. That would be the potatoes and the work clothes. We do have an island down here that is Leary, of course, and Leary is producing a lot of these resources already. We have trade routes activated that are going back and forth, so I might just reinforce those productions here in Leary to finally also completely get rid of these trade routes that we have in the docklands that we really don't need really. Now there we have still some, oh, there's actually a sheep farm right here that doesn't have a field at all. Get rid of that for now, and I will just have some more sheep farms here now, just beside the oil fields. Where is it happening? There might be something. There's a battle cruise up here. Do we still have? We do have still 2 battleships in the Arctic. Very good. So they have not been destroyed. They're going to protect us there, hopefully. Okay, so there we have now a few more sheep farms. Upon closer inspection, we can also see that we only have 200 farmers in Crown Falls situated. So it's absolutely not necessary of getting work cloth and schnapps via the trade or via the docklands. So actually, let's get completely rid of these productions here. So of this trade route there, and then we have the potato and the sewing machines that is still working out. We also don't really need that anymore, as I can just boost that in Leary as well. So let's get rid of that. We open up 2 more slots again that we might be using here pretty soon then for some other materials. I can also see that there's more benter ships again in the region. Haven't we finished? Yes, we have finished another battleship now. Perfect. Andromeda, off you go. And I think we can already build the next one then. Perfect. So there is another 2 battleships coming out. So we have 3 battleships then once more. I wonder for how long though. Now let's just have a look at that. We have those guys now, and that means I also just need some more framework knitters in the region, and we can basically have them right here beside the sheep farms. There you go. So they can get their wool out of that right away. And what I could do here now in Crown Falls is where we have our schnapps distilleries or our framework knitters. If I have any left, I might just delete them now. And yes, in fact, we have 10 of them over here. They are not needed anymore, and that really restores our farmer workforce back to positivity, or well, to a positive balance for the farmers. That's the work clothes here now. And then we have, of course, the schnapps over here. And for the schnapps, I will still need some more potatoes, because we do need potatoes for recipes, for example. So I still need to get some more of these plantations out there, even though we don't consume that much of them, right? So just that, and then we might have some more here. Let's just have a road there. We can also finish those 3 there that are delivering then to the warehouse over here that we upgrade. And we should definitely upgrade this warehouse there. And I'm just going to finish it off like that. And then we have more space here. But I think we should be golden with that. We're not boosting it. We are not going to boost it. And with that, off you go. I think we do have a trade route from Leary that goes to Crown Falls. That should be getting us some stuff over there. There we have it. That's the work cloth. The fish, it's a cargo ship. We still have some resources left. So I'm going with a bit of schnapps there. And also some potatoes. Right, and we're going to do that. I might be adding a second cargo ship then to this trade route, just to be sure of it. once we have, of course, another cargo ship. We are building one more here, and I'm going to build a second and a third one after that as well, because we really do need them. One more thing that I need is I need to look out in the Arctic. We do need more caribou meat for our recipes. It's a bit tricky. We have lots of caribou meat here in King William Island, as far as I can see. We are getting this one over. It's, oh yeah, in King William Island. I could have a trade route of my own right now from King William Island to Crown Falls. That is just really focusing on the caribou meat. It is really important that we get something over there. I should still be having something somewhere, please. I do have a cargo ship available, Top Banana. That would be doing the trick. We could also use one of our clippers here. Let's use a clipper for that. It's extremely slow, right? But it's absolutely fine. It's a niche product and it's really just needed for restaurants. There is another one coming out, cargo ship. Perfect. You can be on this one. So for the caribou meat, I think we have deleted it already. There you go. No longer available. And that should be fine. Now there's one thing that I need to do in the new world, and that is our next product that we need for the skyscrapers, and that would be the chewing gums. Over here we have it. We have basically all the resources now. We are producing the sugar, we're producing cinnamon, we have caoutchouc that is over here in Auspicious Isle, where we hopefully should be having a bit of caoutchouc available there. There it is. It's almost capped. Perfect. We have the cinnamon over here that is produced, but the cinnamon is already getting exported to Crown Falls with the airships there for the shampoo, for example. So we do need to split it up. We can only build the chewing plant or the chemical plant for the chewing gums. We can only build that in the new world, right? So we do need to have a location here for this production. It needs obrerers, fortunately, because we are really full on the obrero workforce, and I just need to find me a good location. I think here we can really just have it beside that, because the main street for the city is going to end here, I think, anyway, right? So this is basically the end of Tristão, then over here, and this is then basically just the industrial zone. We might be having something here then to finish this one, but for now it's going to be fine. And then we need that. We produce every 30 seconds, so 2 per minute. We do need chewing gums. Let's just open it up really for my, I think it is tier 2 investors. There you go. So that I can see the consumption rates for the chewing gum that we really need to know. Because I have no idea, to be honest. And it is really not a lot. It's in fact, it's 0, but of course it's a bit more than 0 probably, but we really don't need that much. So I think with around 2 chewing gum factories, let's make it 3. We should be fine long term wise. Let's say 4 of them. That is really the maximum we'll ever need. Let's just go ahead and have these guys here. Right, so let's just make this one look a bit better. There you go. We have the warehouse here and we have a warehouse here, so they can get each one of these things rather quickly. The only thing we now need is a trade route between the islands here that is going from Viga to Auspicious Isle to Tristão, back and forth, and it's going to take in Viga, so up here it's going to take the cinnamon and probably 2 times that, and then we're going to Auspicious Isle where we are going to take the caoutchouc 2 times, and we are loading that in Tristão. And we only need 1 ship for that. We have a clipper available. We have, I think we're going with, wait a second, we should be having a royal galleon in the region. There it is, Andromeda, a royal galleon that is just going to do that, right? It's going to be totally fine for that. There you go. We still need to give this one to the new world. This one, oh, we haven't done a trade route yet for Africa, so that is something we're going to need. Caribou meat and the fur coats that is going from, that is just in Cape Trelawney there as well. Alrighty, so that is coming in now, and now we can build them. Let's build 2 of them for now. That should be golden. Have a very interesting color, these chewing gums. And then, of course, we still need a trade route that now goes with the chewing gums. Now, for that, we could use an already existing one. And that is this one here that is already getting the sugarcane and the plantains to Crown Falls for the recipes. We could also just extend this one here with the chewing gums that we have. Or that we don't have yet, but we're going to have them soon. Right, so it's going to be, let's say, 4 times. And of course, that's way too much for a clipper. Let's get rid of the clipper and instead use now our cargo ships. Top Banana is going to start with it. And we're going to add then Porcupine to this one too. So 2 cargo ships should be fine. Chewing gums is very important, vital for the economy, for our investors. So 2 cargo ships on that will be totally fine. Alrighty, so the only thing in Vega that comes to mind now is there is another ship of the line now coming in with a bit of timber, because of course we have another source of cinnamon consumption now. I do need to increase my cinnamon production. And let's go ahead. There you go. And over here we already have 4 of them now, of these cinnamon orchards, and I will just need a couple more of them basically. We actually have 8. There it is, right? We have 8 of them in Vega. Let's make it 12 to really be on the safe side of things, and we can really squeeze them in here, I guess. There you go with 1, 2, 3, and 4. And of course we're going to need a warehouse then in this area too, or this one. Now while we wait for the chewing gums to come in and, well, enrich the life of my citizens, we should be going ahead and upgrading us a few more investors to tier 2. So there we got lots of them in this area. Giving them this one, they all get the intense panorama effect. This one is moderate because it's at the edge there. So I think we should be boosting one of these towers then next to it. This one we could go for... Let's go with that one. They have a strong effect that is still fine. There's also a quest requirement soon coming in that we need to have a certain amount of investors being, or skyscrapers having, the intense panorama effect. So this we can click off our list then right away. This one has strong, strong, moderate, and strong. Well, decent only, so they don't have the best effect here. This one is intense once more, so in this tiny block there. And I think we could still use that one here, yep, to also get the intense one. Yeah, we're doing kind of like, we're getting kind of like up there again on the money, but it's really, really tough. These skyscrapers, holy cow, they're really demanding. There's lots of tier 1s over here. We haven't built the department store. Now we have the bricks again, so let's build the department store over here now. Right next to the hotel. And of course, it's only the toaster right now that I can select. So let's go ahead with another toaster department store. That is going to help that out. And then I do need another one here, because we already have lots of skyscrapers in this area. None of them has the department store. And it's just really important, otherwise they're going to be stuck at tier 1. And we cannot afford that. We can absolutely not afford that. So there we have now a bit of space right here in the center of it all, where we could squeeze in, or we will squeeze in, another department store. Electricity is available, and also, well, a warehouse is missing still. So that is something we always need to consider. It's pretty harsh. We do have a fire station, a police station here. We don't really need them anymore. So let's get rid of that fire station there. And instead, I would like to use then this area for the warehouse. Let's get rid of the police station there as well. Of course, we're going to upgrade it so that it does look proper for the surrounding area. And then here we can now have another department store then for these guys. Go ahead and have it here. That should be fine, so then we can upgrade all of them here. Meanwhile, this department store should have almost all its resources now. There it's coming in. Very good. Toasters are being produced, and with that also reduced consumption of jewelry and light bulbs for all of these guys in its surrounding area. That is a pretty powerful effect, by the way. So with that, we can now, or we should be able now to upgrade those guys. Yes, they have everything now, but they still need to grow to 75 before we can upgrade them. Speaking about upgrades, it is time. The Iron Tower can be finished, and we should be doing that, I think. There it is. Finish the phase. Phase 3 is completed, and thus the Iron Tower.
Your city has grown more beautiful.
There you go.
Works and praise the Empire.
And of course, the Queen likes it a lot that we have this beauty here now in the center of it all, and people celebrate this big day as the Iron Tower is finally visible now throughout the city with a nice firework.
Oh look, yon to the horizon. The royal airship is approaching. Let us strike up the fanfare.
And with it also comes the royal airship over here, so that the Queen is thrilled that the inauguration process is coming together there. She is already in the area, and she should be helping out there. Do we have... Yes, we have the banner of the cat already.
They're only waiting for you to come to the ceremony. Do you really want to make your queen wait?
And enjoy the royal parade. So there is the end of this quest line, I think.
The perfect shrine for this momentous occasion.
And I think over here, there she is. And it's not happening very often that we see the queen herself directly, but this time we do.
What an occasion! The splendor, the pomp, the royal guards parading our
And we can actually also walk around here. That is pretty cool. And just there over here, somewhere we should be seeing the queen. Perhaps we can take a shot at her. You get it? Take a shot. Oh, okay, that wasn't so good. Let's take a shot literally. That is the photo that we need to take. So over there she is. We're really finishing up this trifling matter. Iconic tower unveiled. HM herself dropped into Crown Falls today for the opening of the Iron Tower. A triumph of industrial age. Of the industrial age. Off it goes. What this Iron Tower here still needs is, well, a bus station. We don't have one close by. We have a bus station here. Unfortunately, it's not completely touching it. So we do need to move that bus station over there somehow. And let's just see what we can do about that. There you go. We are moving it up here, right? And there we have a bit of space now available. We could... No, actually I can't do anything else here other than just getting us a few more ornaments. And that would be the end of this area then. So we do have some cherry trees. Let's make some pink ones next to the white ones. And then some normal temperate growths here as well. So that it does look a bit mixed up. Perfect. And the Iron Tower now has its bus as well. And this should make my tourists happy. But I think they haven't unlocked it yet. Nope. As we can see, we still need 700 more tourists before they actually can enjoy the sights of the Iron Tower. Very strange. They're not going to use it other than that. And we also have a festival. The Regal Gala Parade right now gives me a nice 100 attractiveness bonus. And all cultural buildings cost me less at the moment. We also get a Trifle Tower recipe as a reward for that. So quite a lot of things really that are happening with the Iron Tower once this is finished. Was a major milestone and a lot of work as well. Now we can also choose a recipe directly in the Iron Tower. So there we have it. The Trifle Tower recipe or the Age of Exploration would be unlocked. Both of them for now. The Trifle Tower, oh my goodness, costs me quite a lot. The bonuses are not so nice. Let's have a look at the other one. The other one would be possible. It needs gas though. Age of Exploration, this is a good one. Minus 15 for coffee, minus 15 for chocolate, and plus 10% residence as well for all of my buildings. Let's go ahead with the Age of Exploration. Please tell me that it reaches the warehouse. There it is. Perfect. Right? Otherwise it would have been very bad. It's on its way now, getting the resources. And we also got the cloth. So she still has demands for us.
For your service, your diligence, and your loyalty.
There you go. Now we have our banners there once more. So that was the quest that was still waiting there. And we also get a decorated Iron Tower as a reward for that. And we, by the way, can also now choose the recipe effect range. Of course, the higher this goes, the higher the consumption. But as we can see, we can extend it then all the way up to the highest level, right? And we do lack some workforce though if we do that. But up to this point here, we could do it. That is a pretty high range now. And we're consuming all the tourist customers that we have on this island with that. But that's what they're here for. And with that, we just need to wait now for the recipes to come in. Oh, this card can really take all 4 goods at once. That poor horse. It's not even trying. Oh, and there's also the parade coming around for the queen. He's now parading through the city, as it seems.
Look at you swagger.
And there the resources are in. Very good. And it's being produced. And as we can see, all of these people are now affected. And their, well, consumption is reduced here. The residents consume 15% less coffee, champagne and chocolate. And also +1 bonus resident. This should help us there a bit with the level that we are right now. By the way, I really should be building my palace here soon. Because that is another huge boost. And of course, on top of everything that we need in addition for that. Could also help with the influence that we have. We still have lots of quests available. At least this one is finished. At least the Iron Tower is standing. Another milestone. I hope you enjoyed this one. Stay tuned.
Ship constructed.
Hello everyone, how good of you to join. Welcome back to Crown Falls as we are looking and marveling at the beauty of our Iron Tower that we have over here. Well, with the Iron Tower, a lot of things change a bit. I guess we do have another attraction for my tourists. With that, we will get more customers. We do have a recipe that is working now and consuming all the customers that we already have for a nice boost for all my cities. And we also get a nice attraction bonus on top of that. And of course, the site for ourselves. The skyscrapers right next to it, we can finally upgrade. By the way, there is a balloon coming from the Central Park over here, and marveling that. I would definitely like to take a ride with that, if that would ever be possible. Now, we have lots of these tier 1 skyscrapers in the area. I would really like to finish them. Oh, wait a second. There is a... Oh yeah, there is Benta once again, messing around with my islands here. So let's take down these battleships there. I think she's going to take this one over. She has taken over this one, but we will take it back in 25 minutes. It's no problem, really. I'm just a bit worried with all the battleships that she has in the region. By the way, we could be starting now with taking over one of her main islands. We do have the money, and it is not about taking it over itself that much that is problematic to me. It's more that I want to take down these cannons there to reduce her military score, because despite all the setbacks for her, she's still at 1000 military score, and we really cannot afford that. So I would like to take down one of her main islands now with shares. Of course, a direct confrontation would never be really good. Let's take down the smaller one here. And as we can see, it cost me 1.6 million per share, and then another 11 millions on top of that. The major problem here would be the influence, as I really can't afford that many shares. I can really just take down this island there at once, and once we've taken over this one, I might be going for another one. I really want to reduce the military score. The problem here is also those tiny islands that she has. She's plastering them with cannons to boost her military score, right? This one and this one. It's impossible to really take them down with ships because they're plastered with big baddies, really. Or this one here. So we are going to take them down here by shares, and it's really just the influence that is holding us back there a bit. That is a bit of a problem. Princess Jing, the occasional war declaration from her. She just wants to show really that she is still in the game, I guess. And we're going with peace right away. But she is totally down there, right? She has no chance against Benta, I think. And she will not be able to conquer anything back anymore. Let's just have a look now at the skyscrapers, because that's the important thing here. We do need to get a few of these up here now for the intense panorama effect that I would like to have. So let's go ahead with the middle ones here for sure. And then we can also do some of these guys here with at least a strong bonus that we can get them out here. So this one there as well. And there is an engineer one that gets its intense one, because it is of a different type than the other ones surrounding it. This is looking really cool there, by the way. So this is how I imagine it should be looking like. These towers in the towers, or in these blocks there. That's really cool looking. I love the engineer buildings there, and I'm definitely going to keep this one here as an engineer, even though of course it doesn't really fit in, but I think it's just looking really cool, so we're going to keep it. Let's have another one here that should still give me a strong effect. This is still intense, perfect. Of course, once we go with tier 3, we can once again change all of that once more as well. These two here should be fine as well. They are each getting a strong effect, perfect. And as we can see, my money is coming up there again. We are at 600,000 skyscraper maintenance at the moment. Truly, truly insane, the costs of these. Now a few more here. At least the moderate effect should still give me the bonus there. Yes, even with the moderate effect, they do have enough to sustain their own costs, right? Or even more than that. And that's at least something. Now, we could still upgrade one of these here. This one. It's a bit of a trickle work there. A bit of a finicky work that we have to do there.
A competitor's island is under siege.
There we still have lots of tier 1 skyscrapers that I do need to change a bit. Right, for the intense. As we can see, we're getting close to the 100k there once more. I can also build my third department store over here now. There you go. Once again, it's toasters. We haven't unlocked any other recipe at the moment. We're getting them with the quest line of the skyscrapers mostly. So I do need to wait there a bit still. Let's go ahead with another toaster. So 3 toasters now. So jewelry and light bulbs should really be skyrocketing in the best of their worlds, right? So yeah, light bulbs is full as we can see. Jewelry not so much as we can see. So jewelry, we might need to do something about that. I was hoping the jewelry would actually be pretty looking good here with all of them, but it seems like that's not the case. Alright, but we have more of them here, so let's go ahead.
Ship constructed.
Down here we could still have more skyscrapers. Or over here, this is also a good location for more of them. Let's go ahead and have at least one block here. This one. Now, pearls actually is not a big problem for the jewelry because pearls are down in Crown Falls. We have a lot of pearls that are in stock. That can only mean one thing to me, that I don't have enough ships. And yes, I only have one ship really on this trade route. So let's add another one to it right away, so that we get more jewel or more pearls over to Crown Falls. Now back to Africa. We're still on the way to scholars that we want to unlock with Tabarim as we need to grow. Now in Tabarim we have now the linseed in, right? And that means I can now go ahead with my next production. That is the embroiderers. So let's go ahead with 2 that I was originally calculating. There it is. He's talking about close now. Kitima, the emperor. 80% we need to reach. Both of them do get that. The only other thing we still need is our mills. There we go ahead. They're now getting the linseed and making, well, cloth out of it, I think. Linen, that is. And I could actually have 4 of them now. I think, actually, let's go ahead and have 4 of them. There you go, because 1 mill is actually producing 2 per minute, and they're consuming only 1 per minute. So that's that, and they only really need the linseed for that. Another production chain well on its way for my people, and that's actually the last one. And then we can upgrade our shepherds to the next tier already. I'm also going to change something in the docklands here while we wait for Tabarim to catch up with the cloths that we have now. Instead of clay, I'm going ahead and I'm going to import the bricks directly because we don't need clay for anything else really. The ratio is a bit different of course, but that is still totally good here. So 1,200 bricks every 20 minutes. We could make this one to 200 sewing machines there, as we're still producing a lot of sewing machines and going ahead there with all of that. I still need to check one thing is, yeah, we have enough steel, perfect, so sewing machines, no problem. And with that, I can get rid of all the brick factories here that we no longer need. And yes, I know my balance is tanking there right now. That's because jewelry has now fully ran out. We are getting the pearls in already. This should be a thing of only a, well, temporary thing. As they're starting production now, we should be seeing a positive balance there. Please tell me that it's positive. It's deeply positive. So once we have all the pearls really, as we can see, it's going up again. I do, however, still really need to make sure that we have a stable influx of pearls all the time. So for that, I might be using one of my other products. We have the bread still. We have the sausage that I'm only using for the saltpeter as far as I can see, which is capped. So I could go ahead and go with the sausage, and then we're going to use this one here for the pearls, right? Probably not a very good ratio there, but 300 should be golden for a bit of pearl in addition that we need for the jewelries. Pretty vital that we keep the jewelry up there. Pocket watches, since we were running out, there it is, perfect. So pocket watches is full, has nothing to do with the pearls. Since we're running out with pearls, it should only affect the jewelry. That is going up already again. And everything else, as we can see, is pretty much capped for the consumer goods. But yes, it's just one product really that is causing all of this. So if one product runs out, we are bankrupt. Of course, we have a big of a buffer there, but only one product is enough right now to crush our economy. That's pretty insane, and that only just shows the challenge of the skyscrapers there, really. Battlecruiser, off you go. Or battleship, actually, we are going to destroy you. Did we get a second one? Nope, we could get a second one, but I'd rather save my influence for purchasing the shares over here. Let's go ahead with the next one. And now we can switch back to Africa real quick, because here we now have the finery in. Perfect. He wants me to build now a fire station and a photograph of a trading post in the old world. Oh, I hope that Cape Trelawney is counting for that. Perfect. It is counting. I was worried right now that I should actually need to take an island in the old world. Of course, that is not our intention. Perfect, so he's happy with that. And let's go ahead. Yes, we can finally upgrade those people to the next tier. And let's go ahead and do this.
This land, I would know more. How interesting. Certainly this should prime me for diplomacy with your rulers.
And there we have them now in all their glory, elders.
Binyam tells me your lands hold many strange wonders. Would you care
Beautiful, really, really beautiful.
You reached a new
And with that,
milestone.
also the age of community has been reached. Now, building a fire station in Taborim is not so easy as it sounds. We do have the fire station here, but it does require a connection to the canal. We also have the volunteer fireworkers. That is a mod, the firefighters. They don't require water. I'm not going to use that as that would be cheating. We do need this fire station here that requires water. Now, let's just see where we could place it, that it does reach a bigger amount of the people that we have in Taborim. So over here, for example, we could have it, right? It's also not doing too much damage, and hopefully to space that we have here. I think over here we could also have it, and it's still reaching most of the people there. This is just really the best option that we have. Let's go ahead and do this one, and then we still need the water pump over there. There you go. And the water pump then has the canal that goes right to that fire station. Like so. And of course here we do have them, because of the canal, a bit of an empty zone, more or less. I could use, well, some ornaments here to fill in the void. Now we can finally also build us some
Brave
ornaments.
people these, who will stay the devouring flames.
There you go. The firefighters are working now. Another thing that we can now finally get is the next construction material in Taborim. That would be the mud bricks. So what we need for the mud bricks is two things. The clay collector, that is a new building, and we do need the tap farm. The tap farm, unfortunately, is another, well, farm. So that is more space once more that we need to utilize. Let's just have a look if we can squeeze in 3 of them in this corner, right? Because that would be fantastic if we could do that. Let's just see that I could have my road connection kind of like going like so. That's still going to be very tricky. I don't want to cut them off really. So we probably will need to do it like so. Right. And then we could have 1, 2, and perhaps a third one here. That should work out. They do need 168 fields. That is a lot. Oh my goodness, look at that. It needs to go all the way up there. This one here. This one we can fill in, perfect. And then it's only that one. And it's missing 8 fields. That is fine, right? I'm happy with that. Perfect, we have 3 of them. Let's build them. That is a lot of space. We have the warehouse here still, so this is perfect for the salt works that we still need and other coastal buildings. And then we only need a clay collector. This is producing every 15 seconds, so 4 clay per minute, which is perfect. Let's go ahead. We do need a river slot for that. Over here we still have one available that I would use. And then a warehouse here in this corner. So we really use this space here in the best possible way. And let's go ahead and build this one. So this is producing now the clay. And then we have the TEF over there. And then I only need the brick dry houses. We can afford 3 of them. They do, however, need 100 elder workforce. So quite a lot, really. Still, it's absolutely necessary that we have them. Let's just get them over here in the industrial zone. We still have a bit of space.
Ship under attack.
Oh, and there is another attack from Bente, but it's really just a tiny monitor that we don't really need to care about. Let's go ahead and have our 3 brick factories here. And let's build them. That's a lot of workforce, but it's going to be worth it because we're going to need those mud bricks for a lot of things. This warehouse is a bit full, perhaps, so we are going to build a second one right here. And we will upgrade it then as well in the future. Really, what is this one guy, this guy here trying to achieve? And let's go ahead and upgrade us a few more. So after all, we do need that workforce, and it's just looking really nice there too. New city status, major district it's called now. With that we unlock the hospital, the manuscripts and glasses. Bear in mind, they need glasses now. Perfect. And they will also need a new service building. I think it's the monastery. Over there it is, so with 130 more elders we can place it. And I think we're going to place it then right here in the center, as it is the most beautiful building of Enbesa, basically. by now in Crown Falls, not only are we capped with bricks once more, we also have now the chewing gums in that are coming from New World. With that, it means we can finally go for tier 3 skyscrapers. Also very important that we do this one. Those guys here still can't upgrade. I think they're not fully grown there yet. Nope, they're not. By the way, there's now 205 people in those buildings there. A lot for one building. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's go for tier 3 skyscrapers right away. Well, let's start here in the center. There you go. And with that, we unlock more buildings. Do they bring me in some money now? Well, 2,000 per building. That's still not so much. They want the cognac and they want furniture store as their next demands, right? Holy cow. It's a lot. It's a lot to think about. Let's go ahead and upgrade basically all of the tier 2 skyscrapers. So if I select only one tier, I will only upgrade these tiers, right? So we are not getting all of them now, but only the tier 2 skyscrapers. There you go. So a few more taller buildings than ever. And let's also go ahead with those here. And I think also, can we do that? No, the engineer is not ready yet. There's another one that we can get even higher, and more buildings have been unlocked with that. We still have enough elevators. I'm surprised there too. With tier 3 skyscrapers now in the area, that also means I can upgrade the tier 2 ones or the tier 1 ones to tier 2, more of them, right? Because it would still add to the panorama effect now that we have them in this area. So they have their intense effect. With all the upgrades, the city is looking more majestic than ever. Also, we've reached level 60, so 71 influence we have. That's quite okay. So with that, we can afford perhaps another battleship. Let's afford another battleship. I need them anyway. We're pretty down on elevators, so I do need to wait for further upgrades. That is fine, and I'm glad that we started with the skyscraper so early, because it's really a long-term project that we have that needs to grow in the background while we do other things. And yeah, it's all leading then, of course, to the Empire State monuments that we're going to have then later on. Now in Enbesa, we do need to continue with the main storyline, Fascinating North Conductive. Let's wait for him to do something. Enbesa stretches from horizon to horizon. Holding such a dominion is not an easy task, and there are yet those who oppose me. That basically means we need to get those tribes here now together under his flag then. And also, now we get Biniam's vision, the great plans, and that is what we're looking out for, really. Biniam wants your help examining various architectural proposals for a monumental building he's calling the Research Institute. It is Biniam's belief that the expertise of scholars from all around the world might be brought together under one roof, a truly international campus university housed in the cultural nexus that is the old world. Basically, that is us, hopefully. Let's get this one. This guy is waiting over here with his scholars. And there we get the first draft of the Research Institute that we're going to build. Another monument, of course. And shop around. Find also other ideas for that. So there we have another thing. This is looking a bit bigger, I guess. He's also rejecting this plan. And then we have another one here. This is looking better. Now that's the Research Institute. And he's delighted to accept this proposal. Well, it's a wonder what these kind of people here actually can propose to us, right? Now, in order to continue, we still also need to renovate the Emperor's Palace that we have over there, a beautiful building. By the way, can we walk around here? That is really cool. We can really walk around in this building. Even though, of course, it's not really part of our city, we can still marvel the beauty of this game. And let's go ahead and renovate it. So for that, we do need to clear the rocks here. The logs that we have. There's also some more logs over there.
Can bring a people together better than bathing blissfully together.
And select Ketima, play the Enbesan hymn using the goats. So we just basically had the goats to sing now. I just finished that riddle, and we've already done this 2 times. So third time is really not necessary.
So he is finally come, all been sent. It was but a matter of time.
Maintain the position Her Majesty set out in her letter. Use any means at hand to achieve the necessary result. A personal failure would be unacceptable. I swore to myself I'd never return. Swore it. But how? You? And why are you here? Ah, yes, of course. Yes, of course. Her Majesty has no qualms with free traders. But please, no politicking here, for the Crown has a vested interest in Enbesa.
Let it not be said a guest was made to feel unwelcome in Enbesa, regardless of his bearing. Let him settle, so long as it is not on our land. We shall refrain for the time being and observe.
Alright, so basically while we helped the Emperor, Archie came in with a royal letter from the Queen, and she wants to claim this land now for herself, and basically this is the main story that follows now the conflict between the two parties, and we're in the middle of that, and we need to negotiate, of course, and hopefully bring this one to a better end. This is the main story, we still need to follow that, we don't have the Research Institute yet, and so we continue here then onwards. Stay tuned.
Welcome him in my name.
Hello everyone, how good of you to join. Welcome back to our megacity project Anno 1800, and well, in the attractive metropolis that is Crown Falls at the moment, we have lots of work to do, so let's get cracking right away. First of all, we do want to continue, of course, with our skyscraper development. Some of you have been complaining that I was upgrading too many skyscrapers at once, thus leading to the drop of balance. Well, two things for that. First of all, we have so much money that I really don't care about bigger fluctuations as long as I'm positive. And yeah, we lost like 2/3 of our income there for now, but also at, well, the advantage that we are progressing just a lot faster through the skyscrapers, and that is my intention. I don't want to drag this one out too much, and we can afford to develop the city faster than we could, or than what would be normal, right? We continue with upgrading a few more skyscrapers down the road, and one thing that we need now is cognac. By the way, not only cognac, but also the furniture store that we need to look out for. Those two things we will now need for upgrading our skyscrapers to tier 4, which is the second last tier before we can go for the monument. That would be my intention. So let's go ahead and go with the cognac, our next production line. And for the cognac, we do need a couple of things. So the first one is vineyards. We do need a cherry wood, and that is really good. We already have these things kind of like somewhere. So let's go ahead. Here in Distant Forest, we have our vineyards, right? So we only need to really expand them with the next warehouse. For that, however, I would probably like to move my train a bit. I mean, we do have these guys there. Then I've got my next lines here. What I'm going ahead, we are moving the tracks a bit down here, and now I can get ahead with another warehouse. We definitely should be having this in this region here somewhere. And let's go ahead, let's just see how many we need. By the way, how high is my cognac consumption? I think we will be stuck around 0. Yep, it is 0 for now, so we don't really need that much of it. The difficulty is that we do need a lot of products, but none of them really in high demand, right? In huge quantities or something like that. We're not building the artisan workshop here because we do have that for Crown Falls. But what we can have here now is the cherry woods and the vineyards. And since I would probably like to go with 2 of them, since we can also boost them with electricity, 2 will be fine long-term wise. We can go ahead here now, and we need 4 vineyards for that and 2 orchards, cherry wood orchards. Actually, yeah, it's 2. Oh! That is in St. Clarence Hall, of course. Bente destroyed one of our ships here, so I will need to move here with my battleship. We still don't have that many more battleships, but at least my schooner, as far as I can see, reached Archibald. Because we are always also doing the quest here in the background for the scholars that I would like to force as well. And yeah, for that we had to sail to Archie, and they want to meet up in order to discuss their terms, right? So we still are in the conflict between the Crown and Kitima and Enbesa. So there's going to be a banquet, and well, Kitima wants 5 tons of tapestry and 5 tons of dried meat. Now the dried meat we can provide, however, the tapestry we can also provide. Oh, that is a nice surprise, but it's going down. I did not expect this one really to be in high quantities as far as I'm concerned. Let's just check this one. It's actually 0. because we looted the tapestry some time ago and I was not expecting that we have some of it left. So let's go ahead and get the 5 tons of tapestries that we kind of like to have. Perfect. There you go. And 5 tons of dried meat. This one we can also easily take from our elders. And let's get this one over to Kitima. Now let's continue with our production here. So we already have these tractors there. So we should be fine with adding only 2 of them plus the tractors, right? We can still afford them. There we have them. They will get the fuel now from the fuel station. And with that, we actually should be quite full. Oh, no, we are not. Perfect. So those 2 are coming in handy and they are producing a bit more. Perhaps let's build one more without the tractor barns, right? We can still afford them, despite their high cost. The other one is over here now, our orchards. So we can have a couple more of them in this area. And they luckily produce quite a lot of that. So we don't need to have too many. However, I don't want to have only the minimum. I do want to have kind of like a buffer for us so that we can work with a bit of a surplus there as well. So I'm going with 3 for now. That should be more than enough that we need. And I'm probably going to have it like here and this one there. Alright. Those 3. We will be down on farmer workforce. So in this case here in Leary, we would need to expand our farmer population a tiny bit more. So we can go ahead and... Wow, I really don't have that much space here anymore. I thought that I would have more space available. Now that we have them, we have also built a few more farmer quarters, so this should go up then over time again. We can also turn in now the quest in Enbesa for the banquet. And pick up at Kitima's Lighthouse a water pump blueprint. That is something that we need to get to Sir Archibald. There we have the blueprints now. I do need to get back out here again and once again in then again to trigger the quest once more.
A fire broke out.
And yes, it's Benta, of course, that is trying to annoy us there. I'm still purchasing the shares, by the way, in the old world that we can then use to lower her military score. Let's turn it in. Now let's go for the monitor. And after we destroyed it, we are going to Archibald.
Your harbor is under
and there's a
attack.
clipper, by the way, that we were going to need. Because we lost the schooner on the trade route here. A schooner is very slow, the clipper is faster, and it should survive a bit longer.
Island is under attack.
And Tabarum is once again under attack. I can't see the clipper, unfortunately. What's the name of it? The Windless Sands. There you go. And boom. The ship is on its way. And there we are coming in with the battleship now. Yeah. She's picking out the salt all the time. The salt works. Now we can take this one down. And you're not going to flee. Is he? No, perfect. For a second I thought it would be going down. Not be going down. Let's get the blueprints over to Archibald. Now we also need to do something in Tristão, and that is expanding our sugar production that we have there, right? We do need the sugar then for the cognac. So once again, I need to check now how much sugar do we need for each cognac. Or for each cognac workshop that we have there. And we do need only 1 for 2 of them, right? And we're going with 2 for now. So once again, since I want to have a surplus production, let's go with 2 that we build instead of only 1. They can do this now. Do we already boost them? We don't. I think it was a bit too expensive there. It's fine. We could boost them by, let's say, 25%. It's only plus a -1 happiness there. We can afford that. And that's a bit more sugar coming in now, right? There we have the sugar. Now, I do need a proper trade route for all of this. We don't have, I think, an available cargo ship at the moment. There we have it, the Emerald Skies. So this one we can use on this trade route now on this very next one. And this one goes from Tristão over here to Distant Forest, and from Distant Forest to Crown Falls and vice versa. We're okay in Tristão, we're taking the sugar with us, and since it's a cargo ship, we can go ahead with 2 full storages. In Distant Forest, we are going to take the cherry wood. There we have it. And probably 2 times there too. And then we are also taking the grapes 2 times. Oh, sorry, that is actually Tristão. So there you go. And this one, we can now use Emerald Skies on it. I'm not going to use the weight for goods because I think with the amount of it, we might be leading to congestion then, as these are not high volume goods that we're transporting there. And this should be fine now for doing that. That's going to take a while for the cognacs or the materials for the cognac to come in, but we can already continue here with that. So we do have those multi-factories, the chemical plants that we have for the tourists really, right? It's the shampoo and stuff like that. We don't need that many really. That was just a placeholder. Let's get rid of 2 of them and instead have our cognac workshops then just here instead. This is going to be used now for the skyscrapers then. So I can basically have 2 here and they should also be getting their proper boosting then for the electricity. This one at least, of course, this one doesn't. So we need to move it over. Otherwise, we are not getting any electricity. I might actually use it like that, because then I think it should be getting it perfect. There you go. Both of them have it, and we are not going to need more than that, because 1 would be already enough. We are having 2, and we can also boost them with electricity to power them as well. Now, Princess Ching, as the usual thing, that is happening from time to time. We don't care about that so much. Bente still doesn't want to do anything with us, but she might be soon. I'm also going to close off the cognac consumption for now, because I want to once again save up some of that resource. And the other thing that we do need now for my tier 3 investors, let's just check this one, is the furniture store. Right, the furniture store is another department, more or less like the department store. And for that, let's just have a look at that. It's also going to consume goods again to produce goods. And we do need to have a proper location for that. Where should we find this one? There we already have one department store. And the cool thing is they actually complement each other, right? So you can place them right next on top of each other like this, or next to each other. And this would fit kind of like, we could do it like that. Might do it at some point somewhere where we have the space. I don't want to delete too many buildings there. And I would also really, before I do anything else, really upgrade more engineers to investors. So let's go ahead with this whole bunch here. We can afford it workforce-wise, and we do need the influence. We're still really capped at influence levels there. It's insane, really. And we need more investors because of that. And I'm just trying to find me some more engineers somewhere. Here we have a whole row that we can still go with, and those guys here. We need to be careful though, because we still need more engineers, of course, down the road for more productions then. Basically, now let's have a look around here once more. There is a warehouse, and I think this one here is being used for the restaurant there. It's not a very good location, obviously, so I might need to move this one then. This is actually looking pretty crappy there. I will have to look around. I'm just trying to find some space. Yep, let's actually move the warehouse for now. Let's move this one a bit to another area. I think here we could squeeze it in. There you go. So this is still reachable. Yep, it's still reachable for the restaurant and for the cafe. And over here now, I can now move these buildings here. And I'm going to move them over. There you go. And by the way, with a few additional panorama effects, we are at 110k again. So we are climbing slowly up there once more. Let's get rid of this road there, because I would like to have now my furniture store in this area. Where do we actually have the warehouse? There it is. So that should still be fine too. It's really tricky to combine all of these things together. That's perfectly fine though. And there we have the store. And let me just show you how it looks, because I think they're meant to work together. There you go. They're actually forming a plaza here in the center. It's not looking super ideal, to be honest. But since they're forming even a plaza there, and since they're kind of like symmetrical, I think this should be fine, right? Even though this is higher here due to the elevation, it's still okay. It's still okay that. So this is kind of like a big store where you can go to, a superstore. And in front of that, we might actually be having then some ornaments. So right here in this plaza area that we have, perhaps a fountain plaza. We could also have some spotlights, really. And why not to shine onto these skyscrapers there. Actually, I think we need to turn them around. There you go. And then some trees here. And during nighttime, it's looking fantastic as the department store is being illuminated by our spotlights. Also shining out there. Tiny bit. With the fountain right in front of it. Now for the department store, for the furniture store, we do need to choose our first product, the banker's lamp. Oh god. Oh, we have everything for that. How very nice. We do need the light bulbs, the glass and the brass. We have plenty of all of them. And they do further increase our income per house by 11%, the happiness by 4%, jewelry and light bulb consumption further reduced. We have a lot of products that reduce the consumption of those two specific goods. I guess it's well, a nice coincidence there. Alright, it's getting its resources now. And once this one is working, those guys here will be having then their appropriate furniture store satisfaction. Let's just have a look around. So this is one. For this area, I don't have one yet. I would probably like to have a furniture store now over here. There we already have the department store, right? That has a huge range. And this one goes over there. So if I want to take them into account, and I want to, we will need to split it up this time. Actually, we don't, because oh, and the lamps are for sale now. The department store here is working up to this area there, right? So this is the area of influence. And then we have this department store that also goes into this area. So that is the only blind spot that we have, and that is fine because I don't want to have skyscrapers here right next to the industrial zone. This can work out perfectly fine. And then we have the furniture store, and as we can see, it actually goes all the way to the industrial wall. And once I'm going to build a second department store here, this will also go just where we need it, right? So this is basically here the end of the skyscrapers, because here we're just going to have normal buildings then close to the industrial zone. So we can actually have our furniture store here. I do, however, once again have some investors that we need to move. Sorry, pals. You're going to find yourself in a completely different location next day. So there you go, we have a bit more space again, and they're now over here on this block there. Alright, oh, investor says the writing desk can now be sold in the shopping arcades. So we have unlocked a new good, probably because we are pumping out more investors now in the tier 3 skyscrapers, right? Since this one has been fulfilled. That's something. Let's go ahead and have the furniture store now. This one is on the same level this time. Alright, so yep, looking a bit better. I don't mind this layout there one bit. Here we do need another street around it. And here we have these tight city corners. We might actually make this one a 2 layered road. And here we can then have some ornaments. Oh, we still also need to do the market research. But that is something for later. I would really like to have a nice fountain here now, accompanied by perhaps some cherry trees on either side. And just look at how busy it is at the Iron Tower. Lots of people enjoy the day. We can also go ahead and upgrade us a few more skyscrapers, since we do have the required elevators once more. So I'm going ahead with those as the next ones. And that also leads to more tier 2 skyscrapers that we can have in this area. Oh, we are running out of windows now with all these upgrades. So that's a bit more. I've been dropping there again a bit, but it's still fine. Now, do we have everything in for the cognac by now? I don't think so. I don't think we have the sugar yet. Nope, we don't. Okay, so there is time then to work again a bit on Africa. Over here, Archibald, my ship, of course, has arrived with the blueprint, and Archibald can now use the water pumps to moisturize his village. And as we can see, he's quickly expanding. So that was a little gift by Kitima. And let's start the escort. So we are now escorting this ship here to Kitima for the banquet. They can talk their terms. We can also continue meanwhile with expanding our tabarim there just a tiny bit. We do have enough wands of timber. We also have, by the way, 150 mud bricks now. Quite a lot. And with that, we can definitely afford us a bit more city expansion than here. A few more houses in this area and a few more blocks than in this area. And I wonder, can we have... Oh yes, we can have paved roads by now, thanks to the mud bricks. There's a new type of paved roads for this village. Besides the normal expansion, we can of course also continue upgrading more people to elders. We should be doing that in order to unlock the monastery and other important goods that we're also going to need then for the quest lines. So probably this block here we can still upgrade, and this block here. There you go. And with that we also unlock this building that we can then just conveniently place right here in the center of Tabrim. And I think we could now work on my paved roads as well. And I really do like that texture. And let's not forget some ornaments, of course, there as well for the horses, some water and some trees. Get some shade. And let's have the same thing on the other side. Really beautiful buildings. Unfortunately, we cannot go into the monastery there. It's still fine though. Alright, and also Archibald has arrived at Kitima.
Firing the engines.
Sir Archibald will do, my good man. Your emperor will be expecting me.
And as we know, this banquet is probably not going to have a good ending.
Emissary for His Imperial Majesty and tasked with counseling him on this delicate matter.
So an alliance, that is not what they want.
How dare he think himself an equal to Her Majesty?
They rather think these people should be subjects to the Queen. And he is going away angrily once more.
Why did I ever agree to come back to these wretched shores? It's pointless.
And we do get the next quest here, official hospitality, the cuisine. So we do want to still make up for it, and well, we do want to give him the gift of food, and that's 2 tons of seafood stew. Now that is something that takes quite some time really to get cracking. We do need new productions for that. Also the lobster fishery that we don't even have on this island, this fertility. So that's that. Let's get back to Crown Forster once again because, because first of all, we need to purchase back this Sheridan here. And also because my goods have arrived, the sugar and stuff like that. So we can now go ahead with our first artisan workshop cognac. Let's build it. There we have it in all its glory, right next to the warehouse, already electrified. And it's now getting all the resources here to produce us some juicy cognac. Oh, I definitely would like to have a taste of that. Alright, and let's check another thing here. We are also looking very good on oil. Perfect. There's lots of oil coming in here at the moment. I wonder from where. I have one refinery, but it can't be that much oil. Doesn't matter really. It's looking good. That's all that matters to me. And the artisan workshop has started with producing cognac. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to Anno 1800. Now, well, we do have a nice city, don't we? Yes, we do have it. We do have lots of skyscrapers. These guys have everything they want. They have biscuits. Yes, basic need. Perfect. 100%. Biscuits, that is. Then we have a cognac that is not yet unlocked, but it is going to be unlocked right now at this very instance. Perhaps. Let's just have a look. It is going up, increasing by 1 right now. And I think we can take this one to finally also unlock them the cognac. This will once again push a few more investors into our town. So this will be starting to climb now. Any second, there it goes. And yeah, with that, we have also finished the last need for these investors. Holy cow, that was a lot, wasn't it? Like how many products we already have. It is getting more and more complex as we continue there. And for now, as we can see, nothing really is happening, but soon we will be able to, yes, finally upgrade them to tier 4, which is not even the last tier for these bad boys here. Then we still have the tier 5 skyscrapers ahead of us, and they're required for the monuments. Speaking about monuments, so what we really should be going for now, and what we finally have unlocked in the last episode, is the Research Institute, the foundations. With that, we unlock the scholars, once again another group of people that are extremely needy and do need a lot of stuff. And what we do with them, well, we basically place them somewhere. We do have the Riverlands. Most of you said I should be placing them there. We also have this area where I guess a research institute also would look pretty cool. So up here, and then we have the Scholar District, right? Or we have this location here where a research center would also look really cool up there. But most of you suggested I should go to Riverlands. I think we're going to like this one. It's not final yet, the position of the Research Institute. We can move it then later, and we will need to move it anyway because I have no idea how it looks in here, right? I think this might be actually a pretty cool location up here, right by the waterfall, and everywhere here we have then the scholars, right? That should look out fine. Or we have it close to one of these rivers here, where we basically have it then very close to it. For now, let's build it in this spot there. I'm just going to build it for now. There you go. And with that, we also start this quest here, the Research Institute. Emperor Ketima suggests you realize Spinium's dream of a research institute in the old world. He too believes the work of international scholars will be of great benefit to your business prospects, as well as a significant moment in the history of science. So all about science here. Those guys, well, they do need a warehouse for now. Only for now, though. We can get rid of that once again later. And with that, we can now start phase 2. So phase 1 was the foundation, and phase 2 is... well, phase 2. And we do need bricks, cement, workers, and 30 minutes of our time. Not really needy. It is the superstructure that we build now. And after that, we have still the final work to be done then. There we have it. Yeah, construction is going to take a while. Nothing else that we look at here. So that's basically it. Now, while this is happening, I do need to check a couple of other things that are pretty important. First of all, yes, I know some ships are under fire. I don't think it's very... yeah, it's just ships passing by, really, so nothing to worry about. And what we need to look out for here is gas. Gas is going down a bit. We are consuming gas for the power plants, but also for some of the products now and the... I think the department store it was, right? So gas is something we need to look out for. Let's go to the Arctic there real quick. First of all, this island here has been conquered once more, but we can't take it back again, so this is a back and forth all the time. What we need out here, though, is that some of my plateaus might not be fully working anymore because of some explosions. So there we have, for example, a gas mine that is not fully operational anymore. Let's just say it's not operational at all, and now we can work with it again. We do lack a bit of technicians workforce, but it is fine, I think. Up here, we also have another one that I can build now. If we had the workforce, I do need to upgrade a few more of these people. They do need the pemmican food, so I think there is another problem coming up. Then over here in Quanuk, we have the technicians workforce to build us a third gas mine. And I think I should have it prepared somewhere. There it is, over here. And we can actually build it already. It gets the heating. It has the towers next to it. So there it is, another gas mine now. So 2 more gas mines working once more that haven't been working before. Let's upgrade those people here, so we do have the technicians workforce. And let's also repair these buildings here once more, because there is the Arctic flu once more, as always. And we do have a ranger station over there, but as we can see, it's a bit outside of its reach, so we do need a second ranger station just here. We have a lot of heating, by the way, in Quanuk, right? So we can still get a lot of people up here if we want to. And I guess we are going to do that at some point. Let's just have the... I think here it makes a bit more sense to use the ranger station because it's a bit more central, so it affects all of these people there. That's just nice. Over here, yep, the next battleship is working. And by the way, reason why I lost some of these battleships was basically because they had items on board that destroyed them after reloading. It's a bug in the military mod. It's something that we need to work around with. Thanks for the advice there, and now we're not losing them anymore, so I can finally build up a bigger battleship fleet as well. Now, another very, very cool thing is happening now in the old world. We can finally take over an island of Bente. Yes, we have all the shares. Speaking about the shares, I need to check one more thing here. Western Frontier, there you go. And yeah, we can finally take this one over. It is a pretty heavily defended island, lots of cannons there, and over here too. And it's not because we want that island for ourselves, nope, it's because we want to weaken her score that is still abysmally high at 1032. Let's do this one. 11 million it costs me, so that's a bargain really. Righto? She will be quite surprised now. And I hope that her military score also goes down, yes. But look at that, not by that much. It's really incredible. She's going to take this island here back again right away, because it doesn't have the white flag, but it's fine. We could, by the way, start the takeover process of this island here, and we probably could crush Bente with that. I don't think that she could survive this one. But what I would do instead, I don't want to crush her yet. We might be going for these smaller islands that we have. They have, look at that, how many cannons they have for such a small island. I tell you, not even 8 to 10 battleships could take this one over. It's not possible because the harbor artillery is extremely strong and there's so many of them. Of course it's cheaty, but it's how it is. So we could take it over by sharing once again with the shares. And we could also then finally get rid of these trade routes that are in this area that are also causing lots of battleships to come in all the time. If I take down these 2 islands, I will further weaken her military score as well. So let's start the takeover process of both of these islands simultaneously. The only problem we have here is influence once more. So what I could do is, first of all, I could stop one of my battleship productions to get a bit of influence back in. I could also continue with upgrading more people to engineers, like to investors, like this block here. Right, we can still afford to upgrade a few more, even though we are coming closer to the limits of what we can upgrade because of our engineer workforce. Right, so we are at 76 now. That is actually makes it possible to get both of these islands take over. And here we have lots of artisans that we can also still upgrade to engineers. In that case here, my artisan workforce will suffer a bit. And once again, I do need to upgrade my workers. And those guys we have up here waiting for that. There you go. Perfect. At least we have a bit of things that we can still juggle around. And in Leary, we can continue upgrading more people to workers. We also have a few ruins over there. And those guys here, look at that, how close it is. Really, after so many hours in this game, we're still trying to juggle around the workforce. By the way, something very interesting has happened here in the old world. It seems like Bente is at war with the pirate because Bente was trying to take over the island and then the pirate came in and destroyed her ships that were just here. I totally missed that because of course I did not expect it. Look at that. And the thing is, Bente is now sending in a full force of her fleet. Holy cow, she really has a lot of ships there still, despite actually losing some of them. Well, some of them. I think there are ceasefire once more, right? Because now she's going in with full force. And of course, she will be taking over this island here. There's no chance there that I can survive it. It's also nice to see her full fleet, right? Because that's it. And that's going to be quite interesting for us. Now, meanwhile, we can finally upgrade our skyscrapers to the next tier. And boy, I would really like to do this one. We can also just note where we have the tier 4 ones. So this one here. And then we could just mark this one and upgrade all the tier 4 ones basically to the next level. Let's do this for these guys here. There you go, even taller than before. This also makes it possible to upgrade the smaller ones now that we have here, or some of them, right? Because if I upgrade this one now, it does all of a sudden get a panoramic effect over the smaller skyscrapers here. So if we do it like that, we do need all kinds of different skyscraper tiers here, right? So this one here is now affecting those two, and this one here is being affected by all of them. So the higher the tier, they are being affected by all the lower tier skyscrapers. So this is helping out us a bit here with the money as well, especially since we can now get these panoramic effects. And even if it's decent, we are already making a nice cash there. So almost 1,500 credits for this one with the moderate effect, right? And we can still push this one, of course, higher. What we need to do first, though, is we need to upgrade these here to tier 4, and then we can go ahead and upgrade those smaller ones to the next tiers. And this is really a lot of one-by-one or manual work that we need to do here, right? Because it's not something you can just push over all the blocks. And we do need to make sure that we do have this panorama effect on most of these skyscrapers. Now with the tier 4 skyscrapers, these guys here, we also get new demands as usual. Nothing for the happiness, which makes me happy. But on the other hand, we do have the typewriter and the billiard tables they want now. So this, another 2 products that we need to adjust here. Now for the typewriter, I think we can use the already existing artisan workshop. Oh, the billiard table is here, but we do need a few more skyscrapers for that. And then it should be the assemble line. Please tell me that it's this one. Yes, it is. Typewriter, what do we need? Steel, brass, that's already here. But the lacquer is something new. So this would be our next target. I'm getting the lacquer done for my next productions. And let's just have a look at that. Lacquer, oh yep, it does require a lot of things. It does require sand, a resin, and the ethanol that we need. For that we do need lumberjack huts and corn, and this is a new world production only once more. So let's go back to the new world, and here we have Tristão already with the workforce that we need for the new production chain. So this is the multi-factory, right, for ethanol here. Is it a multi-factory? I don't think so. No, it is not. But it is needed for the corn and the lumber. Now corn, we could just plant these plantations now on one of our islands. And I think it might be possible. No, it's not. I would rather suggest we just go with the corn with the docklands. We still have some room left here. And corn is rather cheap, I think. Up here we have it. And I could use once again my sewing machines, right? This might be possible. And yes, 126 is possible. 200 sewing machines. That is still something we can afford. That's 1,200 corn. That's going to be more than we ever need, right? And the lumberjack hut is already here. So ethanol would be finished already. Let's go ahead and build a few of these. We're producing 2 per minute. The typewriters are producing 4 per minute. And that consumes, well, one of the chemical plants here, the lacquer, right, is needed. So 2 of them are needed for one assembly plant. That means up to 4 of a maximum that we need for the chemical plant lacquer. And that, well, 4 here. And that means that we need 4 orchard resins because they are having a 1-to-1 ratio here. So 4 of them. That's once again in the new world. Now, of course, it can never be really easy. The resin is not in the new world, it's in the old world. And in Distant Forest, we still have some time, or we still have some time and space, I should say. Distant Forest, by the way, let's go ahead. I don't like this name so much. Let's call it San Antonio. And hello, I'm the donkey there. Thank you for your support. And glad, of course, you do like this still here. And sorry that I forgot it for so long. San Antonio is going to be one of our vital islands. So it's a proper name for it. And let's go ahead. We do need the resin on this island. We are going ahead here with, let's just see, 4 I said we do need as a maximum. Yeah, we're probably going to need more than that future-wise. So let's build the warehouse here. And then we still have more space over there. That's going to be just fine for it, I think. There you go. And we need to build all 4 of them. This one will tank my workforce, though, once more. So I do need to probably get us a few more buildings up here in Leary once more. And yes, I'm also getting some items over that boost the workforce and reduces the workforce of some of my industry. It's very, very important that we do this one, as we are getting really problematic there with the workforce. Let's just go ahead and have us a few more farmers here. We, by the way, still have lots of space, and we have the marketplace just over there. So these guys will be happy, hopefully. There you go. As Leary really starting to grow. Of course, once again, this is just the basic formation of Leary. And we're going to add then some monuments as well here. I think the town hall might be looking fantastic in Leary too. Even though it's just a worker island, it's a vital island for us. And every vital island should be having some ornaments and some monuments there as well. Here we do have a clay pit that I'm probably never going to use. So let's just build those houses around it. We should be golden with that. Let's keep it like that for now. And as we can see, the workforce is going up. Also, in the Arctic, I've given up one of my islands. Let's just see who's taking it now. Ah, it's Benta once more, unfortunately. And there's the white flag on it for some reasons. I was hoping that Hugo would be going for it, and he was not. He was just waiting in front of it. I was hoping he would actually settle on this island and making it unavailable for Benta with that, but he was a bit too slow there, unfortunately. So we will have to take it back at some point. Meanwhile, my ship has found lots of items at Archie's that is not only reducing ride chances, productivity, and also workforce needed by 80% for the assembly plants, and they need a lot of workforce already. We are also boosting workforce of our existing citizens here with those items there. As we can see for the town hall, 40% workforce boost. That is just beautiful. The usual newspaper is not needed, and let's just have a look around. Perhaps we find some additional ones that boost workforce at Eli. Though I think Eli is not boosting the workforce. There is though very interesting items, that is the Skyscrapers, happiness, maintenance cost, but bonus supply, residences with the department store, furniture store or drugstore needed, fulfilled, are provided with chewing gum, billiard tables and violence. This is pretty good, as that is these are very expensive products, so we save with that. So let's go ahead and go with the Blue Skies delivery service. And perhaps we find us another one like this. There he actually is, because we could have several of them in place then for my skyscrapers. There's also something for the scholar residences. So they're gained bonus happiness and they're also reduced income are needed, but not really something that I would go for. These have very interesting items and they have new items, which is also really cool. The higher we go with our tiers, more items here appear. Okay, finally we are able also to build us the orchards here for the resin. There is also already a trade route, right, from San Antonio to Crown Falls that is getting already some orchards here, the cherry wood and the champagne or the grapes. Unfortunately, this one is quite full now. I think we could still try it. We have already used all 6 slots that the cargo ships have, so we do need another trade route, unfortunately. And I will definitely in San Antonio as well need to build us another pier. We can do this, though it's really tight here. So let's just see how we can do this. We can move the repair crane a bit over here for now. And that should make it possible that we can squeeze another one in like so. Right, it's a bit tough here actually because the harbor area is so small. We do need a few more steel beams though that we can easily do with the airship. I love the airship for transportation of building materials ASAP. So this one is really fast, getting there much faster than the ships. And we do get some steel beams over to San Antonio now to provide for that. How is my research center looking? It's coming along splendidly. And I can also continue here purchasing those shares since we do have the influence for all of that. She's trying to purchase some back, but nope. And I'm going all out on these islands there. Meanwhile, we can continue with these skyscrapers. Now, as we can see, this whole area is already almost full of all the skyscrapers. So we are only expanding now into this area here too. And then also more skyscrapers here that we can afford. So let's go ahead with those guys. They're costing a lot of windows, so we are really running out of windows there. There's lots of skyscrapers here that we can and should upgrade to the next tier to get the panorama effect there and also provide me some bonus income. And the same thing we could do with those guys here, getting also now that effect. How very nice. Of course, biscuit and chewing gum consumption is only increasing with that, unfortunately. And we could also have a look at night. Some of you like that a lot, so let's provide a bit more night view over that city. Of course, we don't have that many spotlight yet, but we're going to add them soon because spotlights really do add a lot to these skyscrapers. As we can see there in the distance, there is actually some of them on the town hall. Now, there is the next phase completed for the Research Institute, so we can go ahead and finish this phase. There you go, already looking like something now. I love the red brick walls, and I can't wait for the Vibrant City DLC, by the way. That is going to drastically change the look of all of these buildings, making them more diverse looking, right? So gone are the days when everything is looking like that. They're going to be more colorful than ever, and I'm looking forward to that. Now, the Research Institute, can we actually start with the next phase? We can, right? I thought there was a quest for it, but we can't. There's not. Reinforced concrete, steel beams, windows, we don't have that much of it, but we can go ahead here and engineer workforce 1,000. We have that, fortunately, and that is the Research Institute, the final phase of it. And once we've done with that, we can then start researching building permits that we need for the scholar residences, and only then can we start with building scholar residences here and starting our Research Institute area or our scholar district. That is the pretty important thing here. Now, next up, I would like to check my shares once again real quick. They are still 4 minutes away. The productions here are working. I can now also implement my next trade route that is going from Tristão to, where is my Cape Trelawney? There it is, to San Antonio and to Crown Falls, right? So we have 2 trade routes actually now that do this route there, but we can't avoid that. I do need the ethanol here. There you go, like 200 tons should be fine. In San Antonio, we choose the products that we just started, the resin that is now being transported. As soon as I find it, it's really hard to find. There you go, it's on the raw materials. Let's take it 2 times. And all of that goes to Crown Falls. We still have some buffer room here for additional products. Griffin, we finished for that. A new cargo ship that is on its way now. And let's go to the new world because my airship has arrived with some steel beams. We are going to need them now to build the ethanol production. I think we should be full of corn by now on this one. There you go, 1,200 corn available. Sewing machines is suffering of that because a bit, but of course, trade routes are bringing in more of them. And we can now go ahead here and building us the ethanol plant or chemical plant that is for that. It does need 125 obreros. We do have plenty of them. Let's build 2. There you go. We can squeeze them in just fine here. The warehouse is already fully upgraded. There is going to be an increased consumption for logs. So another thing that we should check, logs is full. Are we importing that by any chance? No, we are not. So I will probably need some additional lumberjack huts. I can't avoid that, right? Ah, okay, we have a massive surplus of logs anyway. And if I get rid of one of these sawmills here, we're definitely in for the surplus, right? So another sawmill gone. We are capped on timber anyway in Tristão for now. And the airship oyster catcher can go back to Crown Falls. Off you go. And with that, ethanol and resin is coming in. And that only means now that we need to wait a bit before we can finish our next production chain. Now, very important, the items have arrived for the workforce boost that we have in general. So let's just go to my town hall. I think we have available slots. Yes, they are affecting all the skyscrapers now. Let's have a look what we have here. Affect engineer residences, investor residences, and all skyscrapers. Workforce income, but -8 happiness. We do have enough happiness. I would just like to know how much it boosted. Holy cow! 50k on the balance in addition. With this single item here, if we sacrifice a bit of happiness. They're unhappy now though. Oh yes, okay, the member club is missing.
Fundamentally,
but that is a massive boost. I will probably need another members club. And yes, let's get our members club up here actually. There is a fire station that we no longer need. And we could use the space for an additional member club. I will need to move those engineers as usual over here a bit. Then we make up the space, and then I am able to squeeze in that member club here. Though we do need to wait for a bit more windows. And I probably will need to boost my window production a tiny bit because we need it for so many things. But I think we actually keep this one activated. The workforce boost is a nice bonus, but the income is huge. What else do we have here? Affects all residences, the workforce boost. This is something I would like to add for the workers, that we need them. Because we don't really have that many workers. Affects the engineers, investors, and the skyscrapers. And this one is providing pocket watches and jewelry if the bank has been fulfilled. We could also go ahead with this one here. It's a nice reduction to pocket watches in general. And then we have, let's see, affects all residences. Affects all residences, happiness plus 18 and workforce plus 15%. This is really powerful there as well. Because this is counteracting the happiness penalty, so they're content again. Perfect, really, right? And my engineer workforce also went up there significantly. I'm happy with those items. We can keep them here for now in the town hall, and we might be building another town hall then here, a town hall center at least, for these skyscrapers for another big boost. Stay tuned. Hello and greetings, welcome back. Looking at the Research Institute construction as it is still ongoing in all its beautiful, beautiful laggy glory that we have there. And as we can see, we're still, well, a bit ahead there of time. So 17 more minutes this one here takes. It's a really big construction there. And I would like to prepare my next steps for the scholar, and that is the scholar residence. For that, however, we do need to achieve a few more elders, and we also need to finish the Rise of Emperor Katimer campaign quest. Now, it's not that easy. Let's dive to Africa over here, because we have a bit of a problem. We do need, for the elders, for the next quest here, we do need 2 tons of seafood stew. That is actually something that my elders want as well. So this is actually quite a nice coincidence, and we do need more elders, and elders grow with the seafood stew. But let's just check out what the seafood stew needs, and here the problems start. First of all, the theft farm is actually possible in Taborim. The spice farm, not anymore. We don't have spice on those islands. We have spice up here. That's a good thing. But we don't have lobsters. We don't have lobsters in Fluffistrup. Oh god, I need to change these names. In Sparrow we don't have lobsters, and in Taborim we don't have lobsters. If I look around the map, even Bentis Islands don't have the lobster. It's this one. It's Princess Ching's Peach Petal City Island that, well, kind of like has the lobster fertility on it. None of the others, though, that we need. So this is going to be a bit complicated, and we definitely need to start conquering something. Now, Princess Ching, as we can see, she's got quite the presence here in Africa. So, well, I will not just be able to simply conquer it with one battleship that I already have in the region now. This guy here. We rather will send a couple more battleships over there because I need that island. And sorry, Princess, I know we've been at peace for at least 5 minutes, which is a lot. I'm going to send in more ships now as we speak. So about 3 battleships are on the way now. So we have 4 then in Taborim, in Enbesa, and 2 I'm going to keep here in Crown Falls. We, by the way, also have 2 heavy warships that are situated, and I'm going to send actually one over here because there is the occasional attack coming in. I don't want to waste any more influence on that than I have to. About the 2 islands that we have, I can purchase the shares now. Like now, so there we go. Let's purchase the next shares. We are already at almost full shares here, and here we can also purchase another one, making it only 1 share now as well. This would drop us down then to 18 influence with the 2 shares coming in, and with that we can take over both of these islands. And thus, it's not really about the islands, it's about the military score. Those islands are packed with cannons that are totally unnecessary in this area, so we can finally also get rid of these defense measures that Bente has. Now, looking at Crown Falls, I'm going to keep this one available for now because we don't really need to do anything there. I would like to have another town hall though that we want to have in this area for the items that I had in the last episode. So the town hall, there it is. As we can see, we can just nicely squeeze it into this area there where there is some skyscrapers around it, and this is boosting skyscrapers. There is a police station here. We don't need it anymore. It's also not really fitting in my opinion. So a town hall also doesn't fit in really, but at least it's fitting in with, not fitting in with more style, because that is a productive style. Oh, actually we could squeeze it in like that. We could squeeze it in like that. Unfortunately, this is not in either way looking the best of all worlds, but we can keep it like that. Let's keep it to the main street there, and it's just a lot of skyscrapers really that this one affects. And let's just have a look at the items that we need for that. Affects all skyscrapers. The maintenance cost is increased, but their happiness is a bonus, and also they're already being packed with chewing gum, billiard tables, and violence. Thus, we don't need those products production, or it's reducing their consumption. So there's the first one that is going to be affected by this. This is also not so great. This one here is pretty great. Workforce increased, income per house 40%, but also the chance of illness. Now these guys never really have an illness, so I don't think that the illnesses will spread that much, even though of course we could check this one. Look at that, it's another 40k, just this single item here, 40k on the balance, and we need all of that. And then we have another one here, the Blue Skies Janitor affects all skyscrapers once more, with just basically chance of illness, riots and fires is drastically reduced, and also the maintenance cost giving us another 20k here on the balance there. Beautiful. That was a massive boost of 60k in the balance with just one town hall that we have over there. I definitely would like to get my hands on more of these bad boys. There is no difference really. We can change it to different colors of course, but that's the end of it, right? And then we just could really have something behind it, like this little, well, fountain there, even though this wouldn't fit in. Now this fits in much better, so there we have the same, you know, paving then as the town hall. Perfect, just here in the back, and a little plaza then that we have as well for these people. Now they are really happy, and with that they will also get now the boosts then additional, or of the additional products that we have. Now we do have enough windows, so we're still waiting for the battleships to arrive in Africa, in Enbesa, and we could in the meantime continue of course with our expansion. I would like to do this. Let's upgrade more people here to tier 4. There you go, in all their glory, and they will now immediately get then their latest product. So there's the cognac already coming in. Perfect. By the way, was this tier 4 now really? There it is. These are tier 4. It's a bit hard to see really, these people, and they haven't even unlocked the billiard table yet. But there you go. Now, they have been upgraded. We can also now upgrade the smaller towns then, or the smaller skyscrapers right next to them. They still have their intense panoramic effect. And look at that, there are now 5k per building in surplus. So with tier 4, these skyscrapers really start to produce some money there. Before that, yeah, it's not that great. There we have another upgrade now. This one gets at least a strong one. So that's 2k that we get in addition for it. And then, of course, we can also upgrade those guys there. Also some nice effect in addition. And this one here should be now tier 3. There you go. And there we also have some more of these blocks here where there's buildings missing. So let's boost them here as well. So this is another effect on top of that. And a bit more money then. They all have the intense panoramic effect.
Your ship has returned.
Ah, very good. This is what I wanted to hear. The first battleships arrive now in Enbesa. I'm also continuing with paving the roads in Enbesa. After all, it is our capital in Enbesa. So Tabarim is our capital and we should make it beautiful. There's ornaments still missing yet. We can add them later. I haven't unlocked all the ornaments yet that we can see here. Or that we can build here. So that's something. Also, we are increasing, of course, the range of the marketplace. We only have one there and I would like to upgrade most of these buildings. So it's pretty important that we go ahead with that. And we are also full on the mud bricks anyway, so I can just really happily upgrade all day if I wanted to. I couldn't imagine what else to do with my time. At least here on the marketplace in this dancing square, the musician's court that we have, we could add some trees here to offer some shade. After all, there's nothing else really going on there, shade-wise. And we definitely do want to have something, because I tell you what, the sun is really warm out here. There we can also continue. I totally forgot about these dirt roads there. And yeah, it's overall looking just much better. We can also now upgrade those guys here down here. That wasn't the case before, these guys here, because they were out of range. So let's go ahead. We do need more elders after all for unlocking the scholar residences, and that I definitely want to do rather sooner than later. So I'm just going ahead here with all of these. We need to be careful though, of course, with the shepherd workforce, that we don't want to drop too low. There you go. At least this one's growing a bit now. Oh, you? What is going on with you? What? 94%? There's the marketplace. This is blasphemous. What is going on? I can't upgrade this one. I will need to have this guy here, probably, that still needs its connection. So let's just try it with that. Ah, there you go. That was the trick. And with that, we can also upgrade this happy shepherd then out to an elder. Perfect. So this also the additional elders finally unlocked as the scholar residences, so we can build the first ones. Once again, I'm not entirely sure yet how I want to structure this one, so let's start with the first block of these scholar residences just here in this area, right? So we can have 3 of them squeezed in here like that, or yeah, I could also have a tiny road done in this area, and we probably will then just add these guys, and then probably one more house here. If we want to, we don't need to make it this tight though. I could just have something else than in this area. Let's just keep this one open for now. And then we have the street going this way. That should be working fine. Let's build them. Let's build the first 5. There you go. And with that, we have reached the age of intellect. And yes, this is really another age. This is opening up a lot of things. It's research time that is starting for us. And this makes things more interesting. With research, we can also then remove our clay deposits. And this one here is already my first target because it's absolutely not fitting in. By the way, we have some brick factories here still. Let's get rid of all of this because we are importing the bricks with the docklands by now. And I really don't need that. I just want to get rid of this patch of clay deposit there. That would be all. The scholars offer our guidance for the research institute then. So they will introduce us to the researches. For now though, we still need to finish it, of course. And while that is going on, we can still of course continue with building us the next scholar residences. So here, I guess those 3 we can also plaster around here. And I think this one is, are we out of windows then? All right, we're still having some building permits available. And also what is happening with the scholars now is they are starting to research, right? So we are generating research points now with our scholar population, and these research points we can then use in the research institute for some researching. And actually it's coming close. So ladies and gents, there it is. The superstructure has been finished and we can finally finish the Research Institute. Phase 3 has been completed. There you go. In all its glory, very nice one now. This one is starting to work like something. We can now choose research on it. We do need electricity for that. And that's a very good thing that we fixed our gas income, because I would really like to use now my gas plant for that, because otherwise we would have to get some tracks over here, and this is where a gas power plant really makes sense. Expanding the campus would be our next goal now here that we get, so 25 scholar residences we need as well for this one. This one, however, doesn't need a warehouse anymore, at least as long as I know, as far as I know, so we can now really place it wherever we want to, and I guess it would actually make sense a bit further up here, right? Closer to these waterfalls there. This is looking actually pretty nice. We could then have a smaller road than still going here and also here. And right in front of it, we might then have a little park or something for the scholars. And around it, we do have then more of these scholar residences, right? So here, for example, a full block of them, and then perhaps also a few more here. So this is still an experiment, if this really makes any sense, having these scholars then here. We could have a bridge then there. We should be having that. By the way, here, of course, we're going to have something, at least anything. You know what? Actually, let's have the research campus, the research institute. Let's have it here at the end of the street. I think this is right fitting, because that is the main avenue that basically leads to all our monuments and all our important landmarks. And of course, it only makes sense that it ends with the research institute. And also, we already have our gas-fired power plant here, so it is being electrified in the process as well. By the way, I think these people here also need electricity. Yes, so we need to make sure that this whole area has electricity. And yes, I do like this idea, so we're probably going to go with this one now. And then I can have more and more of my scholars now in this area. So there it's coming along. We do have the clay deposit as well that I will need to move, as I said, and we're probably going to keep this one available then for a nice little campus park for our research institute that is then going towards the waterfalls and probably here as well. But I definitely will want to keep my scholars in this area here after all, right? Because it just makes more sense to me that we have them here. I will probably need to rework this area there though, because I definitely would like to have a few more scholar blocks than in this area too. Here we have a nice little double road that goes just basically from the main avenue here, kind of like. There are some more ornaments, and here we can have a bridge then going to the other side into this area, and then the bridge or the road follows down here. Let's also keep a bit of green area that we can then use for something later, and then we have basically more researchers here in this area. And I might actually move the bridge just a tiny bit down there. That is possible. Thank you very much. So it is a bit hard for me to say right now how many of these scholars we're going to need. I think this is enough buildings for now. We can still expand this one probably over this one here as well, and probably we could also move some more residents then in this area as well, right? It's not looking like much for now. We are going to add ornament then, of course, as we speak. I have no idea why we do get all of a sudden now these grayish looking buildings there too. I definitely would like to keep my red scholar residences. I think I do like them just more. We're going to need a few of them. They are consuming already the first goods now here. So the university it is, then the canned food that is coming in, tailored suit, electricity, seafood stew. Oh goodness, I will need to get this one over too. Rum they already have, and leather boots would be their next goal then as well. We need to keep those researchers happy after all, so they can research for us.
Ship under attack.
This is looking just fine, and down here we can have more ornaments, something like a little park perhaps, or a little fountain. How about some globes and a nice fountain right over there? We don't need to have too many trees, after all these are people of science, and we should also celebrate this a tiny bit. Let's go ahead. This is actually coming in together here nicely. We can go ahead with another one over there as well. Gosh, I don't like the color though. We do want the red bricks, of course. It's just looking much better with the red bricks. And I actually still have some space here for more buildings, so we can move a couple of our engineers and investors over there to fill in the void there once more that we already have, you know, moved around here quite a few times to fill in this one. So it's going needless, more or less, or seeming less into the scholar residence than here. And this one, yeah, we need to move it away first. Let's just have a look. I think we do have not that many research points, 366 at the moment. Field of research would be our first target I think we could go with. And here we could go for some identify machines and consumables for use. So these are items that we can produce here. Then we have item development. Here we can craft the items after researching them. And then we have the major discoveries, and this is the pretty important ones. Here we can have the pier upgrades, which is really cool because it allows us to further customize our trade routes. The Great Eastern Permit to finally build that ship as well, which is just beautiful. Move the clay deposit. Holy cow, yes. Absolutely. We can also change deposits of ore. We can move around the oil springs to make them a bit more dense. This is also something that I'm looking forward to because it basically makes it possible to have our trains in Crown Falls right at the harbor. And then we have some old world productions as well. I think the building permit is to somewhere else. We could also destroy some of our crappier items, right? So the ones that we have down here to get some research points out of it. This is really cool, actually. We have a lot of these smaller items there. And we also get items, of course, from our tourist pier all the time. And most of them are duplications then at some point. And this makes it really easy here to get some more science points. Especially here, these smaller things where a marketplace bank or central bank costs less. It's totally useless for us. And we just use this one to boost our research points there, getting closer to 1000, and with that we can start also developing our, well, technological advancements, for example, to craft us some new items. Let's go ahead and have our first research that is being pumped out now. I think, wait a second, sorry for the research. We still, nope, that's it really. We have finished this research already and can start now developing some items if we want to, but only the crappy versions yet. We do need actually quite a lot of research points for the next ones, and I think for that we still need to advance in the quest here. So we still need to have, 25 scholar residences, right? There was something, and we can go ahead and continue with that. So let's get another 4 over here popping.
A fire broke out.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to get the red color out here, it seems. There it is. Perfect. Now, and don't tell me you don't like this view, especially on the avenue as we continue then to the end of it. As we can see, there's then the big research institute with its beautiful tower coming up there. And we might actually still want to squeeze in a little plaza in front of it. I think this would look better overall than this little side plaza that we have over there. But overall, and then with that, we would then enter here the scholar residences. And I can't wait for this one here to then also look finally, or when it looks final. With all these bridges, we're going to add then lots of beautiful details to that. Unfortunately, we don't have a bridge mod really that would change the appearance of the bridges, as they do look quite bland. But well, we can still work with that, of course, as we continue now in the scholar residence. Then we can actually continue upgrading us a few more houses. Let's go ahead, and with that we have finished the first quest, and we actually get the follow-up quest right away. However, this is really interesting, the quest we actually get in Enbesa. So the first research, the scholar asks you to begin researching an identified item. We are on the quest here of finding the encyclopedia that he wants. So this one there, Universalis, right? This would be the reward for it. And it is also somewhere already situated here in my not so good looking harbor. There you go. And now we can invest it in any research field and craft any item with that, as we should be doing that. So let's go back to Crown Falls really. I think we also finished or open up now another research, and that would be the scholar permit. Nope, but we do need to donate this one here to science here in order to finish the quest, and then invest in any research field and craft any item. So that is basically something that we have to do here to follow that quest, or to also bring it to its completion. So let's just have a look. Any item would be fine really. We get lots of interesting ones here, especially for the museum. They're only of the most lowest of qualities yet, of course, but we can push this one later. Perhaps we find us something nice for, yeah, a museum, a wooden shield. How very nice. 500 science points this one costs me. Holy cow. We can reduce the amount of it by assigning more and more scholars to it. So let's go ahead. We can only afford 2,000 right now, so that would be 28 minutes. We also need to get a field research going, so let's have a look. Industrial tech, there we can already see what we might be getting out of this one, and the same goes with the civil tech and our maritime technology. Let's go with industrial tech for now. Identify an item, and
looking into acquiring any of the identified subjects
in the technological advancement. So this is also finished, and now we just wait here for our research to finish for that. Very good. We can also continue meanwhile with getting us a few more scholar residences up and running if we want to, making this one bigger and bigger as we continue. And then we also have to look at a bit of conquest in Enbesa. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to Anno 1800. Now before we begin with this episode, let me just point out then on Tuesday, so in 2 days from now at 6 p.m. Central European Time, we are going to have a live Twitch event, so live event that you can follow along, where we play the new game mode of the next big update for Anno 1800, that is Eden Burning, which is certainly going to be quite interesting. So if you want to follow along, just go to my Twitch account, subscribe me there and follow along on Tuesday. And now let's get cracking to our battleships that are on the way right now to Princess Jing's island over here. So Peach Petal City, oh my goodness, what a cool name. And Peach Petal City is going to be ours, at least I hope so. Princess Jing has a lot of ships in the region, especially down here, quite a lot of warships. And what we're going to do here is now we need that island, we need it for the lobsters. Without the lobsters I cannot advance at all, and lobsters are not that often on these islands, so I certainly haven't found it on any of my islands. Also Hugo only has one of these, and I certainly don't want to go at war with Hugo. So let's go ahead, Princess Jing, off you go. I have a slight hope that we might be going to peace again right after this surprise attack. We will just see about that. And yes, some of you suggested I should have them broadsided, those ships, because they can fire from the full side of their sides. Then I read your comments, and of course let's try to implement this one. Sometimes I record quite a few episodes in advance, and then I'm not able to implement feedback right away. But I'm trying. Now, this is rather easy at the moment, right? But I'm expecting that, yep, those ships are now on the way. And they will probably try to take this one, but they will not be on time. Definitely not. Let's just enjoy a small battle there of my battleships. I haven't lost the battleship anymore, since I'm not implementing any items on them. So this is all pretty fine. There's one ship going down, another one, and now we're just really crumbling the morale here. There's no defense whatsoever. Princess Jing is not that cheaty. Not as cheaty as Bente. Yes, those ships are not going to be on time, as they're trying it. And let's take it over. Peach Petal City is mine. The first thing I usually do is looking at the items. And as we can see, we got a few things for the zoo and for the museum. Some of them are actually pretty fine. That's okay. Let's keep those ships in the region, because I think they will start a counterattack there. And meanwhile, we are going... Wait a second. I don't have my... Oh god, I don't have my airship anymore in the region. So let's get my clipper over there, getting the building materials that we need for Peach Petal City. Alright, and a bit later, those ships are also coming in now. And as we can see, they might be trying something here. Let's actually spread my ships a bit, because I think they take then less splash damage, especially from the broadside cannons of a Ship of Alliance and stuff like that. So this should work out better, and it's also looking much better. What are you doing? Why are you moving all of a sudden? Stay, winged monkey. You have no business of actually moving. I love those ships, by the way. Fantastic looking overall, for a modded version, for sure. This one's going down now. Perfect. There's only one more, and yes, there's more coming. This one, those two are still coming, but I think they're turning around now, and I think that should be fine. This one, yep, just in time when this was taken down. There's already the next one. So I like it that my battleships have something to do, but just look at that. They're barely losing health, right? They're so much more powerful than normal heavy warships. So this one's also going down. And those two, I think they're still thinking about it. We might actually shorten this one by moving my battleships up there to take them down. And I'm probably going to keep one of my ships then in this area. My clipper meanwhile has arrived, the Winds of Shaba. And Winds of Shaba is going to get the building resources. that we need in Peach Petal City. For the lobsters, by the way, do they need... They only need shepherds. How very good for us. This makes things a bit easier.
Just say the word.
And we should still be having some steel beams and some mud bricks there. Going to need them as well. This clipper needs to be a bit careful there. It is going to take damage. Only a bit though. Only like 50%. Alright. And the next ships are going down. I think those are the last ones. We don't have that many others anymore in the region. There was quite a few of them. So I'm really surprised how many battleships King still has there. Or warships. Perfect. Next one down. And so we have saved it. Let's just try the impossible. Yes, she wants to go with ceasefire. So let's accept this one. We have ceasefire and let's request a peace treaty. We are also at peace with her once more. That was easy, right? See, she's so much weaker now than us. There is no chance for her actually of denying something like that. And we've taken it over. There's also not going to be any danger now from any further takeovers. So we should be golden. There is some loot in the region. I'm going to keep my battleships a bit here, perhaps closer to the canal, so that we can defend it. Just in case. Okay, so let's continue here in Peach Petal now with the lobster production. Now, one thing is pretty cool. We do have the commute pier in Tabarim as well, or in Enbesa, and I could actually build them. Problem is, influence-wise, once again, I can't do it. I'm going to blueprint it right away, so right here in my harbor area, but I need to wait for the future until I have more influence, basically. I do need it right now for the shares, of course. So what we need here, after all, is another smaller town. It's just really going to be a tiny town for the workforce that we need for the plantations here in this area. So let's go ahead and have us a few more people here, a marketplace perhaps something that boosts their happiness. There is the musician's court for that. So this is something that we could implement here as well. We do have the resources. It's only really once the timber that this one here costs, right? So it's not that dramatic. Let's build the warehouse and let's build the first people here. In Peach Petal City, there they are, and they do have the markets then right away as their basic need, more or less. And this brings us in the shepherd workforce that we need. The shepherd workforce we do need for our lobsters, so that we have the lobster fishery, producing lobster every 1 minute, right? And it also needs an ocean tile then, more or less, or coastline that it needs. So 1 minute. The what kitchen is also producing every minute. So let's just have a look. How many lobsters do we need right now? One seafood stew per minute. So I would like to have 3 kitchens. So 3 lobster fisheries it is for now. Let's go ahead. This would also mean around 95 shepherds that we need. Actually, that's quite a lot. Or just a few lobsters. Let's go ahead and do this one. And I think they don't need anything else yet. Right, so they haven't anything else unlocked yet. So the musician court is not necessary. It's only for happiness as well, and only with 150 people that are living there. This one I need to go for as usual. And then we jump back right into this one here. 2,600 research points. So we still need to wait there a bit for the first 5k. I want to wait for the first 5k to finally research the moving of the clay pit, which is my primary concern here right now. So let's have the lobsters here. We're starting, since we are not going to need more than 3 in the foreseeable future. I'm going to just place them right here. Or we could also... that's a tricky one. 3 coast needed. They really need to be on the coast itself. Yeah, we could have 4 here for now. Let's have the warehouse there. A good connection for these guys. And that's basically it. Let's start by building all 3 of them right away. We can afford it. It's a bit of bricks there as well. A few more shepherds are missing, but that's about it. Let's have those guys. They don't even need milk at this point. So they're basically free settlers. There you go. We're positive and we still have enough building materials there for the future. And there you go. Lobsters in Peach Petal City. Next, we have a fluffy strap. God, we really need to change the name of this. Let's go with Tatan, one of my supporters. Hello there. Thank you for your support. Very much appreciated. Let's go ahead and load us the building materials. Once again, unfortunately, we would need to get us a smaller village up. We do have quite a lot of green area over here and over here. So here we actually don't need any irrigation at all, right? We can just have fields along the riverbank here. So this one, and up here we do need then something. So there I might be working for it. And here we can try to squeeze it in. We do have a taxman Tim. Affects all trading posts. Takeover lockdown is gone. And harbor activity 25%. Of course we're going to take this guy. And we do have the taft grass and the indigo and the spice. We do have indigo here, I just realized. Oh, we have it in sparrow too. We are going to reserve this for sparrow. We're going to need this and it's going to take a lot of space. Now this one here, the taft mill, is going to be on Tabarim. It's producing every 30 seconds, so 2 per minute. And since I only want to have 3 watt kitchens, 2 of these taft mills will be fine. And that means 4 taft farms and 4 spice farms. So goodness, that's actually quite a lot. And that's also going to be more or less the maximum of what we need for the foreseeable future, 4 of them each. So I'm going to have a bridge here, right? And then we have a warehouse. And then I'm going to try to squeeze in those farms here now. And they're going to take, hopefully, as much or as many fields as possible. So this one, and then I'm probably going to have, oh god, this is tricky. How many fields do we need for one? 168. This is quite a lot. We can now squeeze it in like that, right? And then I'm going with 1 tile around the mountain down here, like so. And we're just going to try this one with the other ones now too. There we have the 4 just in this corner there, going with the fields all the way down. And then I could probably do the same thing here as well with 4 of these spice farms, right? So we can have them like so. And then I just need to be very careful that we always go along the mountain here, right? Once this is completed, of course, you don't see it like that anymore. And it's also quite a lot of fields, 128. That's fortunately not that many fields, right? So like that. And then, oh, there down here we have lots of space still, so I might actually need a road going all the way down. So here we could do this. This is looking okay. Gosh, this is going to be tricky. Seriously, I need that road though. Ah, very nice. There you go. We have 4 of them as well, and we could still add, I think, around 2 or 3 even farms down here then in the future if we need that. And that's basically it, right? And each one of these farms here does cost me 20, let's say 20 shepherds that we have. So 80, so we need 160 of them. That would be my maximum city here. And once more, I can build the commute pier later on, right? So right now we're just going with a few smaller villages here in Taten, and of course we will need to expand in this city here still then. Now it's takeover time once more. 2 islands of Benze we have in mind here right now. The first one is Trudyborg. Lots of defense here. Let's just see. She's got 880 military score. Hasn't grown there too much. Let's take over the first one. We, by the way, do get a lot of influence back here because all the influence that was spent on the shares is coming back to us. We only pay now influence for the island itself, which should be around 40, I think, for one of these. And then we have this one down here, and also we can take this one over now. Let's do this one. And that's another 46 influence coming back in. And yes, she's lost quite a few things here now. Let's also just check from 800 to 690. That's still not enough, really, unfortunately. This also marks the end of Benze's Islands here in the east of Cape Trelawney, and with that, these ships should no longer be coming into this area, right? We also got a few items there that I might need, or I could also just spend them for research points. As we know by now, this is possible, and to get quickly over there, let's just send one of my cargo ships collecting a few of these items here that we can donate to science. Something very important that we should not forget is that we have finally ethanol in. That means we have now everything to get the lacquer production started. For that we do need a chemical plant. Whoop-de-doo, I don't have that many engineers anymore. The chemical plant is going now to start on the lacquer production that we have here. There you go. So that's sand, resin and ethanol. We have all of that and it's now producing that, and I think it's producing 4 of that per minute. At the same time, we can now go to one of my assembly lines over here, build us the next one. There you go. And this assembly line here is going to go for typewriters. Let's select the typewriters as the product. Steel, brass and lacquer that will be coming in now for the typewriters. And this is, of course, the product that we have over here for my tier 4 skyscrapers, the typewriter. And once we have, let's see, 2 more level 4 skyscrapers, we can also unlock the billiard table. This, however, is already fulfilled with our special item that we have at the town hall. So I will not need this a new product then right away. And I think we are then pretty ready for tier 5 skyscrapers pretty soon. That will unlock us the Skylines tower. In Enbesa or in Tabarum, we can meanwhile prepare the next industries that are coming in soon for the seafood stew. So we do need still the teff mill, 2 of them, for the What Kitchen, right? So we can still squeeze them in down here, or the What Kitchen, since it's a very small building, we might also just try our luck in this area, right? We only really need 2, and I'm probably not going to need more for quite some time. So I'm going to stick with that. And then this would unlock a very large building, as we can see. And this one is the What Kitchen. So I said 3 as a maximum. As it needs a bit more space, let's just try to squeeze this in a bit further away. So over here. I mean, actually, now that I think about it, no, it's not within reach. That's going to be fine, having them up here. Plus, it's also a bit closer than to my city. 3 of them right here. Make it a bit of a order here. There you go. And in Taten, where we do have quite a few shepherds now, let's get cracking on the warehouse here. And then the first 4 of my mills. There you go. In all their glory. This one is missing something. Fields on... Oh! Down here, these are not on fertile area. I thought it would be doing it automatically. It's not. There you go. Now you should be happy about that. That's 3 of them.
Completed with commendable equanimity.
Oh, we have finished a item development there, so that's something. And then we have those guys here. Let's just build those 2. And those 2. These are my spices. And as we can see, this was very close, but I'm still lacking 1 of them that I need to build still. And that is something that I'm going to have here. It should be reaching it perfect for the second teff farm going all the way here. Let's build the teff farm. And as we can see there, we still have the road here with another bridge then for this area later on if we need. There's also a nice coastline. There you go. These people should be happy, right? Getting us a few of my spices for my empire. Lots of colorful spices there as well. Beautiful, really. Now we need the trade route for these new products. Let's go ahead and have one from Taten to Tabarum. This one is for the spices and for the teff that we've just got now. And I'm going to have a clipper on this one. I think that should be fine. There you go. All of them. And we do have quite a few clippers here. So the winds of Sharpa, that is already here. And this ship, though, is going to take some of a timber with it over there. So just in case that we need to continue doing something there. And then we have a second trade route. And this one goes from Peach Petal City to Tabarum. And with that, we are going to go with the lobsters. There you go. And that's probably fine. It's a very small trade route, a very short one. There should be still a second clipper. There it is. Off you go. And now really what we should be doing here is a new category. And this one is now for a new group that we have down here. And this group we are going to call Enbesa. And all of these are going to be moved now to Enbesa. This one here as well. This one is Sugar Tristão to Crown Falls, that is the New World. This one here is San Antonio to Crown Falls, that is Cape Trelawney. And this one here is Tristão to Crown Falls, that is New World. Holy cow, once again, a clean slate. That also means we can now build our 2 mills. There you go. As soon as they have the materials, they should be golden. They do cost me some elders. We have enough elders. This warehouse here certainly needs an upgrade. So let's upgrade it to the next level. They're only going to look better. They're aging quite well, I should say. They're getting more colorful as they're leveling up. That should be fine now. And then we only need our kitchens up here. And that's 3 of them. There you go. That's lots of elders once again that are being consumed here. But it's fine. And he does like it.
A dish to reveal the hearts of men.
So this is for the population. And it's also producing us a surplus. So we can continue then on our main quest. Meanwhile, I do have a bit of a problem with my workforce, so let's go ahead and upgrade us a few more people in Leary. As always, we can do this just by the by. And there we can see it's already stabilizing there again. Just a tiny bit. And Leary, by the way, yes, I know we're going to expand this one even further then. So there, we can now make a new district. And I probably will have then my town hall monument somewhere in this area, right? So once we can afford it, should be fitting in nicely then here. As I definitely want to have one of these as well. And here we might then just have some buildings, or we actually will have a park here. Let's have some buildings here. I should also go ahead with upgrading us a few more people to higher tier skyscrapers. After all, we are unlocking something soon there. So I do need to have a few more of these higher tiers. There you go. This one and one more tier 4 we do need. It's a bit hard really to see. I'm pretty sure there is a symbol somehow that tells me what tier we are on. Or I just have to guess. Let's guess. There you go. Perfect. That was the right guess. And with that, we're unlocking the billiard tables. And those guys here that are close to my town hall, they're being satisfied with that right away, as we can see. While we continue with the upgrading, we have finally reached 5,000 research points. So let's go for our research institute and get us that juicy tech that we want. So major discoveries. And over here, move the clay deposit. There we have it. It's taking quite some time. Let's develop this one. Let's assign us a couple of researchers to that. Not really that many I can do. Holy cow, that can't be right. 90 minutes I would have to wait. Well, that's that. We do need more scholars, obviously, if I want to speed it up. So we do have another building pyramid. Let's go ahead and build us the next blocks just over there. And then also over here. The more researchers I have, the faster we can do that research. And we're still pretty basic here with our research district, I guess. That we also have them, as this one is growing. And once again, this is not final. We are going to move around a lot of buildings here still. But for now, we just need to start building something up. So far, so good. Stay tuned. Hello and greetings, welcome back to Anno 1800 Crown Falls, looking at our, well, rather small and very not impressive looking scholar district for now. We still have a clay deposit that is blocking our way in the background there, so until I can remove this one, I can't really expand over there because I don't know how to build it then. We still are, well, 50 minutes into the research there, and then we finally can move this. That is, of course, if we would stay at the same amount of scholars. We are not. So we continue with building us a few more scholars over here as well. This will allow us to, well, increase the amount of scholars that are being assigned to this research and thus also speeding it up. Very important so that we do this. While we wait for that research, I would like to prepare another thing, and that is our palace. Now the palace I'm going to place right up here in Crown Falls, where we have the Crown Falls, and the palace just fits in perfectly for that. We do have a lot of space here. Let's just check real quick for the palace itself how big it is, and there it is, right? There's the main building, the biggest building more or less. So we can really add a lot of modules in this area. That means also that I'm probably going to place the palace still a bit further up here, right? And this would still be big enough for everything, I guess. We can also just have the modules on it right away if we want to, here and here. And as we can see, plenty of space for all of that. This also means that I can still use this whole area for more city expansion. And city expansion we do want to have now. There we also have our lumberjack huts over there, and also some brick factories that are still working in the background there. That's fine. Let's get rid of the lumberjack huts now, off the sawmills, all of them. We don't need them anymore. We still have, of course, to need to have a timber production, so I'm going to have a bit more of that over here. But not that much anymore, since timber is not something we need that often anymore. And we do have, well, I think around 2,000 something like that, 2,600 timber that we have in store right now. So let's just go with those 3, and that really should be totally fine for now. And I might actually completely get rid of them at some point, because we can also just import them with the docklands if we want to. That's the timber production. That makes available more space. And boy, space is something we really need because workforce-wise, we are also getting into problems there, into troubles that I can't afford long-term wise. We do need more districts, and this is going to be one of them. There is a marketplace. There is a marketplace. I think by moving this one a bit further into this area, we completely solved the problem of no marketplace there. And I'm probably going to have a marketplace up here than in this area too. Let's just move this one a bit, and as we can see, we have dirt roads in this area. Dirt roads is something we no longer want. There's also the train tracks here that are possible, and I might actually just do this now because this is looking really, really ugly. So let's just get rid of all the dirt roads here, right? So this whole area has no connection right now, but that's about to change as we are going to put the tracks now into this area there too. There's going to be one power plant up there because the palace, I think, needs the power. I'm not entirely sure anymore. Anyway, engineers here do need power then as well, so it just makes sense to get this one over now right away, and then we don't face any problems in the future. This is quite expensive actually. And then of course here we'll need to make these connections as the wall is burning once again, as we can hear. And probably also going down somehow. Of course, it's never that bad. Let's get rid of these ugly dirt roads there and this road there. And instead, we can now just expand the train network then all the way up here, connecting this one to there. We finish the connection, and this one is looking strange. There you go. We have a connection here now. Now we have a connection, and now here as well. For now, we're going to, of course, once again need to remodel that a bit. There we can then actually get rid of the tracks here for a crossing, and probably here as well. Lots of carriages are on the streets there, by the way. Lots of transportation, it seems. And here. So this is basically just a road then that goes over like that. Perfect. And then we can just finish this one once more. And then we just happily continue with a bit more city expansion in this area. I think for those guys, we do need a pub. It's been a long time since I actually placed a pub somewhere. There you go. So these people get all their alcohol.
Nothing's easy, is it?
And then we can continue here as well. Though we are close to the clay pit now. Once again, I can't move that clay pit. I will be at some point, not right now. And I will just need to move around it. Even though this is, of course, not the most beautiful looking district. So we should be golden with clay pit next to it. Let's also have a block here. And then a few more houses going up into this area. In blocks of 2, most likely. And this one. And that's pretty much the end of it. And just look at that transition. I love that from the farmers as we get more to workers, and then more artisans start to appear, and then the engineers, and then the investors. And then it gets really beautiful looking. I love that transition when you have a city building where, you know, it just does look realistic. The further you get to the center, the more powerful it looks, and the further we get outside, the more rural it looks. Of course, the palace, as it is rather far away, should not look slobby or anything like that, where we have bad buildings around it. So these guys are going to be artisans and even engineers then at some point. So we need to prepare for all of that infrastructure that we need for those guys. Electricity being one of them, so that's what the tracks are for. Here we can have a few more buildings, and then it's really just the river there. I don't want to spoil the look there. I think these natural trees look fantastic next to it. There is, however, our industrial district, our industrial zone. We already have a bridge here with the train as well, and I might just have then another bridge over here to also connect these guys there. As we're getting closer now into the mountain area, of course. There's also the question of where we should then place the museum. That is still something up for debate. By the way, I'm also now purchasing shares here of Bente's main island. I'm totally sick of her ships harassing me all the time. She has taken this island here back, but hasn't built up any defense yet. So I hope that with taking over this island, I will drop her military score so far that she will be forced to go with ceasefire with us, the same as Princess Jing. I'm not annihilating her, but I want to, well, keep her at bay right now. I want to really keep or let her be passive because I really don't care about these skirmishes anymore. At this point, we have a big city, and it's already causing a lot of headaches managing all of that. And then those ships that are harassing me all the time, or even taking over islands, it's just a bit too much there most of the time. This one, this is where we probably are going to have the electrical power plant. Then we could have a second one then here as well. And then we have, of course, this whole district. It's not looking good at all. It just doesn't fit in anymore into this whole place. So what we're actually going to do here is, what is going on? Seriously, why are there so many ships under attack? There is another ship under attack here. It's a clipper, actually, that she's taking down there. I should be having quite a lot of battleships in the region. This one, we need another one that is protecting this harbor area up there. And I don't want to place any additional harbor defenses, because that is just too expensive influence-wise. We've lost the ship here, and I think I don't have a clipper ready at the moment. But I do have cargo ships, so let's just see where we lost the ship. There it is. And it's going to be... Actually, we still have 2 clippers available. Let's use them, because we don't really need them right now. Oh, she's now trying to take Titan. She's not going to succeed. I don't think so, right? As this ship's already taking damage.
Your harbor is under attack.
Since we're also having a bit of a problem there with the workforce and stabilizing it with all the productions, I'm sending a full force now of books to Cape Trelawney and to Leary, where we're also going to need it. So those guys here are basically increasing the workforce by 50%, for example, here for artisans and workers. And then for all the residences, we have something that increases 15%. This is really good for the engineers then. Something like that, right? It's all workforce increasing for our buildings that we can use then in our town halls. Because what I would like to do as well is over here in Leary, well, Leary is getting a bit more busy than it already is, twofold wise. First of all, in here in the center of Leary, I would like to have now a town hall monument. I was saying that I would like to have something like that. It's a big city after all, and a big city does need a proper, a proper town hall there in the center. Of course, it's way too big for really for these houses there, but still I would like to have it here and affect as many people as possible, so it would be right in here. Right, let's get rid of these thingies there, also off the street, and then we can have the town hall monument right here. It does cost me 500 more artisans once more, and as we can see, we are already negative on the artisans. This will not make it any easier. I still need, wait a second, it does reach the warehouse up there. So let's go ahead and have the next production working. So the monument foundation is finished. Now we need timber and cement. Well, that actually is something we can get over from Cape Trelawney or from Crown Falls rather quickly. We do still have a cargo ship available. Let's build us another one, as we do really need quite a few of them. This one, oh, and the airship can of course also get those items over wherever we need them. I think cement is over here. There you go. 150 tons. Let's make it 200 tons. I always like to have a bit more than what is necessary. And also lots of ships are coming in here with building materials already, because what we are doing now is we are moving this area to Leary. And we need to, well, I would like to look for the future there as well with all the trade unions that we already have working here. So there is one and there is another one. So we need to make sure that we take these trade unions with their items with it. Even though this one here is just really good for chocolate, I would still like to get this. Or actually, we might keep the bakeries, to be honest, in Crown Falls. But the soap production, for example, we can certainly move. The same goes with the beer production that we can also certainly move. And I think there is actually an item that gives breweries electricity. We might be looking out for that. Now let's just check what we really have here. We do have rendering works 4. I think I'm going to keep them, but far away from somewhere else. And then we have the soap factory, really. And this is really important. They have this item here, Prunella, and she basically says you don't need tallow anymore to produce soap. You can actually use wood to produce soap, right? That is some gnarling knowledge or logic that we have there, using wood for that. Of course, we need to take that with her. We have 13 soap factories right now. I think with that we have a pretty nice surplus. Oh yes, that we are going to move over to Leary. But bear in mind, in Leary, we have lots of workers that don't have soap yet. so they will consume it. So we have the plus 19 and 1 we consume right now per minute, right? So yeah, it's a minor adjustment for now, but it's a one that is pretty important. And then of course we need to have the whole soap trade route. So it is in fact now in total 13, and these 13 I will need to move over to Leary. Where should we get this space from? I think here we have a nice area, right, that is available. We do have these lumberjack huts there still that I might actually keep for now. We have these potato farms that I'm going to move for sure though. This one, we can probably squeeze some of them in here just nicely. There is one, and then I'm just going to have another one here, right, that is using that area, and that's actually it already. I think there is still one more, and I think we can still kind of like squeeze this in. Yes, it has 69 out of, that's perfectly fine. Only 3 fields less than what is necessary. Let's build them, and now we can get rid of those guys and have all the space in the world. Alright, and in its basic formation there we have now the new industry districts in Leary, and each one of them has a trade unit as well that we can boost the surrounding areas. So there we have one, there we have another one for the mold houses and the slaughterhouses, and then the most important one here, the beer with the trade unit in the center that we might still need to move a bit. Actually we probably will need to move it even further. They can't overlap though with the other trade unit, so that's the important thing here, right? But of course we do need to have a rather big area of them, because they are going to provide electricity to my breweries then. There we have now the warehouse for this. We have a warehouse up there, and we have a warehouse down here, so this is fine. 10 mold houses, actually we make 12 out of that, so the 10, and from the original 20 slaughterhouses we have now 28, so I do have a bit of a buffer there as well available for the future. We do have a pretty big storage for soap, beer and sausage, so this is full, so a bit of a downtime is actually acceptable, where we adjust, right? So we do have now in Cape Trelawney, do we actually get anything over there to Crown Falls that is important? We need logs for the soap, right? We do have, however, the hops that we are importing, I think, but we are importing all of that with the Docklands, right? So there's no trade route that supports these guys. It's all the Docklands. So the Docklands is getting us in the grain that we need also for the mold houses. We have the pigs for the slaughterhouses, and we have the logs here for the soap. And we do need to make sure that we do get the trade routes for hops, logs, tallow, or well, actually not tallow, but that's the logs, over to Leary if we want to make this one work. We have the building resources, so I think it is now time. Let's actually say goodbye to all of them. There's the soap houses. There's the breweries. Oh, that's hurting. The breweries especially. And then there's the mold houses. And then there's the slaughterhouses. I think they're up here. There you go. The bakeries and the mills I'm still going to keep in this area. There is the trade union that we also no longer need. And let's actually, for the tallows, I want to keep them here. Otherwise, we would need a trade route for just for tallow to Crown Falls, and that would be a huge waste. So that's that. I think off it goes. That's really, really big, right? Let's get rid of these warehouses there. And let's get rid of all of these roads here, as we no longer really need them, except for this road here as a connection for now. So this is a bit of a cleanup here. And those guys, yep, let's move them into this corner there, just where we have the mine for now. Alright, boom, lots of space. Let's also get rid of these roads there. Nice cleanup. And more space for, well, whatever we are going to have here. We could have more city here. We could also have something like the museum up there, because I really don't have any decision on the museum yet. This one still needs the connection though. Alright, at the same time, we need to build these things here now. We need to urgently build them. So that's the warehouse down here. We have the warehouse and the fire station then right next to that. And then we basically just start building now the soap factories. Quite a few of them. That's the expensive stuff. And I do have my huge collier. There it is with the items. Some of them I'm going to unload right away here. So that would be for the basic residences, for all of them. Workforce increase affects all the residences. This one here affects all residences and affects all residences. right? And the ones that are affecting the worker residences, these two here, those I'm going to get to Leary. At the same time, also together with Prunella, there we have her for the tallow. And then I can continue with my slaughterhouses. So we do have the warehouse, and then I'm just going to build the first batches of slaughterhouses in this area. So that we have 18. So that is the amount that we had in Crown Falls. And then I'm just going to, as a buffer, add a couple more of them. And we will also need to upgrade those warehouses here, of course, to accommodate for all of these carts that are coming in. Also going to build those guys, and I'm also going to upgrade those guys right away. And since we're running out of building materials, I can now unload everything that we have here then, or the additional products that we need. And there's the next cargo ship coming in, the little dread with lots of bricks, because bricks is what we also need. And these trade ships here, right? So we, oh, this one. There you go. And actually, let's move this one up there, because the little dread is going to be the first trade route right away from Leary to Crown Falls. So back, actually, doesn't matter. In Crown Falls, we are going to pick up now what we need here. So that's the hops, right? That's the
fire is out of control.
The pigs and the logs. And let's get all of this over to Leary. There you go. And this will be the little dread. Off it goes. Actually, instead, no, let's keep it like that for now. That is number one. We still have the mold that we need to also work on. And for that, I will need another cargo ship. And we probably will need another landing pier here then for all of these additional ships coming in and out, right? So the mold houses, as we can see, we're actually pretty full on mold. I think that we are using grain, right? So I do need to have a new trade route. That is going to go between Crown Falls and Leary. And this one here is taking the grain in Crown Falls and getting this one over to Leary. And it's also taking at the same time now the first products that we have that are going to be produced then here. And that would be... this is actually a tricky one because there's going to be so many products. It's going to be the soap for now that we're taking in Leary, right? And we are actually making this one full because I think it's going to be quite a lot. And the scallop actually is waiting already in the harbor. Oh, and we've lost the battleship. Is that right? Down here, yep. She destroyed one of our battleships. No problem. Let's build us another one right away. Do I have another one in the region? I have. Let's attack, because this one's already almost down. And by the way, how's my shares going? One more share, and then we are in the takeover process of the main island. And this one here, also 20 seconds. We are now also, by the way, the captain of industry, since I've built another trade union. And what we really need to do now here in Leary is, and for some reasons we don't have any bricks anymore, so there's my huge colliery. What we can see already is we will need now some piers here as well, right? Otherwise, this is no longer working really. The fisheries, they should be full. We are having a lot of fish industry on this side here, so I might actually remove them, these 4 here. They are not really needed, and instead we are going to have the pier. Bent is really ramping up her attacks again. I hate that. We need to destroy her while we can. Let's actually get rid of that, or while the attacks are not that strong yet. Lots of additional items now. And let's go ahead and have us the first piers there once again. So this one right here in the harbor area of Leary. Speeding up the loading and unloading. And then I could have another one probably here. There you go. Right, so that we have at least 3 of them now working for us. And I've also built the breweries already. There we have the soap factories. Those soap factories now get Prunella. Off you go. So they can now get the logs. There's going to be a mass invasion of this warehouse now, because all of them want to get the logs at the same time. Of course, we're going to have another warehouse over here to make up for it. And of course, what we also need is we need to get rid of some of these sawmills now. And we also need to build some additional lumberjack huts on this island here somewhere. So up there we still have a bit of space, even though there's going to be the city. Up here we still have some space, and that I would like to use for our lumberjack huts. So that's 3 more. And we do have 7 now. One of them produces 4. That means we have 28 wood at the moment that we get in per minute. We do have a log consumption of 20. Perfect. So that's that basically. We can also upgrade now more farmers here in the original district that we started, and we need to because my workforce is looking rather bad. So finally some more upgrades over here. Expanding the city size. Getting us the workers that we need, and that also allows us to upgrade a few more to artisans. We do need more artisans also for the town hall monument right now, where lots of artisans are being consumed. But once this monument has finished, of course, the workforce comes back into the pool. There you go. We might actually make this one positive there right now. There it is. Perfect. And in Leary also, as we can see, the soap factory is starting to work now. The malt houses are starting to work now. Perfect. The grain is coming in. The only thing that's still missing is the pigs. And the items that we got, I'm going to use them in the town hall monument for all of that. My next airship has arrived with lots and lots of bricks. Bricks is what we really need here to boost also our warehouses, because they are rather down, but I've built most of the industry now. Right, so that is that. Ooh, that was a huge transition process, and it's not completed yet. But the reward is there. We have more building space that we can use for something proper, and another city district in Crown Falls. Yeah, well, the palace is still not really standing. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to Anno 1800. Oh goodness, we have so much work ahead of us. Beautiful work it is indeed, because holy cow, we need to kind of like change a bit the scholar district that we have there right now. First of all, first things first, we can now move the clay deposit over here, and this is the jolly good thing about it. Let's move this one, and off it goes into, yes, well, I should say the mountain area somewhere up here. Where do we have another one? Actually, there was another one as far as I remember it. There it is. This is still a bit too close to, I think. I don't want to have my clay deposits that close to anything. We do have them in this mountain area, right? Where they're kind of like hidden, where we could then add some brick factories close to it if I need to. So let's just go ahead and have one of these clay deposits now here beside the mine there. And there you go. Over here now. And that also means that boomsty-doo, we do have lots of space available for this research institute. A couple of things I need to change, or I need to check real quick. First of all, does Bente now want to go with peace with us? No, she still doesn't. Perhaps she does like our flattening. Perhaps she likes a gift. No, she doesn't like the gift at all. And it's still absolutely 0, so nothing we can really do about that. What we can do though is we can finally take over Gentleness, this huge island over here with, well, lots of cannons, as we can see. It's the main island of Bente, more or less, and, well, it's going to belong to us now. There we can have it. 8 million it costs me. That's nothing really, and we even get a lot of influence back with the shares, and there you go. Boy, that is a massive blow to Bente. Holy cow, holy cow. Look at that, her major fleet is right here. I'm trying something. Unfortunately, I cannot delete the building. I was actually trying to delete it as quickly as possible, but since they all attacked at once, the island is under siege right away, and she's going to take it back. But she's lost a lot. Holy cow, that is brutal for her. Let's just check it once again. Down to 570. So we are pretty close now, Bente. Is there a chance? There isn't any chance at all. Flattering still works for some reasons. Perfect. But she still doesn't want to go. So we still have to, well, we still have to do some more damage to her. I think down here she has another island. Yes, 6 more minutes. We can also take this one over, further reducing her military score. And down here she has another one with a battleship. Let's start taking shares here. I want to push her out of Cape Trelawney completely, which is the important thing here. With a bit of influence that we still have, I think we're still building another... Yeah, we're still building 2 battleships there. That's perfect. As we can see, she's already starting to rebuild. Now it's actually called different. It's hard on fold all of a sudden. And, well, that's a nice start, Bente, you have there. You even care about ornaments at this point. And I just envy you for that you still have that eye for beauty. But, of course, you are which hack, and you definitely need to suffer. And in this case here, well, it's going to take a while to build up something once more, right? The island here that we already taken over at some point, as we can see, she's quickly rebuilding those. So that's one of the things. It's easy to take over these islands, but holding them, that's another cup of coffee, and we can't hold them. It's just not going to happen. Now, of course, she will probably try to attack us from another point or somewhere else, perhaps. But well, that we care about later. The Town Hall Monument is actually paused right now. Why is that the case? Cement is missing. Do we not have enough cement here in this area? No, we don't. We are completely out. Fortunately, my airship can take care of that rather quickly. Now, about my scholar district, right? So we do have now here the space available, and this is the important thing. We also have houses here, and I actually want to get rid of them. Why? Because this is the place for the museum. It's going to be the place for the museum after all. I don't want to have the museum anywhere else. It makes sense to have it close to the scholars, and it just makes sense to have it close to the city itself and not anywhere else. Let's have the houses here. So these blocks here of artisans primarily and workers, I will need to move a bit over into this area where we're going to build up a smaller city now as well. Now, holy cow, there we have, by the way, more space over here now for more houses, and yeah, lots of streets that we can for now completely get rid of. So let's just get rid of all of the paved roads that we have and there we have some dirt roads still, and here this one. Right, so that's the first thing, and here finally we will have now the space for a museum. And boy, we have lots of artifacts already. We will probably have the museum over here somewhere, so that it is more or less having an entrance, and we're not going to have a bridge on that side perhaps. Oh. Ah, yes, we're taking over an island there. I totally forgot that I sent my battleships to this area here. This one is constantly attacking me, and we can't afford that. Or, well, we can't take that annoyance there. So let's just take it over. And I love it whenever we overtake an island, right? It doesn't matter how small it is. We do get some nice items out of it that we can use right away for something. This one here, for example, reduces the need for beer, rum, and schnapps. So it's not that bad on other islands, right? And let's take down this ship here, and once this has been done, we can also take back this island here once more and further reduce her influence. Yeah, she's low, but you're not going for it, right, Bente? You absolutely don't want to go to peace with me. Let's send the ships up there for now, and let's just check the new world real quick. There is a big one coming, and it's called Revenge. Isn't that a nice coincidence? It's a veteran battleship that is on its way right now. What should we do about this? We do have a few ships available, but it's not a lot. This one, I will need to send some battleships over there. It's absolutely necessary. I mean, we do have a battleship here still stationed. Ah, this just came out of it. Perfect. Let's send this one to Tristão. I do need some of them. And that's pretty much it, right? And then it's really all about the takeover process, as we can see. Perfect. And off you go. Another island down of Bente. There is some items in it. There is a frigate close by, but let's send my heavy warships, this one over there. Protect it a bit. This frigate there has no chance really, and I want these items there for the botanical garden especially. This, of course, once more should reduce her. Oh, we are now having the same digit in front of it, so 4, there it is. Bente, you have come a long way really. Your downfall was predictable, I should say. Now let's continue. We have the museum after all to attend to. Down here we have that street that I probably don't want to have there anymore. People that live here or here can take these routes there, right? So this island is more or less isolated, except for the museum and except for a bridge up here that goes then right to that. So that should be the case here. Is it still attacking? It's still attacking, but of course it's going down now. That frigate. There you go. And fortunately it was just a frigate and nothing else. Now, some of you have been asking also why I can build so many scholar districts or scholar residences right away, because there's a mod installed that actually removes the need to build or to research permits. This is perhaps a tiny bit cheaty, but only to time sensitivity. It just saves us a lot of space, and I don't want to once again wait 2 or 3 hours to get me some 10 researchers into my city, and with the mod we can just build all of them at once. It just saves me hours of time, and it doesn't add any difficulty or reduce any difficulty. It's just a time saving, right? We've used the normal way a couple of times already, and for this time I was going for the speedy way. Now let's just have a look. There is another smaller attack to my salt mines. Bente really dislikes salt, at least my salt here in Tabram. So let's just send the battleship over, and I think, yes, also my airship has arrived. We need to get the cement over to Lyri. Alright, and down here there is Bente still. She's trying to purchase back those shares, but of course we know that you're going to lose this battle there. And yes, there is actually the ship Revenge that is attacking right now. Let's get my ships up there. It's a really dangerous one. It's a veteran, and it's called Revenge.
Your harbor is under attack.
Oh boy, she's attacking from multiple points right now. That's how we know her.
Under attack.
And also here, there it is. Send the battle cruiser back there actually. And we know that these ships are extremely dangerous, right? So the veteran ones, they can easily take care of some ships themselves. What is it attacking right now? It's attacking the cannon tower here, and there is no siege yet. I'm surprised. There it is, because it already took some damage. There you go, but my fleet is coming. Alright, my other ships are coming in. This is not looking good for her battleship, which definitely will be going down. And look at how much it takes, really. Insane, considering how many ships are firing on it right now.
Attention, Admiral.
There you go. It's down. At the same time, though, we have another attack in the Arctic. She is trying something here. This one we should be able to take over now. Honest Bro, as it's called. Let's conquer this island there. You go. And now we need to send our ships to Cape Storm, because there is already the next ship that is attacking.
Every penny from auction goes to the Jorgensen
And
Trust.
no special items, though. Nothing we would really need. All about Cape Storm right now, but I think it might be turning off right now. Now perfect, also the remodeling of my research institute is coming along. So here in the front entrance now, where the avenue then ends, more or less going into this whole area there. There is still, of course, here the problem with the buildings, so we might actually be able to move some of them. Perfect, so that we can also make this one here a bit larger, right? So that it doesn't stop abruptly like so. And here, let's just have some entrances then for these houses there. By the way, they're not upgradable here. It's not, for some strange, very strange reasons. So that's that. Let's build the fountain. Let's build the flower beds. Let's build the cherry trees and our globes. So that is our nice plaza in front of that research institute. Oh, lots of people on the streets. We still have some area here available. So I could also just really, for a change, go with some grass, because it absolutely is totally fine to have some grass in between sometimes. This is right in front of it. There we still have a bit of space available then for houses, or we could just place these houses as close as possible. Or first of all, we definitely do need a street around it, because it just makes sense here for the textures, right, that are around the Research Institute to have some streets next to it. And here, who knows what we might have here then. And then the street goes into this area. We might actually have some entrances here for my scholars. Why not? This is looking cool. Here, let's get rid of that road and have the scholars a bit closer perhaps. So that we also have an entrance here, and this one ends more or less then in this area. Right, so that we have a bit of room there also in front of the Research Institute. On the other side, we just have the main road that we probably will also want to make a bit better looking, like so. So this one goes away here, and here we have the connection so that it does look a bit more central. Less chaotic overall, right? Because I think it looked a bit too chaotic there. There you go, with a nice plaza there in front. We might still be having something here for these beautiful crown falls. For example, a lookout post, right? We do have them. Now there you go. A nice lookout point towards the falls here, the waterfalls, and then also some pavilions where people can enjoy their day if they want to. And then we could also have some smaller ornaments than in this area, like some flowers, for example, on either side to make it a bit more beautiful. And yeah, actually we can keep it like that for now. right across the Research Institute. This road there we could get rid of. Perfect. This is looking better. There we have then the road going like that towards the bridge over there. I think we might even be able to squeeze in something there, but that's fine. There we have a couple more scholars that we can also place right here. And those guys here we should probably also place at once. Now, about the museum, I would probably like to use not this one here because that's looking messy once more, but we go over like this, right? And then connect it here, so this is looking more like a straight line, much better. And then we have our museum that is going to take a bit of space there for sure. Another battleship just was destroyed in Auspicious Isle, which means something, because Bente, as we can see, is now weaker than us for the first time ever. And it's also possible now to have a ceasefire with her. Oh my goodness. The war that was raging millions of years is finally coming to an end. Let's actually, let's go for it right away. She doesn't even want money or anything like that, like the usual one. And we are for the first time at peace once again with everyone. Holy cow, what a momentous moment that is. Let's continue though. I'm in the middle of placing my museum. Now with the museum though, I always have this problem because I never really know where the main entrance is. So what I need to make sure of first is that those people are actually going into the main entrance. This is what I would like to see, and they're coming out on the other side that is going then into the museum, right? Usually I do make a mistake here and people then go all around it all the time, and it's just really hard to see. But of course, this makes more sense to be the main entrance. So let's get cracking with the museum, shall we? So first of all, of course, we're going to have a nice little area in front of it, and then probably some statues that we can have, something that looks majestic for a museum. So these pedestrian statues there, why not 2 of them right here, and in front of them just some street then once more. The museum itself does get a fence, so we're going to have this one here that is going from the beginning here, right, and it's then going to go on either side. And this museum, oh my goodness, by far is not going to be symmetrical. That is absolutely impossible here. If I want to use that area of this island there, we do need to keep some room on either side. Right in front of the museum though, I'm going to actually have a plaza more or less, so not really the tiles right away. And I've also accidentally deleted it just now. There you go. And then we can have these exhibitions now on either side, for example, here. And then we're going to have a couple of them here, and we're going to have a couple of them right here. In the center we're going to have some ornaments. And then I would like to have some more exhibitions here. And we could just continue like that. There is a full block of exhibitions now. And then probably here. This is actually tricky because the fence cannot be placed then anymore. So let's get rid of this one there once more. We don't need that. And I definitely would like to have some here though. Right? So the plaza is more or less surrounded by it. That is still possible. And then we probably will have a full block up there. We are a curator now, so this is an influence bonus that we get on top of it. How very nice. Up here is, oh, and 10% attractiveness with that. I don't mind at all. I would still like to have one more tile up here where we do have a majestic item situated then. So let's just see that we can do this one the right way. So it's probably those 2 and then probably one last one here, right? Where it all ends. So that's that. And then we can really just place that fence all around it, all around the museum, perhaps also with some buffer area there as well. Perfect. Here we actually might have something like a pavilion. Absolutely possible. Yeah, nah, this is not good. Actually make it like that. There you go. Not symmetrical, as I said, but that was not the intention with this one here. I already had plenty of symmetrical museums. This one is really for this island here so that we can squeeze it in. And of course, this is going to look much better once we have the artifacts then on it as well. That leaves us with only really the front tile here. So we do have some modules available, like this pretty cool statue there that we could have right here in the center of it. And I think we might actually be placing it here. Why not? It's looking pretty cool actually. And around it, well, around it we might have, oh, the music pavilion we can actually squeeze into the museum. I thought it was a botanical garden only. A music pavilion we could, for example, have here in front of the museum. For now, we can have several of them. They can play the music pieces that we find, like the sheet music Anno 1701. Right? So there's someone playing then. Oh, very nice.
I have everything to learn from you.
He's amazed by museum. At least that's something. The museum still needs a bus station there as well, of course, that we need to add. And this is, of course, also increasing finally the happiness for all my tourists, as they were lacking a proper museum yet for the city itself. So right in front of it, there is also now a bus station. Next up on the list is some paving. So we can, of course, pave the whole area. Go ahead with that. Also here. And here, the main area right in front of it. Though here, I would probably still like to have something for my people. Perhaps something to eat. Ah, there you go. Perfect. Something to drink, something to eat, some bar tables here to sit around or talk around beside that beautiful big park there, and with some trees as well. And then it's really just time to add some of our artifacts that we have. And yeah, we could actually start with the normal medieval thingies that you can have just here. And all of them are adding now attractiveness to my city, right? So that is pretty cool overall, because it just gives me a nice boost there. We are now already an attractive metropolis, so something about this place stirs people up. Don't ask me what that means. And don't ask me who me is in this sentence there, but well, I don't care. There it is. So lots of people are flooding into it now. Perfect. Oh, by the way, thank you for reminding me that we need to turn in that cement. And we probably also can purchase... Oh, I don't have the influence. We just spent all the influence that we had on the museum. Right, I cannot even place the last ones. Every single one of these exhibitions there costs me 10 influence. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to remove them, and we're just going to blueprint them for now. Right, because I do need that influence for other things, for sure. Let's actually get rid of them too. It's another 20 influence coming back in. There you go. And here we could then just have our ornaments. The horse statue. Looking better than those buildings, right? Nah, I don't want to have a building there. Perhaps the HMS Hades replica. Ah, fantastic. Beautiful ones. And the altar. That doesn't really fit in there. Nor does this one here. But we might be still remodeling this one once I have more artifacts, of course. Especially the ship there is looking fantastic, doesn't it? So that is the museum finally in the city itself. Of course, it's filling up now, as we can see, and it's going to be one giant big plaza. Over here in this area, we can now continue building us a few more houses as well. This is absolutely necessary because, well, we still need workforce. And we are, by the way, in a beguiling metropolis now, thanks to having, I think, a festival or something like that. And as pretty as a postcard and redolent as all of the fond memories you'd expect to follow. All right. And since this is also a bit further outside, we might also, I know some of you have been asking me to do this, we might have some houses here with parks around them. This is always something that I also in particular like, so let's just go ahead and have a look how we can do this. There is a road for this one, right? And then we're going to have a fence around this house, so it's kind of like the house fence, right? So like that, going all around it with a little garden in the back for this one here. Then it goes up there once more. It does, however, still need, I think, this entrance there. And I hope this works out. This one doesn't work out, but we do have a special one available there, I think. There you go. So this might be just what we need. Actually, it's not this kind of fence that we want. It's this one here, the low fence. This is actually possible now, and it's looking really good. There you go. So it has its own entrance now. Does it though? Is this a connection now? It's not. So we need to move it one step up there. And then we need to make the road there. Please tell me that this is working. Alright, it's not really working as I like it to have. But there we have it, a little cottage, as you might say, that is surrounded by a wall. So this is going to be a really expensive building. And we can just copy and paste this one and have several of them then, of course, here. Like this is kind of like a very exclusive area then for these guys here. Why not? And we can of course have way more of them later on as well if we want to. There we just have some normal ones around that, and also here a couple more buildings. After all, this is city property, and city property usually is quite sought after. Let's not make it here. That should be fine. Let's build all of them. And these guys here as well. Holy cow, more and more people are flooding now into the museum over here, which is not finished yet. So we still have a bit of work here in front of it. First of all, I would like to have some flower beds or something like that, because it just makes sense to have it as a buffer between us, or between the street and the museum. Something like that, and then perhaps a tree on either side to mark it off as well. There you go. I mean, actually, we have also some other points. Wait a second, we have something better for this. There you go, these flower beds. That just looks way better. And we can also combine them into a bigger one. There you go. And then for the bus station, of course, what we also need here is something where people can inform themselves. And that is something, for example, from the pedestrian ones. First of all, a toilet might be very much needed for those people here. And then we could also have, let's see, a column where people can actually see the latest advertisements or the latest shows in the museum. And then, of course, these toilets there as well to finish this touch. And we might still be adding something here then, which, actually makes sense as it's also so far in the center of it. So far, I like the museum though, that we have. Of course, this is something now that we need to expand over time. That is going to take a bit of time there as well for the expansion. We have lots of artifacts and we don't really have the best artifacts there as well, right? So all of these copy and pasted buildings there, it's much better if it's like that. This one I like. So I'm going to find me some artifacts that look better and more like this. We also need to save some influence though. I can't build a completed museum just now, as I really cannot afford this overall. So far so good. We can now continue with the expansion of the research center, and boy, don't forget me about the palace that we still haven't finished yet. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to Anno 1800. Now in the last episode we finally, finished the museum, something that was long overdue, and lots and lots of people already want to go there, especially for the drinks, I guess, because there's particularly a lot of people around the food stalls and our bars tables and stuff like that. Not that many by the artifacts, some of them. Alright, at least we have the museum, and at least that is also something, it makes the tourists happier. So when we look at that, unhappy tourists right now they have the museum at least to accommodate their unhappiness. They're still pretty unhappy because, of course, we're still lacking, for example, the zoo and the botanical gardens, and we also lack the palace. And this is where I want to go for now. We are going all the way up here into Crown Falls, where we have, not a palace yet, but that's about to change. Before we start with the palace itself, I would like to check something here. That is, we have lots of artisans, but what I've noticed is no service buildings. And yes, as we can see, the Variety Theatre and the post office is missing in this area, so we do need to have some proper service buildings. We don't have a lot of artisans, so I will not be able to really destroy a lot of buildings here. We, however, have the marketplace and the pub in this area that I don't need anymore. So let's get rid of them, because there we have a marketplace for these workers there still. That, by the way, I probably, I can upgrade some of them at least over here. And then probably as well in this area. And those guys here lack the school. I don't have a school in this area yet. That is something we need to do as well. Now, let's just have our Variety Theatre then in this area. And once again, we do have a couple of options available. Let's make it a bit more colorful. This is fitting to the artisans in the surrounding. There we have it in all its glory on either side. This should, by the way, really make them happier, right? So as we can see, unhappiness is going down. And boom, they're not really happy still. Post office is something that I might need to address as well. Let's just have a road on either side. There is a back entrance here as well that I always need to work on as well, unfortunately. We could also make it like so. To be honest, I think this is better, right? And then we just have our usual ornaments around it. There, the flower beds. I gotta say, they're really growing on me here. These flower beds that were only possible with the DLC. That is really a beautiful ornament there. Before that, we only had the very not so looking good flower beds. These guys here, and let's just tell it how it is. They look ugly. right? They don't really fit anywhere, especially not with big, beautiful buildings. These flower beds are just much better overall. So there we have it, the variety theater. There is a bit of space here in the background that we could use then for something. For now, we might just have some trees there, some temperate growth here. Something, a bit of a greener area where people can just enjoy their day if they want to. Alrighty, so that is something, right? The post office would be the other thing. Now, actually, we do have the post office already here, but it seems like it's ending in this area, right? So this whole area does require a second post office. And yes, we can have a smaller one, so there we go. And here we can squeeze it in, because as we can see, the radius is quite big, and it will take the whole district into its influence. There we should probably have a positive happiness now. There you go. Perfect. Artisans +1, +2, going into good regions there for us. Content artisans they are. The university is a bit missing in this area, but that's for later. We do have 2,000 workers at the moment, so I would like to also upgrade these guys here then at some point. And for that, we still need a school. Now for the school, I'm all for education, so let's have 2 schools. We have one here in the center of this district, and then for this whole district, I'm going to have another school just here. Oh, this is a particularly nice one that we have. And we also, of course, still need some more trees. So elm trees are just so beautiful when it comes to workers and artisans. It just fits together nicely. Let's just have these blocks here full of elm trees. Probably here as well. And there we still have some room in between for some fountains. So as we can see, we are really starting to work now on this rather remote location, because we will build the palace now, and in that case I want to have a beautiful area in its surrounding and not something that is, well, just ugly overall. As we can see, upgrades are now starting to come in, so we can then go ahead and have them upgraded to artisans. Here, this is a tricky one, right? Because we have the mines here. I wanted to have the botanical garden, but I don't think that it really will fit in there. So for now, we are probably just going to have some normal residents in this area. But let's actually get cracking on the palace so that I know its final, well, content, its final size that we have. And I've prepared a little, well, design there that we might go ahead for. It's nothing really special. It's just going to use all the modules that we have, and we need to make sure that we take the whole island into its area, right? So if I place it now here by the street, and we can see that the area goes to this area for now. So up to this here, that is the influence of the palace. Now, if we build more modules, we can extend its radius until it is finally taking the whole island into its radius, and we need to achieve that. So let's get it up there for now while we build it, and then we can move it to its final destination. And also, what I would like to do before we actually go for that, yep, my Electro has arrived in Leary with the item that I was looking for. That is Brewmaster Bill, and he is providing electricity to my breweries. And this is what I was waiting for, because those breweries, while we have enough beer, of course, we have enough beer for crownfuls, I always like to have a bit of a buffer there in addition, and this one here provides now electricity for all my breweries, thus boosting them by 100%, basically doubling their production. How very beautiful that is. More beer for everyone. The cool thing is about these industries, of course, Leary is profiting from that as well massively, because we do have the sausage, the soap, and also the beer that these people have now, right? So it's not only Crownfuls that are profiting from these industries here, but also Leary at the same time. In Leary, let's just do this one as well. Let's build the next town hall monument. There you go, phase 2 completed, and we would be going now for phase 3. We do need caoutchouc, light bulbs, and filaments. That is something that I'm getting over here then with my airship by the by. Oh, actually, wait a second. We have the huge collier now in the area, and this has so much cargo that we might actually just use this ship here for all of that, and my airship also comes back home again. There you go. And then we will be able to finish the next town hall and, yeah, also use items on it. But once again, I'm getting ahead of myself here. We still have some work to do with the palace. So I'm going to continue here now with more modules that we want to add. So every module that we add, of course, does cost me. As we can see, not only resources and, well, quite a lot of money actually. It also costs me influence. Not anymore, sorry. It doesn't cost me influence, but just lots of building materials, basically. That is something that we need to keep in mind here. There is a junction. that I'm going to have on both sides, because I would like to have a little garden here and a little garden here for this palace. And then we continue with, I think, an ending here, right? And then we just have... I think we're going to have 1 or 2. It's going to be 1 only. And then a corner, right? And we're just going to copy this one to the other side as well, because I would like to have the palace to be symmetrical. That is the important thing here. And then we're going down with 3 until another corner comes around. And then we have another junction here where we do connect it. So there we have, as we can see, a little courtyard now where we can have a fountain and something like that. And then we continue here downwards to this grand area that we have. And I'm just doing the same thing on the other side now. So there you go, another little courtyard on either side. We have that now. Is it symmetrical? Yes, it is. Perfect. So there we have that. And then we can continue here now downwards to the next area, or well, to the area that is down here. And actually there we have then these gates here that we can use to get the streets up there, right? That's for later then. That's pretty cool, because we can then have a little garden up there still if we need to. Let's just check my diplomacy. The thing with Anno is you can never really build in peace, right? Let's have a non-aggression pact. For now, this also increases our reputation with the princess. And Bente... Oh, trade rights. You would be able... this probably made it worse. Actually, trade rights are possible. Bente, you're coming into new regions there for us. We might still want to crush you later, but for now, I'm really happy that she wants to go down this route. Here, we are going to have now another corner, and then it's probably 2 blocks in, and then an ending. I'm not entirely sure about that, though. It would be fine. It would be fine with the symmetry that we want to keep here. How many modules are we using right now? 42 out of 64 that we could use potentially as a maximum, right? So I could still add something up here if I want to, or something down here. Now looking at the range of the palace though, it is, as we can see, having now the full range. Yes, we're taking in the whole island now. So even these remote locations there, and even the other side of the island is now in its area of influence. That's what we want to achieve. Perfect. So I think the palace is finished, as we really don't need anything else here. It's just about the location now. I think we're still going to move it a bit further up here into, or deeper into, the Crown Falls area. So this is of course the Crown Falls here, so that we have it closer. And there is just some lots of forests in the back then. I like that. We're going to use the forests then for a nice little park, and this area is still available. Now of course there might be the option of having botanical gardens on this side here then. Difficult. It's difficult. I have no idea about that yet. We might also have the botanical gardens on the other side, right? So the palace and the botanical gardens are looking towards each other. This might be possible if we do it like that. Yeah, that's unfortunately not possible because of these cliffs there. So I cannot do it like that. Now you know what? Both of the iron and the cement are both coming in with my docklands. So I could actually, and I will, remove those 2 mines there. And instead, we're going to have the botanical gardens in this area. I just like that, to have it also closer to the palace grounds, right? It just fits better this way. Now, that is that. For the palace itself, we do need to work on the final location. I do want to have, for sure, a better road symmetry here, though, because this is not something that would work right now. I think that is now good. Just have a look. This one is working together with it. Perfect. And here we could work together with it, right? So that is the road that goes into the palace grounds. So we can actually get rid of this road there to keep this one a bit better there organized overall. So that means also that this palace here now has its final location.
You are a confusion.
And that would be it. And here the main road goes now into that, and then of course into the botanical gardens there as well. The train that we still have there, well, the train is coming to an end in this area. The train is not going all the way up here, so it's probably then ending here in one of these in an electrical power plant for this whole area then. That should be it. Righto, and then we can actually start building the palace, shall we? That starts with some fountains in these little rooms that we have there, right? So I would like to use these fountain plazas that we can have. And we do have also, of course, the big fountains then. This one there that I particularly like, that we might have then here, for example. That is probably rather central, perfect. And then another one here. And then there we have the gates, so here I can't do it. For the paving, we use this paving there, which is just the best option. But I think, wait a second, this paving does not. Let's just try this one out. Nope, it does not connect with the street. That is a bit of a problem. So I will need to have a street going all the way up here. And I think we might actually use this one here right away. Right, and then it goes over here. And over here to the other side, because I want to have them connected with my street network. Problem is really that only these roads here connect to the network, right? Nothing else. The ornamental ones, they don't connect, which is a shame really. I am going to look up for a mod in this area, if that is possible. Now that we have that, then of course we need to have a proper entrance. Some statues might be in. Interesting. So there we have our equestrian statues on both sides, and then we have these special ornaments available as well, which is the columns. So we have a special pack just for the columns. Oh, she's already threatening us once again. Let's pay her a bit. There we have these special columns. So the King George's monument, for example, that does cost quite a few resources. So these are modded ones, but it's looking absolutely fantastic. We also have over here the Nadaski column that we could use, and we have the obelisks. I do like the obelisk of the queen. The queen is rather small, but Pope Lucius looks good to me. It does require some brass, so that we probably don't have yet, but we might have these columns on either side of the palace entrance, right, of the main entrance, so they're overlooking into that. That is looking really cool. And then probably some smaller ones out here, or we have the King George monument as a smaller token in here, right? So this one is coming together then here. I think this might actually look pretty cool. So we can do it like that. Then I'm just going to have a paving now everywhere, because then we can still remove it for more ornaments like trees. This one, and also on that side in here, so that the whole courtyard kind of like is paved like so. This is already looking like something, and then we can have now more ornaments in here. Like some flower beds here, for example. Also, trees might be nice to have. So let's have the white trees actually, as I think this just fits much better into that. Boy, I really hope that I find something for the street one though. I mean, it's not the worst, but it's still a complete different texture, of course, as we can see. But it's just necessary really in order to achieve all of that. That is looking not so bad. I think we might still be adding some ornaments then later, but let's actually go ahead and build it. So our equestrian statue, then we have our fountains on that side. We have our fountains in here, all of them, perfect. Then we have our flower beds, our trees, and yeah, well then, it's all about the palace. And the palace does cost me 1,000 bricks, 1,000 steel beams, 3.1 million credits, lots of windows, and reinforced concrete. I think it's going to be worth it, and boom. And that pushes us to the enticing metropolis permanently without any festival now. And it also opens up, of course, items that we can use now, or policies as they're being called. Boy, I really am surprised right now how this one is looking then in real, because it's looking pretty cool. Gotta say it from the back, of course. And in the palace, oh, there's also lots of people up there looking then towards our beautiful crown folds. Fantastic, really. The only thing that we cannot afford now is these obelisks here. So we do need brass if we want to build them. Really, all of them, right? Yep, we do need 400 tons. 200... No, actually, we need 300 tons of brass. Why do we not have brass here? We are producing a lot over in this area that I, by the way, should electrify as well. There's the brass, but it seems to be not that much. Oh, we have lots of copper though. We have some more resources. I think we're just going to build a couple more of these brass smelters, because we do need them for our statues. Let's upgrade this warehouse there as well. And how much brass do we actually have? Oh, it's 0. Alright, I do need to increase my brass production anyway if I want to make this one work. Perfect, so that is the palace for now. Of course, there's still anything or everything missing around it. This is what I would like to fix once we go for... once we come closer there with our people, right? So there we have then the road going up. So we can now continue building here, and this is where we're going to have then also our botanical gardens, right? So we can squeeze them in just nicely into this area where we are going to build them. They are costing a lot of influence though. So first, we need to do something in the palace. First of all, of course, we do need to have a bus station for the tourists, right? Please let me... Yes, very good. We don't need to have the main building, but we only need to have the modules in its surrounding. And look at that. It's then reaching the palace itself. So if I build it here, it's actually counting for the palace. Unveiling of palace heralds government's ambition for more efficient lawmaking. Exchequer refuses to reveal how extravagant building costs will be paid for. Well, with my money, of course. I mean, we are earning a lot after all. Let's just try to get the palace in here. So there it is. And then we need to look out that we get the botanical gardens in here as well. Unfortunately, the range of these bus stations is really bad. Having it over there, that's probably not going to work out for me. I probably would like to have it a bit over there because it's going to be a big one. So it will need its own bus station then. So we can have the bus then somewhere here. And actually, let's build it right away. There you go. Oh, yes. Where's the last one? Holy cow, we are pretty far away from everything. Let's just see. I do need another one here then anyway for the botanical gardens, right? And then I can have one down here. This should already make the connection. It's not! With one tile, I think it's not going to make the connection here. Yep, it doesn't. Let's build it for now, but I think... Nope, it does not have the connection with really these bit of tiles here. Insane! Okay, now I needed to move it a bit. Of course, we needed to destroy then this block there. But now it has its connection. It has its connection. And this one has it too. So how do the tourists like that? Please tell me you like that. Content tourists. No longer unhappy. Content they are now. But the palace is not in yet. Why is the palace not in? It's connected for sure. Ah, now it is connected. Perfect. So the palace is now in it. Very good. That is important. And now what we can do is we can now enact policies for the palace itself. And this is the cool thing about it. So one of the very cool ones is the first one right away. Department of Administration. Bye-bye. Department of Administration gives me +1 influence for engineer residences. We don't have that many engineer residences, but it definitely should still give me something on top of that. Plus also 50. Oh, okay. That is a lot of additional influence, like 200 more. Do I have that many engineer residences? Well, I guess. 200. I do have some down here. This bonus is insane, though. I didn't know that I had 200 engineer residences. Alright, it was the propaganda that was missing there, right? So I did get my influence back again. It is actually something else here. Affects all engineer residences in range of connected town halls. And it gives them +1 happiness, +1 influence. Now we don't have a lot of them. Let's just stop this one again. I think we don't have any engineer residences connected to a town hall. We do have a town hall in here, right? But that is only for investors. I would need to get another one over there if I want to make this one work for us. We could also do 30% reduced need for all food. Residents consume 30% less fish, sausage, blah, blah, blah. If they're connected to town halls once more. This, though, affects also my investors. So it is something for now, right? And as we can see, it's working. This one here is working at least. I think this one here, unfortunately, is not affected by that. To be honest, I think of all of them, I would like the Stellar Repurposing Act for now. So 200 island tons of island storage for each town hall. I think this is, well, the best one that we can make out of this one. Or the reduced need for food. Yeah, let's make the reduced need for food because I can just build more town halls then. Department of Culture, we have only 2 available right now. For the other ones, we still need to get more influence or more attractiveness. +1 reward from World Fair, +10 influence per museum module. This actually makes sense, and this actually gives me almost 100 influence back again. Very good. Also +20% chance of receiving visiting specialists at the public mooring. right? So we have a museum, and this one is affected by that now. And this is finally a nice influence boost on top of that. Department of Labor, we do get 10% productivity productions already. And then we have extra goods from farms, extra goods from heavy from heavy factories. This is for basically everything that we have on Crown Falls. Typewriters, shampoo, lemonade, biscuits, elevators, oil. This is something I like for now. We do have some very interesting ones here. Plus 50% productivity from electricity, or minus 50% workforce needed. I do like this one too. Let's go for the extra goods for now. Welfare, area of influence for all public buildings, perfect. And then 15 area of influence of power plants. 3 attractiveness for artisans and engineer residences. This one is huge. This one is going to boost us, I think, to the end of attraction level. We're enticing now. And boom, we're in Impeccable Metropolis. There you go. This boost is so insane. It is huge. And we are now a flawless, ineffable beauty like moon dust settled upon ice shards. That is romantic. Holy cow. Perfect. And then Department of Trade, we get plus 200 tons of island storage per harbor office. And then 200 tons per... Oh, yeah, and we get lots of levels there as well. Item slot for harbor masters, 300% productivity for all coastal buildings. We don't have that many coastal building sand we have down there, so let's go for this for now. And I think we do have some more things unlocked now. Influence, plus 1 item slot for town halls. This is pretty good. Right, let's keep the 30% reduced need for now. And I think we might be happy with that for now. Oh, we have these now. Minus 50% workforce needed. Let's just see how that changes it. It basically doubles our artisan and engineer workforce again. Right, so this is actually pretty good. 50% productivity from electricity. I like that one too. So basically electricity, just another 50% on top of everything. Let's keep this one for now. There you go. That's the palace, right? We would still have lots of things to unlock here. The higher we get on attractiveness level. And of course we will reach all of that. So far so good. I'm now saving up a bit of brass, and then we can build these columns there. Stay tuned. Greetings, you sexy people. Welcome back to our, well, palace. That is not yet completed. I'm still saving up a bit of brass. What we could do here to build the columns is, do we please have an available trade contract? We don't. I do have a lot of brass. I could trade a lot of brass there with my sewing machines, of course, and thus make it a bit easier on us. Or we just boost or further boost our productivity, and well, that is something we could do. For that, I do need some items. We don't have a trade union yet on my brass island. I should still have some items though available that I could use on trade unions that should boost at least something. We're producing 22 brass per minute at the moment. In Crown Falls, we are consuming 1. So why is it not going up? This is going to be very interesting. Oh, I'm sorry, we are actually getting the brass done somewhere else now these days. And there's also just a clipper doing this whole thingy there. So he's getting the brass over to Crown Falls. Not a whole lot there. So let's add actually a better ship to this one. We have, not Electra. Oh, we don't have really a lot of cargo ships available anymore. There's the wild pigeon that will be on this trade route now too. It is waiting over here. No idea what it really is doing. Oh, there we have lots of iron deposits there too. Perfect. But I do need more cargo ships. So there we go. 2 of them in addition. Lots of them. We need to be careful though still with the influence. Alright, well, the brass should be flooding in a bit more now. A bit more often, and I'm also of course boosting it with some items. We continue there with the palace. That is not finished yet completely, but it's just a side project really that we finish by the by. So I could have these pavings there, and we're probably going to have a double paving all around the palace like so. To that side, and then we're also doing it on the other side. After that paving here, next thing that I would like to do is I would like to add a fence. Very good, some fences as well. And the last thing that I would still like to do here is adding the occasional trees as well that we definitely want to have in this area. So we might be having some trees here at the corners then. Righto, all around it. Also on that side here. And then definitely also some trees here in, let's make it a bit of a distance there of 2 tiles for each of them, so that it also ends at these corners there. And I'm just doing the same thing on that side then too. Perfect, now that we have holes all around the palace like so, we're still continuing with the trees. And for that, I do like to have the white trees. It just fits much better to the palace itself. And it's, well, it's white, bright theme already that we have all around it. We just need to add now these guys here.
This land will forevermore live under the flag
there you go.
of anarchy.
In all its glory. This one should not be here. I think this is looking now really cool because it is another avenue or another, you know, alley where people can walk around here on these streets there around the palace and also enjoy the views occasionally. Yes, I know Hugo Mercier as always. It's just, he's just doing it all the time really. Sometimes I forget it and he gets full on it, but then we can still take it over. That would be that, and then we could just have some normal streets here and here now. So this is kind of like the separation now between the palace and us. Then we also get Sarah Bartok. Oh, golden voice for the variety theater, maintenance cost, range, and attractiveness boosts overall. Let's just get her in. I don't think that we are going to need her really. I could still, of course, well, use her later. We still have something. It might be a bit over the top, perhaps, but we could also have some flower beds here that are going to go around the palace then. And I think I'm actually doing this in this area. Let's just see. Like so. That looking okay? I think it is, because people can walk on both sides of the fence, right? And then they can enjoy the flower beds here as their end, or as the end of the palace. And it also adds some nice color to it. It might be a bit over the top. This is not final. It's an experiment. We could keep it though. Let's have it all around it. It's just very colorful. There you go. Another layer on top of it. Around it, kind of like a sandwich that we do. And now we can have these roads. That's the end of it, right? So here's the end now. Yeah, actually we keep the flower beds. And here we can then have houses and the botanical gardens, of course. Here I would continue probably just with some more houses. We could, by the way, then have some more proper looking houses here. And with proper, of course, I mean my garden houses, my cottage houses that we can have then here, right? They are being then separated with some more trees or something before we get to the palace itself. So here, just some temperate growth really, that we have some green area in between. I actually do like this block or this kind of building style. So we could have it on the other side as well. Oh, on the other side we have the botanical gardens. That's completely right. So let's just keep them here like that. And then some more trees here in this alley there. Perfect. There you go. As a nice separation there to the palace itself. And here, of course, a botanical garden then. And I think we could already, yes, upgrade all of these guys here. We have 3,000 workers available. So I would like to do this now. This is, after all, the palace grounds. So we should have some proper buildings in its surrounding. And the artisans are just helping out for that. We would need to upgrade a lot of artisans though, right? We can afford it to some extent. Let's just try this one. After all, we're getting some workers there as well from our bonuses now. And as we can see, yep, this is okay. This is now connecting with the artisans over there. Yeah, that's not so bad, really. We have now artisans all the way up there to this one, right? So the main streets are full of artisans at least. That's what I would like to see. Boy, we're really down on workers and farmers. And since we have so many artisans, we could also go ahead and upgrade more of them to engineers, which now gives me then more influence once again, once we connect them with, well, town halls. We still have this side here now that is empty. Here I originally planned something like, yeah, like a museum or something. Now no longer, so we can now go ahead and continue building us a normal district out of this one. I would like to have, though, one of my... Since this is probably going to be mostly engineers, right? This is, yeah, it's going to be an engineer district. I would like to have, first of all, a town hall or a town center. So this is something we can squeeze in comfortably in there. Kind of like a representative building here in the center of it all. Right, and we might then just have some smaller ornaments around it.
An explosion in one of your factories.
Perhaps those trees or some flower beds. Because we are with them already anyway. Why not just have flower beds? It's perfect. Oh, and we have Interestau, an oil explosion. We need to look out for that then as well. This one here is now adding in influence then to these guys here. We also could probably have something affects the residences, reduced needs for Champagne. We could also have the plus 50% workforce that is affecting them. And since we actually do lack engineers almost, it just makes a lot of sense. And we just doubled our workforce really for the engineers with this single item there. And I could continue with that, of course, also with the next item there. We have so many of them. We could also purchase them, always purchase them, so it makes sense. There we have it, and around it then we just have more engineers. For that, however, I will need well, the low level buildings, the low level service buildings once more, because after all I do need to upgrade them from scratch. So a pub that we can have in this area, we probably will need to push it over there though, and I'm pretty sure that I'm going to need another marketplace in this area too. So there we have it around it. And then a school. There's the school already. There's the university. Let's get cracking on some more houses here. So there we go. More engineers then coming up in this area. Artisans and engineers most likely. I'm going to keep this spot available here for now, because you never know what we might have out there in this open open view that we have there. I certainly don't want to destroy this. Perfect. More engineers for the world. We are, by the way, at 5k engineers now. That also means that we have once again the ability to upgrade more people to investors, what we always should be doing, of course. Up here we can do that. We also have the increased range now for the power stations thanks to the palace. This means that I can now also upgrade people in a more remote location like those guys here to investors. There is another spot here, there is another spot that we can upgrade, and essentially this whole row there as well. Leading, of course, once again to more influence, and boy, we really do need all of that. Now, another very cool thing is, yes, those skyscrapers here, tier 4, they are finally able to upgrade. Look at how many we have of them. We can get the first tier 5 skyscrapers now into Crown Falls, and I would like to go ahead with that on top of that. So these are the ones. Let's go ahead. These are now the highest skyscrapers that we have. There you go, tier 5. Lots of them, hopefully. They are paying really nice now, so 5k per building. It's a bit more once fully upgraded, which pushes us a bit higher there. Of course, they have more needs again, the violins, the drugstore, and the toys. We do need 15 of them to start the skyscraper monument then, so I still need to go ahead and upgrade us a few more. We have tier 3 ones, so I would like to go ahead and upgrade all of the tier 3 to tier 4 now. This is pretty costly, right? But it's going to be worth it. So let's go ahead and do this. There you go. And this is a lot of money that is flooding in right now with all of these skyscraper upgrades. We could also go ahead and upgrade all of the tier 2 ones now. I'm probably not going to do it like that, but I'm going to do it one by one. So these smaller ones here are receiving at least a part of panorama effect. Or we're just going ahead. Let's just do it like that. Costing us the last bit of windows that we had. But we do need a lot of them. I might also go ahead and upgrade us a few more engineer skyscrapers then down the road. Now, meanwhile, in Leary, my huge collier has arrived with lots and lots of building resources. There you can unload it. You can go back now to Wormways Prison. Off you go, because we do need still more items, of course. Actually, for my people, let's go for Argiden. Right, so that's what he can do. And with that, we can now hopefully start building the last phase of the Town Hall Monument. I would like to see some cards now going back and forth here. There it is, perfect. Getting the building materials that we need. Also worth noting that it's pretty cool to just have more flower beds next to each other as the game just adjusted, and we do get these nice corners there and these nice courtyards, you might call them. These nice blocks there in it. So they're pretty cool for ornaments as well. Not only one straight line, but also in a full block if needed. And I like the effect very much, as it is also very colorful. And we can keep it like that for our World Fair. By now, this block here has fully grown, so we can now finally upgrade it. Lots and lots of new workers coming in. There you go. And then onwards, they are now to artisans, and as we can see, they have their full coverage for the school. I think all of them. Yep, so we can upgrade all of them to artisans pretty soon then. Now for the skyscrapers, we have lots of quests still available. 2 of them, the market research, the patent. We need to continue with these questlands if we want to make it to the monument. So choose a patent. My guru, here's a pitch. Customers are demanding but gullible. That's great for us. They'll have you think they want convenience, luxury, quality, but what they really want is to be led to what they want. And we need to decide on the patent. Electrifying, so the suckers are salivating for a new gadget, so let's provide one. Electrifying, the Galleria Butterette sings modernity. I think the Galleria should be place of glamour. We need something luxurious. So he wants us to exploit it. Let's go for luxury. And luxury, yes, my guru. Is that us? Is he actually calling us my guru? We model the opulent lifestyle. I'm your, well, king, you might say. I'm not really a king, but I think I am a king. At least call me mayor or something like that. What do you have in mind? Toaster numbers surely speak for themselves. Something culinary. So we want to sell luxury, of course. We need business accessories. A high-end badge? Maybe a briefcase. Alright, we agree to develop a briefcase for all these women out there, I guess. Miss Jenny will get suing right away. Has to be a statement piece out of materials that speak of luxury. And then we also have a survey, feedback subjective, so select the following survey subjects to hear their views on what they tell us. We have the reclusive ones. How could your current situation be improved right now? A drink, sorry. Look, I work in an office and we are shoulder to shoulder in there. Oh, Emperor Kitima is also now unhappy that we increased the working hours. What kind of products would you like to see in our stores? That's broad. Well, I moved into a skyscraper apartment. The view is nice and all, but the interiors all look the same. And then we have the last one. It's very fancy and grand, but it's also expensive and intimidating. I feel a little out of place in that Swish arcade. Alright, so what they want, maybe 80% want fancy furniture, 75% like luxury stuff. A minibar actually sounds nice, right? Furniture, quality and a drink. A nice minibar is fitting for all of that. And this is also going for Miss Jenny. Alright, Miss Jenny though thinks that the results are skewed by, well, Bader, Mr. Bader. I don't think they like themselves too much there. And a vanity screen is what she would suggest that we could go for. Alright, and unlock that patent. And we also get a poster for that Galleria Butterette, the height of etiquette. And we have the vanity screen. This should be a top seller. Alright, and I guess now in my furniture store we need to select it. There we have it. The vanity screen, we have it unlocked. Perfect. And we do have everything for that. It's also reducing jewelry and pocket watches by 20%. And it also increases the income. Let's select it. And a new product is up for sale. For the market research, we still need 15 tons of Sanga cow. Alright, that is Africa. So, or Enbesa, we should be going out there. And I think we already have that, right? The Sanga cows, that should be somewhere over here. There it is, and we are really full on them. How very nice. By the way, how very not nice, we do have some ruins here that we definitely will need to fix. Luxury brand gets branded. Trouble in paradise. Oh, the posters have been defaced by someone. Sabotage, I call it. And we don't have any cargo ships anymore in Enbesa, so I will need to look out for that as well. And I'm going to send one of my cargo ships over with some steel beams as well, since we always need that. Very nice. And we can also now continue upgrading our artisans. So let's just go ahead and do all of them. I think we can afford it. Yes, they don't cost any windows there anyway. Perfect. More and more of them. By the way, there we have a warehouse. This is, I think, for one of the restaurants. Do we have a restaurant close by? I don't think so, no. So we don't need this one here, really. Get rid of that. Then we still have this pub that we also no longer need, by the way, because now we have artisans. They don't need a marketplace and they don't need a pub. So we can get rid of both of these buildings here in the center now and have something instead. So they do have the university already covered. Perfect. And then there would be, for example, a church. Or let's wait for engineers. Meanwhile, since we do have... Oh, I do get a new cuisine, a new recipe for a dessert that I can use then. Meanwhile, what I would like to do, since we do have a bit of influence, we can continue building our museum there a tiny bit as well. Even though we do get, I think... Do we not get the influence back again? yes, as we can see, it costs us, but at the same time it doesn't cost us anything. We can really finish all of them here if we want to, without losing any influence at all. And then we can have our items there. So I would definitely like to have something powerful out here. Unfortunately, we don't have the best things yet. Oh, and with that, yep, we have also reached a Grand Metropolis level. And that is sumptuous in its sprawl, elegant in its limbs. This city is one of glossy celebrity. Very cool. Celebrity. Now, let's go ahead. There we have then the, well, altar of Oopsie Daisy. This is actually something where we can sacrifice the people right down here. It does fit. And around it, we're going to have some more gnome items than the Summit of Atlantis. More attractiveness. Unfortunately, all of them are just houses. So it's not the best artifacts that we have so far, right? A decaying mummy. And then we have the carved stone bear. That's it. Only houses so far. I would like to get a few more of these guys there. That's the museum. And then, of course, we have the botanical gardens that I would also like to start constructing there at some point now. Once again, there's the question, is it looking right? I think this is the right side. And then we have an entrance here for the botanical gardens. And then we do have our empty plots there once more. And once more, I would like to have a little plaza there at least. Something nice. And then we have the plots. And this one we could actually make symmetrical, I think. And since it's a rather big city, we might also have a big botanical garden then here working on that. There you go. And then probably some more up there. Also, these piles again. Oh, and then we're getting really close now to... it's working out perfect because we can have still a fence there, right? And this is what matters for me. And then we have, yeah. This unfortunately is not working out, but that's fine. Botanical gardens, right? That's the blocks for it. We still need some fence around it once more. Let's go with an ornamental fence that continues right from the entrance and goes all around it. Here. There you go. Of course, in the botanical garden itself, we're going to have pavings. Like so. And then we can also have, once again, something fancy right here. What really fits in is a nice fountain. Perfect. There you go. I think that all has been built already. Can we build it? 60 influence it costs us. Let's build it. After all, it's possible. There you go. Botanical garden. There's the bus station for it. Let's have it a bit closer. Not so close. Because we still want to have something right in front of it. And since it's a botanical garden, it just makes sense to have something with some flowers in it or something like that. So I could actually go ahead with some flower beds here and perhaps a nice statue of something that resembles nature. I guess we're just going with some fountains really, as this just makes the most sense to me. There's not that much else we could do. And then we have these flower beds there going around it a bit. At least a bit. Right on either side. We should definitely have some trees for the shades and the shadows that we're going to need here on hot summer days. And what I already also like is that we see the buses right away. As we can see, they're commuting now here between the bus stations. Also on that side there, on the main street. Just very nice. And then we have lots of cleanup to do here, of course, for all of these streets, as it's just not looking very good anymore. Here, of course, as I said, the tracks are coming to an end then. So we still, of course, kind of like need to connect it, like up here, and then it's probably going into that area. But that's a new district that we can build then. The botanical garden is almost finished, the center perhaps a bit, and then, of course, boy, we need lots and lots of new items, more items to fill it all in. And I think this is a nice location here, just between Crown Falls and the palace. I mean, look at that view that we have from over there. It's amazing, breathtaking really up here. And if you look around, then you have the big city there in front of you that is only going to grow. Stay tuned. Greetings and welcome back to Crown Falls. Our big palace that we've built in the last episode is coming along nicely. I think it's not the biggest of palaces. We are only using 2/3 of what we could do, but I think it's a nice fine palace that, well, we can keep like that, and it doesn't need to be any more massive than that. One thing that we can now do as well is we can build some of these monuments here that we have in the center of the palace. So the King George's monument number 1. That would be a number 2 then. We do need some gold for that as well. So gold is the next thing that we need to get in. But the first one we built. And this one is pretty cool because it's also giving us some attractiveness for my town. And it's just looking really cool. The only thing that I see here is I will probably need to move it like so. Because that little Napoleon up there, he was not looking in the right direction, of course. He should be looking towards the city. Or we could also have him looking towards the avenue there that we have. Well, I don't know yet. Lots of people already in the palace grounds, as we can see. The palace grounds themselves are not yet completed. We have the columns, we have perhaps a few more ornaments here in the center, because I think this is rather a big flat area there right now with lots of concrete, but no trees, for example. But after all, it's a palace, so a palace should have not too many trees, I think. It is, after all, a monument of architecture. And in that case here, yeah, fine so far. I also see Santa Claus once again somewhere in the distance. We still have a bit of stuff here to do. So we have a bit of green area there. And yes, I still haven't really figured out what I would like to do in this area. It might be just one big park, more or less, that we could squeeze into this area. Let's have some fountains. Fountains really don't fit in so nicely on that side, I think. We might be having something else. Oh, you know what? This is actually looking fine. So we have the flower beds once again, and then these fountains here. So people can take a stroll here if they want to, enjoy the flowers and stuff like that. I think this is actually fitting on the other side there as well, so these canals here. And then it's really all about that path or whatever we are going to do here at some point. The policies are working nicely. We really do feel that with our artisan workforce and engineer workforce especially, that we can have. And the botanical gardens, yes, for this one here, we do need now some more plants. We already have a couple of them here. And the botanical garden, that's the thing. Some of them are buildings once again, so the same thing as the museum, and some of them are normal plants that you can see, and I would prefer them. And as I can see already, I'm extremely unlucky when it comes to artifacts. Like all the artifacts we had so far are looking like that. Also in the museum, most of them. We do need to find us some better artifacts out there. What can we do about that? Well, I have an idea. We do have expeditions. I haven't done them for quite some time now. There is a botanical expedition available right now. It's a 3-skull one though, but we would get especially some legendary items out of this one here. We do need navigation, so a ship with a navigation power might be just what we need. Okay, so with all the items that we have, we can get a morale of 74. I would like to leave one slot available for loot that we find on the way. We also get Lady Lou, the redeemed pirate, on this ship now, and some more legendary and epic items there as well that are just providing us basically with all the bonuses that we need, and a bit of rum, of course, because you always need rum if you go out there in the world. With that, let's start this 3-star botanical expedition. It's going to be really interesting how this one turns out, as I haven't done them in quite some time, and I think the 3-star ones, or the 3-skull ones, are rather dangerous. And Benta at the same time also declared war on us again, and this time we cannot go back. She has ramped up her military score above us, and as soon as that happens, well, she's basically going to war right away. I have a couple of golds though. First of all, I still want to purge her from Cape Trelawney by taking over this last island down here, and then she is completely gone from this one. I think in the old world she is ramping up her islands once more. Look at this island here. We could take it if it weren't for this, right? Because she still has so many ships, but she still doesn't have any defense on these islands. Very interesting, so except for the small ones, but of course it's the size of her fleet that matters the most right now. Also, my huge collier and my frigate have arrived. So the huge collier has the Sanga cows that we do need for the market research. Let's turn this one in. There you go. So this is something that we need to do now. There's also the deep blue in and the abyss answered. So this is from the Docklands, From the deep darkness of the ocean she has returned, the great shark deep blue, summoned to the surface by the echo of a call long forgotten.
May we see these shores again.
So this is over here, and the expedition is on its way now. There you go. There is a blue shark right in front of Crown Falls. Let's turn it in. And Gargantuan shark spotted. We also get the briefcase product now, by the way, from our researches. Eyewitnesses describe the beast as larger than any I've ever seen in a monster of a thing. Right in front of it. Also we get the vacuum cleaner. No idea why we can do this all of a sudden. It wasn't part of any quest, I think. It can be sold in the shopping arcade. So here we have the vanity screen still available. We can keep this one here, because I think we do have enough of these. But in the other furniture store, here, this one, we have right now the banker lamp, right? We could also just keep this one. Or let's just have a look at the new products. There's the writing desk. Cigars and bicycles, that's not really a nice bonus. And the other ship, the frigate, was transporting some more botanical artifacts in. So let's just please give me some trees. No, it's building more and more of them. There is a tree finally, oh my goodness. That was taking some time. It's this one here, the snow gum. We should remember this for the future if I want to purchase more of these. The moon orchid, oh, nope. And the Oriental Tassel, it's also a building. It's a building. And the cherry tree at least is not a building. Alright, let's keep it this way. And here we can have more of these guys here. Of course, I can't really focus on any of that because we are constantly under attack once more. I think this time though it's the pirate, is it? Who is attacking me there? No, it's actually Bente once more. Alright, this is very brave of you, Bente. Trying to take down one of my battleships there. Nothing you could really do about that. Next share. Oh, this is actually Enbesa. In Enbesa, by the way, we have something else. We have the 2 tons of seafood stew that we need to get over here to Argy for the quest that we still have there. The official hospitality. So we're still on the track on the main quest in Enbesa as well. So there we have turned it in.
It's a real bugger. What with the heat and the terrain, but the idea...
This is another quest that is popping right now. And get you see any Doni trading post we need to do next. So this is now the visitors. Emperor Ketima asks you to exhibit the beauty of the islands and people of Enbesa through a photographic series. This is for Archie and the Queen to show them what's going on here. And for some reasons, I cannot take the photo. There it is. Now of Angerup. That is the pirate, more or less.
Take care not to startle them with your camera.
And then of Vahadesha. And that is where we could restore the water temple over there.
Happy times. It was rough sailing, but my mother and I took care of each other.
Now in return we need to show now something of our culture, that is the steelworks. Alright, so Artable wants to impress upon Ketima the superiority of old world industrialization and asks you to provide sufficient photographic documentation. That is these guys here, so the furnaces and the steelworks. Beautiful! And I'm totally serious on that. Having some industry, some proper ones there as well.
One of only 2 paths to be chosen.
Of course, he doesn't like it too much. What I do like, however, is that we have enough building resources once again to also finish the second King George's ornament. There you go. You might want to tackle this one once again. There you go. Can I actually go ahead with the other ones? The obelisk, that was very expensive. And then there's the last one. 750,000 it costs. And a lot of raw materials, basically. But it's also providing quite some attraction. And thus we also have finished those columns here. The next quest is rather interesting. We have to keep a low happiness in Enbesa for 15 minutes. So Archibald does not like to see Taborim and Enbesa expanding so fast in this region and hopes to offer you incentives to stall the expansions Ketima has proposed you carry out for him. So we do need to sabotage it, or at the other hand, we do have growth. Sustain more than 800 elders for 14 minutes. We already checked this one here, so let's go ahead and, well, have the growth one. In that case, we only need to wait. Now, of course, we also want to do some city expansion. We want to continue on that. First of all, we have these rendering works here that are still working. Let's move them into this corner there that we are keeping for now, so that I can continue with my little city expansion over there. There you go. And then we can basically just really squeeze in... Holy cow! What is going on with that horse? This is not speed up or anything like that. It was quickly over there. I think it lost its space and time continuum. And it just kind of like wrecked over there. Let's continue here with the next district though. So this is a smaller district, right? We don't need to have a main road here necessarily anymore. I mean, this is probably here the main road, right? It's getting over there beside our botanical gardens. Let's actually make this one a bit different. Let's have it here. Right, so that's the main road that we have that goes then over there. More or less, and here we can then have, for example, some more ornaments just beside the botanical gardens. Around it perhaps, over there, or we just have the road here. This could also work. I am not entirely sure about that yet. Here, definitely though, what I'm sure about is the new district. Oh, and also our botanical expedition requires something. An opera in the jungle. It's too narrow and shallow this far upriver, warns the steersman. Escorting Mr. Cardinal to the site of his rainforest opera house now seems all the more preposterous. The great patron of the arts twizzles his moustache in frustration. Attempt to carefully navigate the narrow passage. That's always a very good option. And competent navigation succeeded. We did not lose any morale on this one. And we can continue with minimal losses. By the way, I heard something. I heard that the town hall is completed in Leary. And Leary definitely deserves its own town hall. So let's finish this one too. I mean, it's monstrous, really. It's in Crown Falls, it doesn't look so big. But when you build it on a smaller island like that, it is huge. Absolutely. Alright, we have 2 of them now in our most important islands. And of course, what I could do here and what I will do, I mean, look at that range. We can now have the workforce provided by 50%, and also the reduced needs and happiness. Oh, this also reduces happiness, which is never a good thing. How much happiness do we have? Oh, we are completely stuffed with happiness. It's totally fine to have the workforce increase. This should... Oh, it gives me more than 2,000 workers in addition once again. So this is feeling really great. We could continue with that. So another one. The smaller one here, I think... Oh, we cannot duplicate it. Even if it's a lower type of rarity, we cannot duplicate it, unfortunately. Reduced needs would be the only thing that I could think about. We also have the... reduced needs, 40% less rum, beer, schnapps and champagne. So the beer and the schnapps is mostly what matters here. Let's go ahead with this one there too. A bit of happiness lost, that's still fine. We are way above 20 there still, so nothing really we need to worry about. Perhaps there is something smaller, but this is just chances for rides. It's useless for us right now. This was still a very nice boost, right? So for the workers, and look at that, we could really upgrade a lot more people now. Now I want to do something else, and that is build our next monument. Yes, and this is a completely new one that I've never built before. It's the Palace of Justice. It's a pretty big one and very expensive one, and it's a huge building as we can see. And I'm going to place it into this location there. So, well, there is actually some space that we have. Unfortunately, not really, as there are buildings here that we need to get rid of. First of all, we can get rid of these ornaments there and have the the theater right over there where we have the bus station. So we don't need to move any of this one here, right? We have the theater and stuff. We only need to move these buildings here. Now the school we don't need here, so that's an easy one. And now we still have lots of engineer and investor residences that I kind of like need to move somewhere. And I thought that we still have a bit of space on this small island. So I would like to go ahead and do this one here. First of all, we do need to move that marketplace over. So it's kind of like, wait a second, how can we do this? There we have the... Can I not have a bridge here? What is going on? This bridge would be possible. This bridge would be possible. Let's have the bridge here. Not ideal. But we also have, what I can see right now is a bit more space on this side of the river as well. So we can still go ahead and squeeze in some more buildings there. This is a bit of a trickle work there, of course, right? So I need to do one by one because I certainly don't want to delete these investors. It's taking a long time to upgrade investors. So I rather keep them and move them one by one. And after a bit of moving around, we have now the space available. So what I can do is I can now build my Palace of Justice. We're just going to see how good this is actually looking. I have no idea. Also, I don't know in which direction we look. That doesn't matter. Let's get the first one cracking. Superior Metropolis we are now with that as well. Is it adding? It's adding attractiveness right away, right? I think so. At least there we have the next level. Notoriously, deliriously beautiful in the most ambitious conceivable way. That says it all. Now, we do need to continue with the next phase. Phase 2, it has 4 phases. Holy cow. The next one, we need to go ahead here right now. And I think we don't even need to build anything here, right? Nope, we can finish them right away. Alright, I don't mind. What is exactly... What is coming up here? There it is. Our Palace of Justice.
Ship under attack.
Alright, we definitely need to move it though. Like so. It's a monster. Holy cow. Right, these buildings are way too close though. We might need to move them a bit. The skyscrapers that we have there already. Actually, they're costing us money anyway. Let's get rid of them, I think. Yeah, let's just get rid of them. There we have a bit of space again. Holy monster, really, this is massive. It's looking pretty cool though. So there we have it, the Palace of Justice. And what this Palace of Justice can do really is we can enact another policy here on top of it. So it's in addition to the palace area itself. So plus 10 area of influence for all public buildings, for example. Does it have a range? Well, I guess the whole map there once again. 50 island workforce, 20% chance of receiving visiting specialists, 10% productivity for production buildings within the range of trade unions. I think we might be going for this one. Or the area of influence. I like that one too. These two are pretty good here. Let's go for the 10% right now. And then on top of that, we can have with the Department of Labor that we've chosen now, we do get the bonus, and then we can decide a policy on it. And there I would go with the 50% workforce needed once more, so we can upgrade even more people then to something. Really cool stuff there. I like that building. Perhaps a tiny bit cheaty there, but it's still fine, right? Let's have actually 2 fountains there, righto, and then perhaps I'm just saying perhaps here because you never know when you need to change something, and then something where people can sit around. So a nice tree there, and then we might go ahead with some, well, not the Christmas tables, but rather, oh, this one is also pretty cool. Telephone boxes. Why not? Let's have 2 of them here. People need to call someone from time to time, and then we can have the couples tables over there where people can also just enjoy their day. Right here in the center, just beside our Palace of Justice. Meanwhile, our botanical expedition has its next event. Oh, and transfer of workers. We need to do this quickly because
Put it out!
Yeah, we are on fire. My commute pier in the Arctic is on fire. I think there was a smaller attack from a ship that has been destroyed. And we definitely do have a ranger station or something similar, right? Do we? Please tell me we have. There it is. This one is already attending to it. Perfect. There they go. Now let's have a look at my expedition.
Hair-raising horrors.
The apostasy. the crew needs some common ground. It is a fact that the crew were recruited regardless of their origin or beliefs. And your officers now wonder if this was a mistake. After weeks of lasting rainstorms, the more devout sailors raised their voices, convinced the zealots to be more tolerant. And this is going to work 100%. And this catastrophe, this crisis was solved as well. Otherwise, we would probably had a mutiny. Alright, we can continue though with the city development. In this case here, I would like to continue my upgrades that we have over there. So these cottages there also get their upgrades. And I think also way up here, we could, yep, by the palace, upgrade those guys here. Well, I guess artisans is going to be the goal here, as I think this will just look the best. We have 4,400 workers available, so that means we could go ahead with lots and lots of upgrades. And by the way, we have also lots of artisans, and these guys here would like to upgrade. Let's upgrade some of them. I'm not going to upgrade all of them right now, so that's probably it. And there we have a couple more blocks here in the center. That's fine, those guys. And I would like to keep artisans then at the edge of it, right, so that we still have some progression going inwards. And I said there we have the town hall with the bonuses already, so we should be getting some influence out of this one here too, thanks to the palace bonuses that we have on top of that. The battleship is under attack. Alright, there's another smaller attack. The moment Bente declared us war, she's sending full ships again towards us, only one by one though, so nothing really too dangerous, but it's still pretty annoying. And that's that. And then we still have room here for some trees. Let's go with the temperate groves this time, as they're just offering a more mixed look. And then we have the electricity that would be a need now for those people here. So we probably will have a power plant here somewhere then along the lines as well. And for happiness, there must be something, right? At the bank. The church. I still kept this room here available for something. We'll just see about that. What we can do, however, is we can upgrade those engineers here to skyscrapers. And I would like to do this. Let's go ahead and have some engineer skyscrapers as well. So these guys here. Right, so there's another skyscraper block coming up if you want so. And here we also have more engineer skyscrapers that we can upgrade one by one. So they do pay us some taxes there as well. At least from time to time. So far so good. The city is growing. We do need to add a few more districts now to it though, because I think we're a bit too small. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back. How good of you to join. Take a cup of coffee, sit back, relax and enjoy this latest Megacity episode that is actually coming after the last update. So some of you were wondering, of course, why I still didn't implement those new things, or how my mods could actually work so close to after the release of the new patch. Of course, some of those episodes are pre-recorded. The mods are working again. I finally see all my buildings once more because most of them were gone, at least the modded ones, and we can get cracking once more in our superior metropolis. I just love that. Notoriously, deliriously beautiful in the most ambitious conceivable way. Yes, well, and there's actually even another level on top of that in 600 attractiveness points. That's definitely something. One thing that I would like to do now is, of course, implement the vibrant cities. This one is one of the prime examples of how a city looks before the Vibrant Cities DLC, and now we're going to change it. We do have this new skin painter down here, and we can just basically, yeah, do it like so. And boom, we do have a whole new skin. Of course, this is still looking quite the same. So everything is kind of like looking the same. So we can now mix it up with more buildings in between to also add some variety to the whole level then, right? We could also, for example, go around and just change the whole, oops, this was an engineer, change the whole layout there with color or more colorful ones. We can mix it up, or we can go back to the original one. And well, yeah, I would like to have it a bit brighter, a bit more colorful in general. So there we have the brick ones, and there we have the more, I think this is the neon light, and there we have the more colorful one, right? And clicking down shift and then painting over the other ones, we do get the same art style. And this is just looking really nice overall. And once again, holy cow, this city changes, and it changes so many times I've lost track of it. There we go. It's just, I mean, come on, it is glorious, absolutely fantastic. And I really, really wonder, where has this been all the time? I'm basically going ahead and I'm doing this for the other buildings there as well, so we can basically just slide over them, right? Unfortunately, skyscrapers are not affected by this. It's not the worst of things, because basically skyscrapers already do look quite different than the rest, right? And it's fine to have this in here. What we could also do is we could have a little, well, neon district, or where we only have the neon lights, so probably somewhere here in the center that we have the tourists, right? So having, for example, some neon lights here. I could just move this one, and I think once more. There you go, right? And then we just paint this one over this whole district. They're basically making this a nightclub district or whatever. And I think the neon lights also have a special look during nighttime. Ah, well, actually here we can see the neon lights now. Not bad, not bad. We can also make it so that the engineer residences and the investors kind of like look the same more. Yeah, right? They weren't doing that before. Now with the red bricks, for example, they do have the kind of the same look, which makes it really good to melt them together, kind of like in the city where we have mixed buildings. Like here, for example, over here would be another of these examples where we have investors and then we have those engineers. Those engineers, let's paint them so they also look rather similar to the skyscraper engineers, right? That also have these rather red brick tone skins available. So there we have that, and then we have also these engineers here that I would like to change to, yeah, actually this is fine. The same we can also apply, of course, to the artisans then. So we have the more colorful ones. Here we have now the more colorful engineer ones then, righto. And then we have the artisans, and they also change quite a bit. So let's just have a look at them. There we have the, I think this is the red bricks now. Should be. We could have it like that, so it does look a bit older. Or we could have the more colorful new skin available for the artisans. I like this one more. Let's go with that for now. And then let's just paint it through the whole district there. And those engineers, let's also give them a proper look there. There you go. Ah, especially here. That's looking really cool. And there is actually a farmer that I haven't seen yet. Let's just upgrade this poor sod. And of course we also have marketplaces available like this one here that have new skins. So we can now click on the marketplace. Down here we have the building skin, and we can now decide between a few more or new ones. We have the Christmas ones, that would be appropriate for the season. We have the open air market, that is new. I like this one quite a bit. We have the Ornate market. This one fits more into an urban area like this one. And then we have the Grand market, which I think fits best into these small or these urban areas, right? Where we still have some of them. Of course, we don't really need them, but I think as an ornament, they just fit in nicely now. Of course, the original artisans already looked pretty good, so I would not change too many of them now, because I also like the original ones quite a bit. We can still change some of them, right? So we can have different blocks here that do look a bit different. I mean, the new ones do look darker for sure. So if you like that, then go ahead and paint your city darker. Or we just have the mixed ones and then the red ones there again. Fine, fine, fine. Now we should not forget about the skyscrapers that we have in our town. Lots of level 4 ones still available. And as we can see, we could upgrade them now as well. These 4 ones here. And let's go ahead and do this one. Quite a few. There you go. More level 5 skyscrapers now in total, leaving more money on my bank account. And with that, finally we've also unlocked the monument for those skyscrapers. Finally, the Skyline Foundation. The success of the Galleria Badoret shopping arcade has set a precedent for the future of consumerism, a founding myth for a new era. Its daring promise of endless growth exemplified by rising sales and towering skyscrapers. To ensure his place in history, Donald Bader dreams of a unique monument, the gigantic Skyline Tower. This Donald Bader really likes to talk a lot. We're still going ahead and we're going to have this new Skyline Tower. There you go. Now we can see how big it is. It's not really big when it comes to the actual size on the ground, right? So we can have it here, for example, and it would really fit in, I think, either here or here. Now I would like to go with this spot here, since we do have the bus station already close by, and the Skyline Tower is going to be available for the buses too. And there you go, perfect. We can just squeeze it in here, right beside the Central Park, and around it we're going to have more skyscrapers. So this is kind of like the center of it all. We can afford the first level right away, 1.5 million it costs, and quite a lot of doesn't building materials once more. Only 10 elevators, but that's understandable. There is no elevation yet. We are really just building the foundation for now. And we should go ahead and start with that right away. We do need, holy cow, we need 15 more skyscrapers on level 5 before we continue. So it's that harsh, right? We do need a lot of these additional ones. I can go ahead and upgrade a few more skyscrapers. So here we have this block, for example, right beside the Skyline Tower, that we can go ahead and upgrade now. They're pretty close there to the Skyline Tower then. There's only one street here. We'll see about how we are going to make this one. I would probably still like to have a little plaza in front of it. So those guys here might actually have to move. There we have a few more blocks. Let's just go ahead and do this block-wise. I know it's a bit bad for my original income, right? But we can still manage to do it. There are upgraded a whole bunch now to level 3, and that's the end of my windows for now. We need to wait there a bit again, and yes, as we can see also, that was quite expensive on the costs, but it's fine. It's absolutely fine. And we're probably going to upgrade this whole bunch there too. Even though I don't want to make the Skyline too big though, right? I mean, it's nice to have one, but I definitely want to keep some normal area too, like this one. That's definitely not going to be skylines or sky towers there. And this one here is definitely also going to be just beautiful, colorful buildings. Oh, and we're also getting some threats here now. Beware, your majesty looked and there before you stood a large statue. The head of the statue was made of pure gold. Come, Mr. Beta, note the popular feeling against your abominable construction practices and make a change.
Well, this is getting to be darn annoying. Keep an eye on my tower, will ya?
It's not a tower yet, but someone seems to be having something against it. Now, something that these new skyscrapers also need, level 5, is the drugstore. And I was thinking about this location here. There used to be a university, but who needs a university in this area now? Instead, we can have one of these drugstores, a bit of space in front of it where we also have then the member club, right? So they could, for example, look towards each other. And then here in the center, we do have a nice little area where, well, people can dine or something like that. There's the drugstore. We just need to make sure that it has its connection with a warehouse. There it is, so it still can reach this one here. It could also reach the docks down there if it needs to. Perfect, let's build the drugstore. 80 tons of windows once more. Really expensive, but those level 5 ones want it, right? And this will also make them grow a bit more, thus also giving us more money. Let's have a look at its shopping catalog. So the toothpaste would be the first one. Detergents, lipsticks, face cream and pomade is the other ones. Let's have a look at this one here. Minus 25% for pocket watches and sewing machines. That is crap, really. Perhaps we do get better ones down the road. We have the soap, the coal and the sugar. It's all here in masses. So we can really just select this one and get on its way. There is still a road that we can place in here. And right in front of it, we still should have something, a nice little plaza area or something. There you go, a nice little plaza area where people can sit, but also room for a spotlight so that our drugstore here is getting illuminated as it should be. Very good. Also, industrial espionage. A new quest. Mr. Beta has been made aware of inconsistencies in the office's budget reports. He suspects that Miss Jenny might be using the money for her own purposes. Tailing the engineer, and she should be in her office next to an engineer's skyscraper. Before we do that, I would like to go ahead and upgrade a few more buildings once more. As I can see there, I could go ahead with those two to level 4. Actually, we can make all of them to level 4, and then the remaining ones are getting level 5. There is also one more in here. Let's just give them a bump. And this whole block, we could also go ahead, and we probably should, at least some of them, right? Especially here, the one in the center, getting its panorama upgrade. And then we have a couple more here that I would like to go ahead. Perfect. There you go. Level 4. More level 4 ones, because boy, we still need lots and lots of level 5 ones. Now, industrial espionage. Let's have a look. Down here it should be somewhere. And there I can see something. And there's probably Miss Jenny. I must hurry. Oh, I do hope the harbor was a good spot to pick. Where is she? There she is.
I have revised and annotated a version of the
It really would have been preferable to acquire the oils on my own terms, but he seems trustworthy. Oh, there's a blank spot. I should probably do something about that. Where's my good fountains? There you go. So much on my mind and it's all spilling out. Come on, Theodora, take a break and hurry along. Take a breath. Oh, look at that, what we can find here. More dirt roads, it's insane. Just following her, I can see a lot of mistakes that we still have there. Mr. Brokeman, there you are. Very nice to see you, I guess. This red fella there. Mr. Bader's doing, I presume. Okay, we do have to take a photo now of her. I guess we can see the head. There she is. Alright, she actually has something to say as well. Having caught Miss Jenny red-handed at her private meeting with a broker, she implores you to hear her out before we make a decision. So, I pitched my patent to Mr. Bader, used reasoned arguments, said this would attract women customers, but he flat out refused. And he is wrong. Okay, man shouldn't hold a monopoly of the modern conveniences can be tools for social emancipation, and the projected sales figures might yet convince him, but I desperately need to finish the prototype first. Will you help me? You're damn right, Theodora. I'm in.
Such a relief. I had a feeling you might be of open mind. Mr. Bader, of course, thinks you two are like peas in a pod, but then he only ever sees half.
So we're helping together with her now. We need to deliver fish oil and coconut oil. That's probably something we don't have in store that much yet. I think we do have the coconut oil, there it is, but the fish oil not. Lucky us, we do have lots of fish oil in Tristão, so let's just get this 100 tons just for the future, just in case. Off you go. Happily fortified. Now while we wait for the ship to arrive for all of that and also wait for some more windows, we still have this empty spot up here. We do have a bit of industry still available, but a few more workers we can definitely use here, farmers. So let's go ahead and have us another marketplace, and now we can really change the appearance of this one then to a proper marketplace for the city. So there you go, and then we can, for example, choose the open air market if we wish to. And let's go ahead and have the open air market for that one. And then of course we need more buildings. I guess we could also make some rich people here. So we could have, yeah, a little courtyard perhaps. Like so, for example, these guys here, that's looking good. We also have another pub then over there. A bit of green spot here. Perhaps we need to move this one though. Let's just see. A bit further down if I want to make this one work. We can copy the whole thing and then just move it down here. And I think this is going to be better overall. Since we want to upgrade these people quite a bit, let's also have a school in this area for those people just up there. Perfect. We do have then kind of like a transition into the worker district for now. I mean, I really am not entirely sure what I'm going to make with this one here yet. Fact is, we do have the space for more people. That's a good thing. If we really do need more industry, I doubt it. We are going to place it somewhere else, most likely. Let's have some more houses here then. Perhaps also some more different blocks once more, like this one there. And we, of course, only using the paved roads now. And I also don't think that we will need electricity in this area. There you go, a whole new district. Let's build the school as well. Let's build all of these houses there basically. And let's build the ornaments here that we have also in this area. The sooner the better. There you go. So a few more of the rich houses than up there that we're going to upgrade, and here then some more normal houses. Perfect. And they do get everything right away. And then that's probably going to be workers here that are going to mix them into my industrial district. Or we just get rid of the bread altogether. Meanwhile, we've also received some more artifacts from Enbesa, something that I can place up here. Of course, it's normal houses again. The Mazu trinket, the Mazu trinket, the lion statue, Silamavi, there you go, and perhaps also the statue of Anubis. This one is looking out there perfect, so this is something we could have somewhere else perhaps. The rest is buildings, though I still need a few more artifacts that resemble more lifelike statues or something like that and not just normal buildings. But now though the museum would be full, right? And this pushes us a bit higher more to the other attraction level then. Should not forget about the botanical expedition that we have in the back working. And the beast of the swamp, there's no other way. We must wait the swamp. And a gator is there. Tackle the beast or take the shot with our cheetah. Let's tackle the beast, has a higher chance. And a legend has been born while some members of the crew distract the beast. One bold sailor jumps on the gator's back and clutches its neck. It takes 10 more men to pin the monster's maw shut, but once it's immobilized, the sailor pulls out a knife and sinks it into the monster's skull. He's now became the dragon slayer. Alright, at least no morale penalty for us there other than continuing on the journey. It looks rather good right now, this botanical expedition. The ironclad has also arrived with the fish oil. Let's unload this one.
Oh, good.
And now she's got all the items necessary and let's give it to her.
I will use it right away. It was only meant to be the last little tweak to finish the prototype.
And there she actually has the lipstick, her proudest product
now
yet.
To persuade Mr. Bader. Once stocked at the drugstore, it can fulfill its intended purpose.
Bit of a surprise you kept your involvement a secret, Guru. You think her kind can be big players in the world of commerce? I suppose I'm gonna have to hold up my hands and trust your superior instincts.
Alright, this must be a trap on his part.
Ready the ropes?
Ah, good, and we can also upgrade now these farmers up here in that district. Let's go ahead and do it probably at once. Yep, all of them. There you go, more workers now, and they already have the school, so we can upgrade them to artisans then rather soon. And here I was also able now to upgrade those artisans and changing the color just a tiny bit in order to ensure that it does look a bit proper. Yes, very good, these colorful ones. There you go, and we probably will also use it on that one here. We can also once more go ahead and upgrade more of our Skyline towers here to the next levels, as we should. So here especially to get the panorama effect, of course, that we would like to have. And then, can I go with more to level 5? Do we have a level 4 ones? Please, any level 4 ones here? Is there anybody with level 4? There it is. And then we can select all of them. This whole block here is level 4, for example. So we can go ahead and add 3 more of them. They will not have the best panorama effect. 2 of them have intense, 1 of them is strong. That is still fine. And that's 3 more level 5s. Holy cow, it's really, really tall, isn't it? When looking in the on the ground, when we look up there into our little Manhattan, as we have it over there.
Some of us have to live by the sword.
So far so good. I will still need to grind out more of them, unfortunately, before we can continue with the next phase. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, how good of you to join, and welcome back to our Mega City Crown Falls, the superior metropolis still, and boy, we have a lot of work to do. As usual, let's have a quick look at my investors that we have over there, and what I can see is that chocolate and coffee is actually going down. We do not have the products anymore to sustain this kind of population. I mean, at some point it had to happen, right? We are at 160,000 people right now in Crown Falls. It's so many people that even my strongest production chains are collapsing at the moment. Not all of them though. Most of them are looking actually still pretty fine, though we will need to make some adjustments there soon. But as we can see, coffee is down and chocolate is down. There's actually some chocolate in right now, but I'm pretty sure there's just a trader that arrived and unloaded those goods. So what we need to do here is, we need to reinforce those productions. I already sent a ship over to the New World that is also arriving. Oh, this is actually the huge collier, not the one that I've sent to the New World. The huge collier Hydra in the Arctic is actually doing something else, and that is getting us items for a zoo. Yes, that's right. We do need to prepare the next big landmark in Crown Falls that we want to have, and the zoo is just the one for that. And as we can see, we do get some very interesting items there: the boreal caribou, the musk ox. So we do want to have, of course, all kind of different animals there in our zoo, and we do have one from Africa, we do have one from the New World, and of course we do need animals from the Arctic region as well, just to show all the, well, inhabitants of my empire, more or less. Now, another thing at my research institute, we do have now the ability to research the Great Eastern, and of course I want to go with that. Some of you actually really want to see the Great Eastern, so let's go ahead and put this one in development. It's going to take us a while. We can of course assign a couple more engineers to that, so that we drop it down to perhaps an hour. Yeah, almost, right? So 1 hour 14 this one takes right now. It's in development, it's going to take a while, and we're pretty down on engineer workforce, but of course they're just being used in the research. Speaking about workforce, what we can also see is we have 6,000 workers available right now. That's way too much. They're not the best taxpayers. So let's go ahead and upgrade us a few more of these jolly good people over here in my, well, in my other districts that we still have in Crown Falls. So those outer districts that we have there right now. Definitely, let's go ahead with mass upgrading more of these districts. Oh my goodness, we are going to be so down on the resources. Let's also have more up here now. So this district finally gets its artisans proper. We could also, wait a second, have just the new skins for that. Yeah, let's make it a bit darker up here. Why not? By the way, I like the colorful artisan buildings just beside the palace a lot. So this is really how it's supposed to look, I think, in my opinion anyway. And yes, some of you also said, oh my goodness, you people have so much to say, and I'm really glad about all the feedback. And what we definitely should be having more here is more houses and stuff like that. Of course, we should also be keeping green area for gardens and stuff like that available. So I don't want to have too many houses everywhere, but of course, a few more houses here might just be fine. Especially this area is not looking good at all. We do have the bus station there right now. The bus station we could also just as easily have on the other side. So over here, let's get rid of these trees there and instead have the bus station over there. This is still fitting in, and it still has the palace there in its area. Perfect. And that makes it possible for us to have a few more buildings here if we want to. Well, and what better way to use this whole thing for some ornaments? What a nice little plaza that we have just across the palace. There you go, with some city lamps as well that we have there, with our latest trees that we've just earned in the Eden burning scenario, and of course a hot air balloon in the center that is kind of like not visible right now. Where is it? Where's my balloon? Up and up away. I don't see that really. I think the balloon just vanished. Let's just try this one again.
Ship constructed.
Right. I guess he's up there actually. He's in the air. And he's just coming down again. Alright, no problem. Then we have still a couple of stands here where people can eat something, and some tables there as well. A nice little area really where people can just enjoy the day and eat something before they go to the palace itself, right? And look at that at dawn. It looks just really beautiful there with the lighting. As the balloon is coming down, we still have a bit of space over there. We could of course just extend this whole plaza area then, or I don't know, we have some other ornaments. I don't want to plaster it too much here because we do have, after all, lots of green area that we can still use for something, well, useful in general. We could have these alleys there as well, or some gardens perhaps. But for now, let's just close it off with some flower beds that are having the same color as the palace, because it kind of like goes then over there for those people to enjoy the day as well. Very good. What we just got the message for though is that in the New World, the cargo ship has arrived, and it should be somewhere over there. There it is, with lots and lots of timber and bricks. Let's get this one over there to Tristão right away. So the first thing I can see right now is that my Honoraris workforce is rather down. The good thing is we have in Tristão still a lot of space over here that we can use for some more buildings. Let's just have a look around. We also have, oh yeah, a plague, and as far as I can see, there is no hospital anywhere close by. So we could have a hospital here. What I'm talking about, we will have a hospital here, right there, in all its glory. There's actually also a nice balcony up there for eating and lunchtime. It must be for that, right? Let's also have some trees in the back to further beautify my Tristão. That's very important. This city is so important, really. We do need everything with this city. We could have a few more here. Oh, and oil refinery once more. This is collapsing quite often, this oil refinery over there. I can't even do anything about it. We could have a fire station a bit closer perhaps, because this will reduce the chance of explosions overall. Right, so let's have the fire station just here. Right, so that it will just reduce a bit the explosion chance really, but that's it. And by the way, my industry sector down here is already connected with the main road. So what I might actually do is I might get rid of this one here. We are going to push the road then a bit over there, and I could end this main avenue there with another colonial church, and I think I'm going to do this. After all, right, the new wall should be having lots of churches. There you go, right at the end of it. Might actually do a little plaza in front of it, perhaps. Right, so we're just going to have this one somewhere over there, and around it we're going to have then the street here once more. That might be a fence actually at some point, and this gives me the opportunity now of having a few more houses here, right? I can plan ahead with that. We do have a marketplace, very good, very, very good, and I will probably, even though it does take quite a lot of space, but I will probably use this layout there to continue with that area, right? Even though, as I said, it's taking up space quite a lot with that too, that we could use, of course, for getting more and more funnelers into the city. Now let's actually do the end here. There we have that, and this is really the end now, because then we are touching, really touching now the industrial area for my people, which is totally fine, because after all, people need to work somewhere, and this is the place for it. Let's have a few more houses here and here, and we do have, oh, we have 1,600 tons of bricks available. That is so much. We can really just plaster the whole island with paved roads if we want to. That's not a lot of Honaleros that we see here. Ah, and the doctor is working now. Perfect. Let's repair those. And over here we have the other marketplace, so I really don't need any more marketplaces, right? We could go ahead and have the plaza-like, or the courtyard type of blocks just over here. So let's have a couple more in this area, and probably yep, we could squeeze it in just nicely here. Perfect. And then we have kind of like the middle road here where we could have, why not, a nice garden. And this is really the road where it ends. So I guess, yes, this is still working. This is what we're going to do here. And probably get rid of that road there again. There is one house we can squeeze in just fine. And then perhaps another block here. And this is the end then. Those people are living right beside the alpaca pastures. I mean, it will have an advantage. They can get their alpaca wool rather quickly. There you go. Rid of this road there as well. And then we have still a cup or a bit more here. We could have, yep, something like that. Right, with their entrances then here as well. That is fine. And then it ends once more. And here actually, yep, why not? Let's have a garden. It might not be my best creation, but I think we can squeeze it in like that, because there's not that much that we can really squeeze in. With some fountains there and some trees to provide the shades. Very good. There we still also have lots of empty space here that we can fill in with some palm trees if we want to, or some mixed trees there as well. And here perhaps as a buffer zone between my people and the pastures. And of course, since it's getting really warm in these areas, it might just be good to have more trees, because basically you need the shade. Oh my goodness, without that I would die. It's certainly a painful death of heatness. There we still have some more ruins. I hope these are the last ones. My Honaleros workforce is looking perfectly fine again. I think this is a nice ending to Tristão there, really, as we have the transition into the industry sector. About the cathedral, of course, as we know, the cathedral is really expensive, so we do need some gold, brass and windows still. Most of them I should have in Crown Falls, and I will get them over in due time. And then we have basically 2 of these cathedrals there at certain very important points there as well. These Jornaleros are really happy, they don't need anything else. The Obreros, though, oh yes, a boxing arena we might need up here, but that's about it, I think. Yes, that's it. At least we have the workforce back in again. So let's go for my auspicious isle, and over here we do have our coffee production, right? We do already have a trade union, so we're boosting them to the maximum already. Let's just check what is missing here. I think coffee beans we have quite a lot, that is right. Coffee itself, not so much. How much coffee do we produce right now? 60 per minute. It's 63 per minute, actually. 63. And we consume in Crown Falls 59. So we should actually be fine. And also what I've seen is that coffee is not really fully stocked here, right? So it is getting transported. It's a bit strange, perhaps. Let's also upgrade the warehouses, because I think some of them are a bit overloaded, and that might also lead to some shortages there for the coffee. Let's build us another coffee roaster up there, and I'm probably going to build another one here. I mean, after all, we can afford it. We have full amount of Obrero workforce that is shared with Tristão. So we do have a couple more here. And how's my coffee plantations looking? I'm boosting them. We're boosting them already. There is also the trade union number 1 and trade union number 2 that provides the fertility. And yep, we still have some space up here, so let's go ahead and have us a couple more of them piling up in this area. And as we know, they do need quite a lot of space, but we should still be able to do that. There you go. And then the last one. And we still have, do we still have some space up there? There is a police station here that we probably don't really need, so that gives me a bit more space there again for some more plantations if I need to. Correct. There we have 3 more of them. Off you go. And this one is already fully upgraded. There's just so many cars here. Look at that. Let's upgrade those. This one, they're all fully upgraded, alright. Could have some paved roads there too to speed up transportation time. To reduce transportation time, I should say. This one and here as well. There you go. And then of course we could have some more here. So I could have 1 more here and probably 2 more in this area then, right? How much further is it going? It's actually going pretty far, so there's room for more than just that. Of course, we do need to keep some room available for the plantations then, right? So in this case here, we probably could squeeze them in like that. That's right, and each one of them gets now their space still, and then we could still have more over there. That probably would work out as well. If we need more of that, that is. We are already capped on the coffee beans, so I think we do have too much anyway. Let's just hope that this one is working out for the best. Let's have 1 more down here then. This is the ending more or less. Perfect. Then we are out of bricks, but my cargo ship has arrived already and is having all the bricks in the vault that we're going to need, and some more timber for Auspicious Isle. The other thing was the chocolate production, and that is happening in Vega. And over here we do need coffee beans and cocoa. Both of them are probably not really in high quantity. The coffee beans are fine. That's over here. So there I was a bit uncertain how much I would need. Oh, look at that. There is a warehouse missing. So there we already have our choke point. Perfect. This is also working out. There we have now the maximum amount of coffee plantations that I could still squeeze in there. This warehouse though is quite full now because of that, but I think that's a minor issue. My battleship also arrived in Vega up here, where we still need to improve our, well, chocolate production. For that I do have some more cocoa plantations that we can have in this area. Let's upgrade the warehouse for that. They're still profiting also from the Tristão workforce. This is all nice. Here we can upgrade the next warehouse. This one is already upgraded. Let's just check this one out real quick. So I think coffee will have enough. I do have now 19 cocoa plantations. I think they're also being boosted. No, they're not being boosted. We could boost them by 50%. I'm going to do that since, well, happiness doesn't really matter on this island. And with that, I could still get like 4 more chocolate factories in without risking too much, right? And I think we're going to do that. We have the warehouse here. They also need to be close to the trade union there, right? Because they're getting boosted by it. So we need to make sure that we are all having them in range. This one, let's move it down a bit. The same goes with that one. So that I hopefully, yes, perfect, can squeeze in some 3 more in this area. And they're all getting not only access, but they're also within the range of my conqueror, of my trade union. And probably one more, this one. This one has it, so perfect. There you go. Having a couple more here. Also, I will need to upgrade this warehouse though. And for that, we'll need more resources. And I think my cargo ship is down here already. Let's get some timber and let's get some bricks over and move it to Vega. And this will also finalize our chocolates there once more, hopefully for quite some time. Alright, Bente is in the process of purchasing back some shares. The same with Hugo. This is an endless battle there, more or less. It's a bit annoying, but we cannot really do anything about that. If he purchases it, he purchases the shares. Alright, so chocolate and coffee, we do have some in stock. Of course, that's not the effect yet of my restocking, but we are going to see that soon. Let's just check it out now. We do have... Oh yeah, there is another problem now that I just noticed. And that is, if I want to have more level 5 skyscrapers, I do need the billiard tables. Now, 2 things I could do about that. First of all, we have in the town hall this one here, the Blue Skies delivery service, right? That is providing the billiard tables if the department store and furniture store are close by. So most of these buildings here will have that. I don't think we have any more level 4 skyscrapers though in the town hall area. So I do need another town hall area where I can provide that, and this one is of course the logical choice. I was planning originally to build a skyscraper tower here. We're not doing that anymore. So I can now go ahead and upgrade those fellas there to skyscrapers too. And then I can decide, between all of them, where I could have my next town hall. Now I know where I left this space available here in the northern area. There we still have a space for one more town hall that is really getting a lot of skyscrapers into its area. That's perfect. We do need them for the level 5 ones. Let's build the town hall perhaps in a bit more appropriate manner. There you go. So it's a nice little plaza area once more that we have here. In the center there's already something here. We could have the road going over there and probably around that, around the town hall there. And then, yeah, I don't know, it's really a tiny area, so perhaps a little fountain beside the town hall might be something, together with some trees on either side. That just should do the trick. And then here perhaps some statue right beside the town hall. That's really fine looking. It's totally okay. And with that, we can now apply the next big item here, and that is the Blue Skies delivery once more. Maintenance cost is increased for the skyscrapers, but also their happiness, and they're provided with these very expensive items. Also on top of that, reduced needs is something that I do like quite a lot here. The effects residences consume 40% less rum, beer, schnapps, and champagne. It's only those items though, so that's, or so those goods, not that great. After all, 18 happiness for the residents, workforce plus 15%, but also the chances of riots is increased by, is decreased by 30%. Let's go ahead with this. Perfect. I like that already. And then we have Saint d'Artois, Vision of the Valley. This is a legendary item. Chance of illness, chance of riots is reduced dramatically, and also plus 2 residences. And they also get bonuses for steam carriages, chocolate, fried plantains. Let's go ahead with this. It's a nice boost to my population there once more, as we can see. And those are golden. Now with that, we will be able to upgrade lots and lots of skyscrapers in this area to the next levels once everything has been met. So they are still growing inside their houses. And what we could also do is, wait a second. Why do you don't want to upgrade? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, because with the item, we just increased the residents in this building, right? By 2 for each chocolate and stuff like that. So they need to grow. That's why I cannot upgrade them at the moment. Those buildings here are not affected though, so they will be able to upgrade later. There we actually have a tower that we can upgrade to level 4. Let's just do this one. There's no problem with solitary skyscrapers from time to time. would probably... Yep, let's upgrade those. They will get some nice panorama effect bonuses there. That's a bit more additional income.
Your leadership.
And yes, those guys here can also be upgraded now, all at once. And let's go ahead and do this. Bit expensive, perhaps. But it's fine, because we're getting the money back then again. By the way, I totally forgot. These buildings down here are not yet repainted. And I definitely want to do that. So let's just see that we get the right ones. I would like to probably go with the more colorful ones. There you go. Apply it to the whole area. And also to the ones that we have there. It's just looking so much nicer overall. There you go. And the artisans I'm going to keep though. So far so good. We have everything here. I'm just waiting now for those people here to grow. And then we can get more tier 5 skyscrapers in order to advance with our, well, our monument that is still taking its time there. Stay tuned.